Ben Kiriakou, joined by Matt Maynard, here on the Victory Road side stream for the Latin America International Championships. And this is such an exciting weekend that we have in store for you. There's the main channel going on with all of the action right now. They've just shown what giveaways that we will be able to pick up along the weekend. But we're here on the side stream getting to cast a little bit of that extra Pokemon action this weekend. Matt, we've got a lot in store, haven't we?
We are featuring a number of matches that are not going to be on the official stream, not on the main stage at LAIC, which means we have got more matches, more players to feature, and more action to bring you this weekend that you wouldn't otherwise be able to see. And I'm excited to see some players that maybe wouldn't have been on the mainstream this weekend be able to feature twice as many players, twice as many matches. It's really exciting. It's something that people have been hoping for a while. So it's exciting to be able to bring it to the masses.
I think this is the big thing. I mean, as soon as we started doing these side streams, it just made me think back to how many matches of Pokemon that we must have had over the years of competition. You think like several hundred tables at international level events every single round, and most of those get lost to time. You know, people tell stories, people share between matches what their last round entailed, but actually a lot of those matches you just never even get to hear or find out about. So doubling the amount that we get to feature, especially at this international level, is a fantastic thing to be a part of.
Yeah, there are so many times at major tournaments where you'll be looking down the pairings and you'll see two regional champions facing off against each other and you're thinking, wow, that'd be an incredible stream match. Can't wait to watch that one. And then the stream match is two international championships playing each other instead. Two international champions, sorry. So it's nice that we aren't going to miss out on quite so many of those really big matches that otherwise might have been, like you said, lost to time a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. And look, let's get to the main stage because we've got an opening ceremony to watch. I absolutely love all of the opening ceremonies that I've ever seen at Latin American International Championships. I mean, they always know how to put on a show, and I can just imagine what that's like being in the crowd right now, like the music around you, obviously the live performance going on. Everyone's excited and nervous to get started playing. There's always that little bit of nervous energy going on in the crowd at the moment, and yeah, you just love to see it.
Yeah, I've been sat in the players' seats for these opening ceremonies. It is very fun. I really like these opening ceremonies because so many of these places that host these international championships have like cultures around music and arts. It was in New Orleans in LAIC this year I was there for, which was fantastic. But there's certainly an energy when you're sat there waiting to play of like, this is really fun, but also can we just start the first round? It's a bit of a weird feeling. It's a little bit of nerves. I imagine a lot of players will be feeling.
I need to watch this in silence, I'm afraid.
Juntos teremos que mundo defender. Isso eu sei. Regalos eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon. Temos que pegar. Quem vai comprar comigo? Com seu poder, tudo transformar. Vem comigo, vamos formar sempre a melhor equipe. E sempre juntos vamos vencer. Sonho é poder. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que mundo mundo defender. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar. Dare yori mo tsuyokuなりたい。ポケモンゲットが本当の試練さ。この広い世界中探し求める。ポケモンの本当の力知るため。力合わせそれが運命。世界守ろう。強い心と勇気で飛び越えよう。君と俺助け合ってポケモン I wanna be the very best. No one ever was. To catch them is my big test. To train them is my cause. I will travel across the land, search and wide. Each Pokemon to understand the power inside. You should say, pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos queremos que o mundo defender. Temos que pegar. Temos que pegar.
opening ceremony that was. They had to mute us because Ben was getting way too excited about that.
Yeah, and it's the right decision. This is the right decision. You need to mute me and to enjoy the thing. It doesn't matter what language that's in. That just hits. That just hits different, doesn't it?
Ben was singing along full volume. Just be glad you guys couldn't hear it. I just take my headphones out.
You know what? Fair enough. I would. I wasn't, but I would. 100%. That was absolutely incredible, and just especially seeing some of the original people that worked on that for the localized version of the soundtrack is just incredible, and it just hits so different. I'm still you take this, Matt. I'm still enjoying the moment.
You're right. It is really exciting to see the amount of passion that some of the people who worked on the original project still have for Pokemon as a franchise. It's a franchise that a lot of people are very, very attached to, and like I said, it is good to see all those original names come back. You still see it with a lot of the original voice actors. Will still be obviously requested to do voices when people see them, that kind of stuff. You see the enthusiasm that people have for it. It's very fun. But moving away from that, let's get back into tournament mode a little bit. We do have an international championships happening this weekend. We do have a lot of streams still left to go after that opening ceremony.
Yeah, definitely. We've got all 9 rounds that are going to be broadcast today for phase 1 of the Swiss for LAIC. And of course, we're going to be focusing on the side stream. So if you just joined us, we're not going to be following the main broadcast. You can go and follow that as well. Keep up to date with what's going on. But we're going to be seeing some side stream action this weekend. We're going to be seeing those maybe second place picks for what match should be going on stream. We're getting to preserve a little bit more of the history of the video game championships.
Yeah, and that's what it is. It is history in the making here at LAIC, one of our international events, one of just 3 every year. It is one of the biggest events of the year. It makes such a huge difference for people qualifying for Worlds, and it makes such a huge difference for bragging rights for anyone who is able to take home the championships here. We do have a 2-time champion in our midst at LAIC this weekend, Marco Silva, Marco Fierro, having won the last 2 Latin American international championships, looking to do a 3-peat, something that no one has done at a major event since Ray Rizzo in Worlds way back at the start of the 2010s.
Yeah, so 2010, 2011, 2012, Ray Rizzo won the World Championships in a row. Absolutely insane. Couldn't do it in 2013. Absolute disappointment, really, Ray. If you're watching this back, why couldn't you do it a 4th time round? I don't know. But yeah, Marco Silva, definitely one of the players that we'll be keeping an eye on this weekend. Definitely, after winning the Lille Regional Championships this year, with none other than Komodo and a Ribombi, 2 Pokemon that definitely weren't on anybody's radar coming in, you definitely think, well, could he be able to take the whole thing again? He doesn't need to. He's got enough championship points. He's got a direct invitation to the World Championship, but that never stopped Marco before.
I think there are a lot of players here who have already got their World Championships invites from placements at Worlds last year, placements at major events this season. But they're still here because they want to compete. They want to get that big victory. We've got, for example, Giovanni Cichki is here, the world champion, reigning world champion. He doesn't have to go to any events this year if he didn't want to. He's already qualified for World Championships next year. He's here because he wants to win, as are so many other players.
I think he's definitely an example of just the love of the game. I've known Gio for quite a number of years now. He just absolutely loves it. And one of the things I'd love to call out for Gio is just such a lovely human being, is that in the Victory Road World Cup that's happening right now, grassroots event, so many countries competing in it. Giovanni and I are varying degrees of active. Gio more than myself in the Norwegian server, just like helping people run prep games. It's like, that's just brilliant. Just a random group of friends that he's coming in just to help play Pokemon, and he's an absolute machine. He just knows every result from everything and every team and the whole lot. It's no surprise that he became a world champion overall, but just really generous with his time as well.
Yeah, I mean, it also shows the amount of work that goes into getting to that level in this game. Having to know everything front to back, knowing every team that's won everything, knowing who's won what events, what's popular, what's been dropping off a little bit, what's on the rise, that kind of metagame analysis that some of us players maybe should do a little bit more of, and maybe don't.
Looking at you, Matt. Wait, which side are you? You're that side.
Ben's my team captain for the World Cup this year, and he's never been anything other than disappointed in me.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's move on from that, because of course we're in the Latin America International Championships in Sao Paulo right now. But we've got a lot of the season left to look forward to. This is the schedule for the North American Regional Championships, and of course the International Championships are spread out across there. We've got Toronto happening in January, the first event in NA for the new year, before we go over to European International Championships.
Yeah, that being hosted in my hometown of London. I'm very much looking forward to that. Following that up, we've got a few more regionals in North America, in Seattle the last weekend of February, Houston in March, and Orlando at the start of April. A very busy run of events there. And now let's have a look at the EU schedule. Again, we're in Sao Paulo now for the Latin American International Championships, and we've got Stuttgart just next week, the very last event in regulation set H, before a bit of a break and coming back to the UK for Birmingham Regionals at the start of next year.
Now in Europe, there is no question marks as to the last events of the season. There are in the NA circuit, but yeah, we're going to be looking at, after EUIC, going to Seville, Prague, Utrecht, Turin, before NAIC, and of course Pokemon XP, Pokemon World Championships. This is what all of our trainers are competing towards at not only our event this weekend, but across the rest of the season.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Worlds this year, because there's a slightly different structure where you've now got the World Championships as a competitive event, and separately there's a whole huge Pokemon experience for the competitors, for casual spectators, and everyone to enjoy, which I'm very excited for, because I think a lot of the time when you're competing at Worlds, you don't necessarily have the time to go around all the stuff that's happening concurrently with the World Championship. So having a separate event that you can go and explore in the days around Worlds is going to be very fun for a lot of the players, I think, in particular.
I think that is the nice mix, isn't it, between the competitive aspect and the spectator aspect. And of course, you go to an event, sometimes it goes your way, you're there right till the end, but hey, sometimes you're not, and you get to enjoy what's going on. But on the way this weekend, or the World Championships, this weekend our players are competing for lots of different championship points. So 500 for the winner, plus top 4 getting a direct invitation to the World Championships, just like winning a regional or a special championships, going all the way down to top 64 with 180 points. Now, if you're competing in the Latin America region, as many of our players are this weekend, that it's top 60 that will make it through with an invitation to the World Championships. If you're from Europe or the North America region, it's top 80 in the region. Top 20 for Oceania. MESA get 5 spots, and of course that is for the Masters. Juniors and seniors have a slightly smaller pool that they get to choose from.
Yeah, much like last season, this is a very, very competitive system for getting into the World Championships. In years previously, it's just been a flat bar. If you get this amount of championship points, you're in. Whereas last year and this year, you're competing against other people for those very limited slots now. So it's a much hotter competition. These championship points, so much more valuable. You can see the amount of championship points people getting from these international level events is so huge. You really can make or break a season with a result at an international event.
And not to mention, this whole thing makes the World Championships so much more competitive overall to get into. But also when we're there, we saw it at the World Championships in Anaheim this year. The level of competition every single round was absolutely stacked. But it's not just championship points that are on the line for these trainers to get their invitation to the World Championships. We also have a lot of prize money on the line for everyone as well. $15,000 goes to the winner of this event. Not just that 500 championship points, a lot of bragging rights, a nice little trophy medal, and I think just the glory would be enough for a lot of these trainers, but there's a lot of icing on that cake.
Yeah, I'd certainly not be displeased with the $15,000 as well as the glory, as well as really more booster boxes than you normally have room in your luggage for. Getting back to these events when you do well is always a bit of a hassle.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, that's what it's all about. It's nice to see as a player that's been playing since before time began, the prize support has been getting increasingly better over the years, and I just love to see that all of the hard work, all of the effort that these trainers go to across the entirety of their season gets so well rewarded, not just in the kudos of being able to make it to the World Championships and have a chance to compete to be the very best, but also, hey, let's help all of our players carry on competing and carry on going for these events and having a great time with the community as a whole. I mean, that's the other part of this whole thing that is so important, is the community and how everybody goes together to help each other be the very best. And I think one of the communities, looking at our players to watch here, Marco Silva is part of the Italian community, who are very, very well known in the video game for being one of the most inclusive overall. They really do have a lot of them working to be the very best, and a lot of them really do work with each other, battling it out, figuring things out, and trying to get the upper hand, and that produces players like Marco Silva.
I think it really does show how much the Italian community work together. You see the results, particularly at European events, but even international events, with Marco having won the last couple of LAICs. We've seen, obviously, Luca Ceribelli winning Worlds in 2024. The amount of success that Italy as a country has is really testament to how strong a collection of players they have and how much they work together to get these kind of results. And like you said, that kind of teamwork, that collaboration, and also that competition within the country leads to us getting players like Marco, getting finals over and over again where it's Marco versus Federico Camporese. We had Simone Sanvito winning a regional just a couple of weeks ago, Marco winning a regional a couple of weeks before that. So it's maybe, in terms of top players per unit area, the most densely packed region.
Italy. Just Italy.
Yeah, just Italy.
Just Italy, definitely. I mean, the US could be there if they had a smaller country, but Italy is quite a small overall footprint compared to, say, the US. And Giovanni Sischi is a player that we were talking about just a moment ago. Such a consistent player overall, has been playing so much over so many years, winning the World Championships this year and doing it in style. I think, especially with the arena that we were in the finals for this year. But Gio is a player that's been just grinding, not just in live tournaments, but online and grassroots tournaments as well. And it's that overall really enjoying the game, wanting to improve consistently, but also putting the time and work into making that happen.
Yeah, and he picked a very good tournament to get his first major win as well, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely.
The World Championships this year. Lastly, on our graphic, the Latin American representation here is Gabriel Agati. Never mind, there's more Latin American representation here.
So much.
Wrong immediately.
Well, Juan Salerno was the player in Gdansk that made it all the way to top 4, completely undefeated up until that point. A clean sweep through phase 1, clean sweep through phase 2, getting to the top 4, and then being able to, unfortunately not able to take it all the way, but is here and is on form this weekend for LAIC. Renzo Navarro just came off winning Belo Horizonte regional championships not long ago, and so is coming really with a great deal of form into LAIC. I'm sure that they, especially after winning Players Cup as well a few years ago, really are always someone that we have on our radar.
Yeah, they've got a good record at international championships as well, with a top 4 at LAIC last year, which I'm sure they will be looking to match this year as well. And our last player to watch is Christian Andrade.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm not as familiar with Christian, and I'm really excited to see what actually they could be coming up with this weekend, because it's always these sort of players that maybe come from a slightly different perspective on the format, and they came top 8 in Fortaleza last season, and the season before that they were Sao Paulo regional champions, so definitely have a lot of capabilities to their name, and certainly looking forward to seeing what they can bring this season round.
Yeah, well, those players are going to be looking to defend their home turf from the number of outer region players that we are certainly going to see this weekend. We've got a lot of players coming in from North America, from Europe, from as far as Australia, fighting for this international championship. And those homegrown talents, I'm sure, will be the crowd favourites for this weekend, but they've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, this is no easy feat, and especially when you've got to be fighting through all of this talent pool, especially when you can get very comfortable in your own region, playing the players that knowing maybe what you would expect, seeing the community around a lot of different players that you're familiar with. It's like, oh hey, I know what Matt's been running the last few weeks. If I come up against Matt in the Swiss, that's gonna be okay. I know what's gonna be coming for me. I can start maybe noodling together a game plan, but I don't know what every player in the world has been running. I don't know what the different various metagames that have been evolving in the different regions are exactly at the point in time. So what makes these internationals so fun, when all of these different metagames come together, you get to see what's on top.
It is interesting to see, as you say, how different the metagames can also be between regions. So the running gag is that European players only ever play balance, and that North American players just like to play really offensive teams. But I think especially coming to the end of the format, we've only got one more Regulation Set H event after LAIC, and that is the Stuttgart Regional Championships next weekend. I'm interested to see what our players are going to be bringing out this weekend, because there is no other opportunity if you've got any secret techs or any teams you've been working on for months and months. It's now or never. This is when you bring out all the big guns, all of your secret little tricks that you've been holding on to. So I'm very, very excited to see if we see anything a little bit more off the wall, or even just variations of standard teams that have some interesting moves choices or item choices, perhaps.
I feel like this is something that we've seen develop in the second phase of Regulation Set H, where we saw the same team popularized by Emanuele Brigante, the so-known Lele team, as his username goes, really popularized at the start of the season in Frankfurt. Then that got picked up for Pittsburgh and the next North American regional, which name is escaping me at the moment, but Milwaukee, that was it. We saw that get to the finals of Milwaukee twice. And then we got to Lille and Gdansk, and then everything changed. And the metagame was completely different. We had people like, hey, there's this standard team, it's really strong. Maybe I should do something about it coming into this event. Maybe I should have an answer to it. Maybe I should try and push the boat out a little bit. And you've seen that in the NA region versus the EU region, how it's shifted along. But then we've had Las Vegas last week, won by the Porygon 2 Saluna composition, because something completely different to what we've been seeing in the more metagame at the moment. Now we're coming into LAIC. Like, what's next is the question.
It is very hard to call. And it's interesting, as you said, with the so-called Lele team, how at Lille, obviously we had a champion using a pretty off-the-wall team with the Rubombi, the Como, which you don't see very often. But then going to Gdansk, the team that ended up winning, and in fact, I believe it was a mirror match in finals, if I'm correct, was not dissimilar to Emanuele Brigante's team, where it revolved around that same core of Rillaboom, Nails, Ursaluna. And that's what I mean. Like, a lot of the time, these top teams just evolve. And we saw it a bit in previous years, in previous formats as well, with the team that Luca Ceribelli used to win Worlds. We then saw that team morph and evolve over Regulation G, and then at a certain point, it just flipped back to exactly where it was at the start. That became good again.
I see, but that is the kind of cyclic nature of the game, and especially in an open-ended metagame like Regulation Set H. I think if we were talking about maybe Reg G or Reg I, you wouldn't see the same kind of behavior across the different archetypes that are doing well at the point in time, because there's just that little bit less flexibility. But in Regulation Set H, where you take the most powerful Pokemon out, the rest of them aren't as good. And so we have, apart from Ursaluna, we have lots of Pokemon that are on a similar power level. And I think that's really important to think about with Regulation Set H. That means that the things that the powerful Pokemon stopped from being viable, Pokemon like Kilowattrel, even though you're quite well known for using that Pokemon in various formats, Matt, you'd never see it in a format that wasn't Regulation Set H, where the power level wasn't a little bit lower. And that variation, that ability to use lots of different teams, I think is really, really crucial in the way that this metagame is allowed to evolve, because there's the space for it to do so.
Yeah, exactly. Particularly Pokemon around this bit. Like Sneasler has been running Regulation H for a while now. That's a Pokemon you don't really see in higher power formats, just because there's so much stuff that outspeeds it. You've got a lot of stuff like your Chien-Pao, your Fluttermane that are just faster.
Don't let the Nielsen brothers let you hear you say that.
They've heard me say it before. I played a match. Right, I actually made a hit piece on Sneasler a while ago, and immediately after making a video on why Sneasler was not going to be good in Regulation G, I played against one of the Nielsen brothers, Frederick, I believe. At the very next event.
I know this is going.
And I've never felt so much pressure to win a set in my life. That was, I think, if I'd gotten to finals that event, I would have been less nervous than I was playing this one Swiss round.
Yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that. They're very, very well known, and they're playing this weekend as well.
They are.
So I can't wait to find out if they're actually going to be running back. They probably will be. Certainly going to be running Blood Moon Ursaluna. I think that's
Blood Moon Ursaluna.
As you rightly said, it's one of the most powerful Pokemon. I mean, it could be one of the most powerful Pokemon that we have, let alone in Regulation Set H.
It's one of those Pokemon where even in those really high-powered restricted formats, you still see it popping up because it's just so good. Blood Moon's a very silly move. It does so much damage. Yeah,
it does. Just. I mean, it's kind of like Hyper Beam, isn't it? But without the downside. I quite like the difference. But yeah, I think there's a lot to be looking forward to this weekend, and I think I don't know. I'm just looking forward to getting our matches started. But let's have a look. Let's have a look at how the leaderboard is shaping up, Matt.
So we see Oliver Eskelin taking an early lead already on almost 850 championship points off of just a few events in the first couple of months of this season. A very, very strong start from him. With that many points, probably quite close to already locking in his Worlds invite. We see Emanuele Brigante, we mentioned earlier, who won the Frankfurt Regionals and changed the metagame of Regulation H forever with the team that he used. As well as a bit of a breakup performance from Louis Fonvier, who I believe was a senior just a couple of years ago. I remember
last year. Last
year it was, yeah. I remember casting a match between him and Shohei Kimura in the finals of the World Cup we mentioned earlier, which was, I think, a tough matchup for someone just coming out of seniors to have to play into. But put on a very, very good show. Looked a very impressive player in seniors. Has looked very, very impressive, as you can see in his start to his Masters career.
And of course, part of the French community as well. Can't skip past Team Masu, who was the runner-up at the Gdansk Regional Championship. So playing this weekend at LAIC and is on an absolute tear. Our consummate second place, Victor Medina. I can't wait. I can't wait until Victor is able to take a first slot. I saw him backstage when he was playing one of his stream matches in either Lille or Gdansk, and I just looked at him and was like, are you gonna win this time, Victor? I was like, and he said, yes, I'll try. With a big old smile on his face. He was he's always such a good sport for all of these things, but I gave him my support. I believe, Victor, that you will finally win a major.
Victor, who is definitely watching this right now and not prepping for his match.
Definitely not. When he watches back, I still believe regardless of what happens this weekend.
Yeah, when he watches this back after he's already won the tournament. And speaking of Victor Medina, here he is on our players to watch. As you said, a bit of a perennial second place for him. He's become second at a number of major events, which I wouldn't be too upset by. But as a competitor, being so close so many times can be very frustrating. And he is such a strong player. I think a lot of people say he's probably the best player who's never won a major.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. I mean, coming second place in LAIC last year versus up against Marco Silva was such a cool match. Worth watching back if you haven't seen that one. That was also in regulation set H. Federico, our Gdansk regional champion from last year in regulation set H, doing very, very well across many seasons. He's our reigning NAIC champion. Didn't have as good a Worlds as maybe we were expecting for him to have, but he's coming back into regulation set H in the new season, doing very, very well. And Louis, we've already said it, but I've just got to say it again. Louis has aged up into the Masters this year, doing what I think Oliver Eskelin did very well before him, aging up into the Masters and showing the Masters that, he was always able to compete at this level and has accumulated so many championship points already to his name.
It's such a good sign for the future of the VGC scene as well, where we've got players aging up from seniors. So they're still very, very young players, but they clearly have so much talent. They're so strong. And seeing that level of play come out of the seniors division gives me a lot of hope for the level of the game going forwards. Because I think over the last, since the start of VGC, the level has only been going up. And it's good to see that is continuing with the batch of players we're now getting from the younger divisions.
Well, especially since the seniors spend a lot of their time playing up against Masters, both in grassroots tournaments, but also in official local level events. The seniors and the juniors often get bundled in with the Masters as well. Let's move across to Oceania, though. Nick Khan, another relatively recent senior that aged up into the Masters division, doing exactly the same as what Louis was doing. He's a couple of years in now, but certainly one of the players from Oceania that we really do keep an eye on, because after his brother won NAIC, Nick Khan, he was able to take that Chris Khan, sorry. He was able to take that mantle and carry it on, enjoy the game, and just keep on learning. A lot of these kids, they've just got too much time on their hands compared to us old farts. But hey, I think it's brilliant that they can, show some of the older players on the block, the more experienced players, that they deserve to be there too.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nicholas does have a number of good Masters results under his belt earlier this year, getting some very, very strong results at a couple of regional championships in Australia, in Melbourne and Brisbane, with a top 16 and a top 8. So clearly a very competent player in his own right as well.
Definitely. And Joji Kaida doing very well across many, many different seasons at the regional and international level, but also has won 3, maybe 4 Grand Challenges and Global Challenges at this point. Done very, very well on that best of one closed team sheet format tournaments, and usually does so with teams that have a little bit of a surprise. But when they play at the in-person live events, they're usually picking up the best team of the moment and just deciding that they want to play it better than everybody else, and usually succeeding.
It is incredibly frustrating as another player to see players like Joji Kaida doing so well at these online tournaments, looking at their teams and thinking there must be some kind of gimmick here, and then you look at it and no, he's just playing better than everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal. It's a big deal when you have a team with all the tools. But let's not forget about Diego Fierra, very, very good player from Oceania, has competed on the world stage. I remember the first time I saw him play in 2024 World Championships on the stream, and just being so impressed at the consistency of him as a player, just such tight, lovely gameplay. And since then, it feels like his name is consistently popping up on the international level events, and certainly in some of the online grassroots events as well. Would be very shocked if Diego wasn't able to get their invite to the World Championships this year, just like in the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, last year he got it from winning a regional, had an automatic invite, taking home the Brisbane Regional Championships. And like you said, a top 8 placement at Worlds in 2024 as well. Very accomplished, both in his own country and also internationally. And we've heard, speaking of a couple of the featured players that we have looked at, Shohei Kimura versus Louis Fonvier. I mentioned that was a match that happened in the World Cup last year. And who would you believe is playing against each other in round 1 of this tournament?
This is going to be so good. I mean, Louis is a player that we've been following in the EU region for quite a while. Shohei, of course, is just an amazing Japanese player. Winning the World Championships in 2023, if I'm not mistaken, and is so consistent as a player. But also, I love watching Shohei because he's always so excited about it. Like, every single time that you see him live, he's always just got a big smile on his face.
Yeah, I think that kind of pairing in round 1 really speaks to the incredible overall skill level of the players here. That is just a round 1 pairing that we're going to get.
Yeah.
And we will have so many more matches like that throughout the entire course of this tournament. But you could tell me that was top 8, top 4 finals, and I would say, yeah, that's expected.
Maybe it will be. Who knows? I mean, yeah, that's the difficult thing about seeing these players at 0-0 playing up against each other. It's like, well, this could be a top cut match, but actually, well, it's round 1. One of them's going to be going 0-1, and when you look at the standings, you look at 0-1, 2-1, 3-1, 4-1. It's like, well, they're having a pretty okay day. But then you look back at their schedule, it's like, oh, it was that match that started them off on that journey. Now they're coming up towards phase 2. So we've got a lot of day to get through, of course, for our Swiss rounds of phase 1. But yeah, we couldn't have asked for a better start to this event for a side stream.
I just feel sorry for the poor sucker who has to play the loser of that in round 2. You just lost your first round. Just lost your first round. You're slightly worried about your next one. You know, if you lose another one, you're at 0-2. That's a tricky position to come back from. Then you look at your pairing on Arcanine, and it comes up as either Shohei Kimura or Louis Fonvier.
Okay, so we're getting straight into this match. Here we go. No, this is past leads. We've got a little bit of a mid-game thing going on. Shadow Ball going into this full Corona and picking up the KO. Now, we'll just figure out what's going on across these games. Maybe we'll get to have a little look at team preview in the between game 1 and game 2. But at the moment, that Snarl on our Chaladon is looking like it's going to be pretty effective here. Shohei versus Louis. What a brilliant start.
Absolutely incredible first round. And we're seeing Shohei, I'm imagining I can probably figure out what the rest of his team is. Oh, apparently we've had a bit of an error, so we're going to come back to that match in a second. But Shohei looking like, I feel like I can probably guess what 6 Pokemon are on his team just based on the Goldengo and the Ursaluna.
All right, 6 Pokemon, go.
It's going to be Goldengo, Ursaluna, Mousehold, Annihilate. Oh, what are the back 2? I played with this team so much. I've used this team myself.
I'm putting you on the spot now. It was the Frankfurt team.
It was. Oh, I could open up my copy of. I'll do that right now. I will get my Switch. I'm opening up my copy of Pokemon Scarlet and I'm finding this team in my game. I'm opening up my Switch right now.
Okay, love to see that. So, okay, we got 4 of the Pokemon. Louis, I wouldn't be surprised to be seeing the same composition that Tier Team was running in Lille, the Basculegion, Volcarona, Ursaluna kind of composition, but they did have an Archaladon actually, which is completely different from what was seen in that top 2 finish from Tier Team in Gdansk. So maybe it is something different. And this Snarl Archaladon is something that we actually saw coming to the fore quite a lot, with the ability to actually not go for Electro Shot and just say, Archaladon's a good Pokemon. I'll use every other tool that it has available to it, rather than trying to lean too much into this Electro Shot kind of thing going on.
Yeah, Electric Shot, obviously a very, very strong move. And speaking of Archaludon, we do have, looks like leads again. We have Dragonite and Archaludon. Maybe an indication that... Oh, have we swapped?
Oh, we might be right at the start of the game. We might be right at the start of the game.
We might be right at the start of the game. Well,
So we've got Dragonite, Archaludon out here. Golden Goat and Rillaboom.
On our side, right?
We're seeing from Shohei's... Oh, yes. Yes.
I presume we're seeing from...
We are seeing from Louis' side. So there's a fake out going into the Dragonite, stopping it from attacking this turn. There's the Shadow Ball, follow up from the Golden Go there. We get to see if it's a Life Orb, looking like a Life Orb based on that damage, but it could even be a Choice Specs there. Wouldn't be surprised. No, there's the Life Orb coming out from the Golden Go, and the Snarl dropping the special attack of the Golden Go, so making sure that it's not going to hit as hard as it would otherwise. But Matt, it's already knocked out a Dragonite. It's already done pretty well for itself.
Yeah, not a bad... Oh, it looks like we are in fact just picking up where we were before. So, judging by this position, not a great game one position for Louis at the moment, with a sleeping Volcarona and an Archaludon against whatever Shohei's got left in the back.
Yeah, so the Rillaboom coming out here and coming into that Ursaluna, and I think this is the turn that we saw just a moment ago there with the Archaludon going for the Snarl, and the Shadow Ball coming into this Volcarona, even with its special attack drop, is enough to pick up the KO onto the Volcarona and just force Louis to have his Pokemon not feeling quite as nice in front of these two big special attackers. But Archaludon's keeping on with the Snarl pressure. It's doing pretty good damage to the Golden Go overall, and might make this Archaludon pretty difficult to take down.
Yeah, Archaludon is one of those Pokemon where, like you said, even if it's not using Electro Shot, it's just got a lot of stats. So when you're running something like the Assault Vest item to patch up its slightly less good special defense, it's very, very hard to take down. And the problem is, if you hit it too much, its stamina ability is going to give it a lot of defense boost, which means it'll power up its body press, and it'll make it very, very difficult for something like this Rillaboom to make a dent into it.
Okay, so now we're getting the Terra option coming out on the Ursaluna, going for Terra Electric. This is the common defensive leftovers Yawn set that we've come to know and love here. Draco Meteor going into the Rillaboom, but shrugging it off completely and not going to be taking that much damage at all. The Yawn coming out from this Ursaluna. So Ursaluna protecting itself defensively from a body press that could have been coming out from the Archaludon, and making sure that it could get that Yawn off this turn with a bit of fake out support from the Rillaboom to make sure that it goes to sleep without doing anything else, and that Shohei can reposition.
Yeah, exactly. Archaludon, like we said, very difficult to get through, but if you can put it to sleep, and it's the only Pokemon left on the field, you can just chip it down eventually. We see a fake out coming out, which is going to cause that Archaludon to flinch. We do have the names the right way around now on stream as well. Louis on our side. And we see the Golden Go coming back in, trying to reposition to get some special attack in front of this Archaludon. Get rid of the special attack drop on the Ursaluna from that Snarl. This position looking very, very strong for Shohei now.
I think so, especially since that you can just swap that Rillaboom out. That's not going to be doing too much damage. It's there for fake out pressure at this point. Bring in the Ursaluna. That's going to threaten a big Earth power. And here's the nasty plot on the Golden Go. So this is the one turn where you're guaranteed that the Archaludon is not going to wake up. So Shohei can get it boosted, Golden Go boosted up, so that it only has to hit once. So it was almost the same as going for Shadow Ball twice in a row without the chance for a special attack drop or special defense drop or a critical hit in the middle. But it means that if this Archaludon stays asleep for longer, you're going to overall be doing more damage.
And it doesn't look like we're going to find out how long this Archaludon would be asleep for. Looks like Louis is going to forfeit this game one. Like you said, that nasty plot, if you click nasty plot and then Shadow Ball, that's the same damage as clicking Shadow Ball twice, but you don't give the Archaludon a boost, and your next Shadow Ball is hitting a lot harder. Louis saying, okay, that game not winnable anymore with a sleeping Archaludon into all the resources that were still left on Shohei's side. That is going to be game one in Shohei's favor, but we've seen people come back from a game down before. Louis, a very, very accomplished player, And it looks like he does have tools. That Archaludon, we didn't see much of that game, obviously, but the Archaludon looked like it was getting a little bit tricky to take down. And Archaludon is a Pokemon that's kind of difficult to leave alone. A lot of the time, these very defensive Pokemon, you can maybe leave them alone, hit the partners, and we are seeing the teams now coming up on stream. I was wrong about Shohei's Pokemon, actually. He's not running the Mousehold Ursaluna team that he has done before. Instead, we have got Incineroar and Volcarona in those two slots. The Grassy Seed
Clear Amulet.
Clear Amulet Incineroar, something we've seen on Hard Trick Room teams a lot recently. Grassy Seed Volcarona, we've seen that win Gdansk. A bit of a mishmash of sets from different teams, but it's 6 very good Pokemon.
No, you know what? Sometimes that's the best way to come about team building. It's like, well, that worked on that team, that worked on that team. Let's smush them together and see if they all work together. Louis on the other side of the field, a little bit more consistent there in terms of the Ursaluna Archaludon. You've got some screen support there with the Grimmsnarl, but then you've got that big damage potential with the specs on the Golden Ghost. So really like Louis' team composition as well. And Citrus Berry on the Volcarona, I'm kind of wondering if that's more HP, getting an extra 25 HP. Is that more or less damage than Grassy Seed would help you survive from attacks? You know, it's depends on the Pokemon that are targeting into it, doesn't it?
It does. And it also, if you don't have a Rillaboom on your own team, a little bit hard to use that Grassy Seed effectively.
Yeah.
Louis opting for a very defensive team in a lot of aspects with the Grimmsnarl and the Archaludon, but those screens that Grimmsnarl's going to be setting up, the Reflect and the Light screen, are going to be used to try and set up this Volcarona in some instances with Quiver Dance behind the Reflect and the Light screen. Very, very difficult to take down that Volcarona, especially when it has that Citrus Berry, as you mentioned, healing it back up. But we do see that Volcarona now coming out on lead alongside the Ursaluna for Louis into the Rillaboom and Dragonite on Shohei's side.
Yeah, so it looks like we're getting things off to a question mark in terms of how this game kicks off. Does the Dragonite get a big scale shot into the Volcarona or Ursaluna? Is there a fake out coming out from the Rillaboom, or is Shohei going to decide to just go straight on the offensive with a Wood Hammer? Because this is the one turn when the Rillaboom's at full HP, it can take a Heat Wave from the Volcarona. That gives it the option to go on the offensive. But speaking of going on the offensive, Ursaluna from Louis, Terra Normal, kicking things off. It's got the Life Orb, it's got the Terra Normal, its Blood Moon is going to be doing an unbelievable amount of damage here. Grassy Glide kicking us off. There's a Tailwind coming out from the Volcarona. So will this Blood Moon be able to pick up a KO on the Rillaboom? Coming down into it now, and the Rillaboom hanging on with just a sliver.
That's a big survival there from Rillaboom. We are going to see the Scale Shot now coming out into the Ursaluna. Probably not going to be enough to pick up the KO. The important question is, how fast are these Pokemon trained? Because this Rillaboom does have the option of going for a Grassy Glide, for example, into the Ursaluna to pick it off. But Rillaboom's very low on health, so Volcarona can potentially knock that out this turn. And if it does, if the Dragonite is not faster than this Ursaluna when Louis got his Tailwind up, then this could be a slightly difficult situation for Shohei to try and navigate.
Okay, so the Ursaluna is going to be coming out for Louis, so wanting to reposition that Pokemon. Maybe not confident in the Scale Shot, but more importantly, wanting to take a Grassy Glide into that slot with the Archaludon and start getting those stamina boosts loaded up onto it, because we saw before it's quite difficult to knock out the Archaludon if you don't have the right threats on the field. Now Rillaboom is going to go down to a Struggle Bug, but that's also going to break the multi-scale onto the Dragonite, and that could be really key for being able to knock it out that little bit later. Looks like a Scale Shot went into the Volcarona and didn't connect on this turn.
That's the Dragonite classic. It's the risk with Scale Shot. It's such a powerful move, and getting a speed boost on a move that powerful, an incredibly strong move, but only 90% accurate. So 10% of the time, you're not connecting with that, and that damage on Volcarona could have been very important. And like you said, that Archaludon switch in, very nice to catch the Grassy Glide. First of all, not taking very much damage. We see after the Grassy Terrain recovery, this Archaludon is back at full health, but importantly, it does have a defense boost now in front of these two physical attackers on Shohei's side. We see that either the Golden Go or the Ursaluna, at least one of those, has been left on the bench for this game, which leaves one less threat to get through this very physically bulky Archaludon.
Yeah, it's like the nice thing about Archaludon is that you can go for Draco Meteors into a Dragonite if you're Louis, and then body press afterwards. It's kind of okay because you got the stamina boost. While one stat goes down, the other ones go up instead, and so you can kind of capitalize on that. Louis, though, pretty happy to just get some chip damage down onto Shohei's side of the field, and there's Shohei connecting the scale shot this time. After the third one, the Volcarona will activate its Citrus Berry and recover, so it's easily going to be able to take this scale shot even if it hits all 5 times. The question is afterwards, with the Dragonite now at 2 stages of increased speed, will the Volcarona even be able to act again before this Dragonite gets to launch an attack?
It did look like on turn 1 the Volcarona was faster than Dragonite, able to set up that Tailwind first. So with the Tailwind up and 2 speed boosts on the Dragonite, Volcarona should still be going first, but the question is, what does it do if it's going first? It's not really putting a huge amount of pressure on either of these 2 Pokemon. Dragonite resisting Heat Wave and Struggle Bug. Incineroar also resisting Heat Wave. Struggle Bug, not a very strong move. There's no special attack stats that you want to drop on Shohei's side of the field. So Volcarona doesn't feel like it's making too much impact at the moment, but what it is doing is it's maybe making it difficult for Shohei to use his Terastallization. Because if Dragonite goes for a Terra Fairy, which it likes to do, or if Incineroar goes for maybe a Terra Ghost to try and get around a Body Press from this Archaludon, that's when the Heat Wave can start to punish Shohei's moves.
Yeah, I really like that call out there, but there's a Terastallization getting going. It is on the Incineroar this time round, going indeed for a Terra Ghost, and stopping the Body Press from being a big threat across the board. Now, it doesn't have an Assault Vest to help it survive moves like Draco Meteor, but you can only use those once before your Draco Meteor stops doing too much. As you said, Volcarona did get that Struggle Bug off before the Scale Shot came out, but now this Dragonite is at 3 stages of increased speed, but also 3 stages decreased defense. And so I'm curious to know whether there is a physical attacker in the back for Louis to be able to capitalize on that as the Draco Meteor goes into it. No capitalization required, just a big KO there. Shohei now down to their final 2 Pokemon, and we'll get to see what Pokemon is left in the back as Incineroar goes for the parting shot, dropping even further the stats on Archaludon. But unlike game 1, where it looked like Shohei took a really early lead, now Shohei is on the back foot, and I'm curious to whether this Golden Go and Incineroar as a combination will be enough to be able to make a big comeback in this game 2.
I think this Golden Go is still quite well positioned though, because this Archaludon, as you mentioned, its stats have been dropped very far now. It obviously still has its defense boosts, but Body Press is doing exactly 0 damage into a Golden Go on account of the fact that it is a Ghost type. Golden Go very likely faster than all of the Pokemon on Louis' team, including, crucially, that Ursaluna in the back, which is now on very low HP. So, if Louis isn't able to get some speed control, maybe a Tailwind up, this Ursaluna is going to be a bit of a sitting duck in the back, and this Golden Go does still have the potential to win this game from here.
I think so. I think the question is whether Shohei can find the room to get a nasty plot and really capitalize on it. But with the Incineroar coming in this turn, and offering the fake out support that Dragonite is really not a fan of when it's carrying multi-scale as an ability as opposed to inner focus, the nasty plot does look pretty consistent to be able to get up on this turn. At least Dragonite will be able to protect itself, make sure that multi-scale remains intact.
And that call is correct, the fake out going into the Dragonite. Shohei saying, I don't want you to get that Tailwind up. As we identified, that is a potential win condition for Louis, is getting that speed control, and we do see the nasty plot. It looks like that's going to be a Snarl coming out, but the Golden Go dodges the Snarl. That is critical.
That's a big dodge. That's a massive dodge.
Special attack on the Golden Go. The damage from that Snarl at -3 special attack now. Not particularly relevant. The special attack drop, though, would have been very valuable to help this Archaludon and Dragonite on Louis' side to survive some attacks with the Golden Go.
Tailwind coming out from this Dragonite, but doing it before the Golden Go is able to act. That means the Archaludon is going to be going next, getting the first of its Snarls back up on board. But the Shadow Ball going into Dragonite, I really like this tactic from Shohei. Targeting down the Dragonite with a knockoff as well, that's taking away the loaded dice. That's going to mean that the Scale Shot is back to being between 2 and 5 hits. But more important is that Archaludon, if Shohei can knock out either the Dragonite or the Ursaluna, that's going to lock this Archaludon to the field with all of its stamina boosts, but nothing to do with them because it's in front of 2 Ghost-type Pokemon.
Yeah, this is, as you said, Archaludon doesn't really want to be stuck on the field here, but at the same time, you can't afford to switch because the Ursaluna in the back is on such low health. Scale Shot is now coming out. It's going to be very important to see how many hits we get here. That's 3, and it's going to stop at 3. That's what you'd expect from that. It's still good damage, but that Incineroar staying alive for just 1 more turn, and this Archaludon, like we see those Snarls there, they are, on paper, super effective into both Goldengo and this Terra Ghost Incineroar, but in practice not doing very much damage, but that Shadow Ball in return doing a lot more.
Okay, and so we see the knockoff also coming into the Archaludon, so no worries about attacking it, no worries about the stamina boost because of the body press not being very effective at all. And this is a real test of timing for Shohei. Targeting into the Archaludon for 2 reasons. 1, the Dragonite can protect itself, but 2, because Tailwind is up, and you really, if you're Shohei, want to take your first knockout here once Tailwind is about to go down, and preferably on the Dragonite, so that the Tailwind can't get set up again, and the Ursaluna in the back can't just go for Terra Normal, Hyper Voices, Blood Moons, or Earth Powers into either the Goldengo nor the Incineroar.
Like you said, keeping that speed control is going to be Louis' priority here. Protecting that Dragonite to try and keep it on the field so when Draco Meteor coming out for very unimpressive damage into that Incineroar.
Wow. That's some big meteors coming out there from the Archaludon. Unfortunately, yeah, Incineroar can easily take that hit. Knockoff coming back, also doing paltry amounts of damage at this point because Archaludon has boosted up its defense, or has had its defense boosted up so many times. But this is definitely one of those waiting games. Now is the time, I think, that Shohei starts to really go on the offensive, especially since Dragonite protected itself this turn. This is the last turn of Tailwind, and now with the haze coming out, the Archaludon gets to attack for its full strength.
And it's enough to take out the Incineroar. That's a very, very big knockout. And this Goldengo going down to -1. But Archaludon doesn't have its Assault Vest equipped at the moment because it was knocked off by this Incineroar. Problem is, Goldengo does have to kind of pick and choose who to get a KO, and it does go after the Dragonite, not opting for the Shadow Ball that would have been neutral damage into the Archaludon, maybe enough to KO, saying, okay, I can't afford to let you get that Tailwind up next turn. But right now, it doesn't look like this Archaludon is going to be in range of another Make It Rain after another special attack drop. So, with another Snarl looking to pick up the Goldengo here, I think all Louis needs to do is attack with both and just hope that either you don't miss an attack or you don't get hit by critical
it's the Make It Rain. 4 HP, the Archaludon is able to hang on. The special attack drops from the Snarl after the Make It Rain as well, coming in absolutely clutch here. Ursaluna goes down. Now Louis, with the recoil from the Life Orb, gets to use a perfectly accurate Flash Cannon. No chance of missing, just like the Snarl is capable of. That's enough to pick up the KO here. And Louis is taking us to Game 3.
What a set this is turning out to be. I really like how Louis managed that end game, even with the Snarl miss. And missing your first Snarl is so much worse than missing your 4th Snarl, because that's 3 extra turns of extra damage. So missing that first one on the Goldengo, really impactful, but Louis did such an excellent job of positioning in that end game, setting up a position where, okay, the Dragonite did go down, but he correctly called the Goldengo going for a Shadow Ball into that Dragonite on the previous turn, which set up a position where Shohei had to effectively pick and choose. If you KO my Dragonite this turn, you can't KO both of my Pokemon next turn. And so I'll be able to get an attack off. And again, the recognition there to not try and go for an accurate move, not go for the super effective Snarl, saying, okay, maybe a Flash Cannon wouldn't get the KO on Goldengo from the range it's at now, but there's going to be a turn of Life Orb chip before I get to use my Flash Cannon. And recognizing that, saying, okay, not giving myself a chance to lose this one. if I survive this hit, I'm just going to flash cannon, get the KO there. And the Archaldon, just enough HP left, 4 HP
So
at the end of
close.
that game to hang on.
So close. And this is... Do you remember what the result of that match was between Shohei and Louis?
It was 2-1 in
World Cup.
Shohei's favor. And in fact,
2-1.
I can remember some of the board positions that were being set up by Shohei in that game.
Wow.
Because it was a
Okay.
really, really fascinating match to watch. And
So
that was
this
when
is-
Louis was still in the seniors division.
And this is the potentially the second time ever that they have played, because Shohei playing in Japan, Louis playing internationally as well as Shohei, but them being in 2 different age divisions. This is the first time they've probably met on the official circuit live in person. So I can't imagine, like, one, what a great time this will be having a rematch, but also like how tense this is going to be between these 2 trainers, knowing that they've played each other before and which direction it swung last time round.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how this game 3 goes. Will either of these players be feeling the nerves?
Oh,
Losing round 1, tough position to come back from. Both these players very good, but we'll have to see who comes out on top here. This time we see a mix-up on the lead. The Grimmsnarl and the Golden Go coming out from Louis this time. We didn't see either of those Pokemon last game, so he's switched up his strategy completely, whereas Shohei going for that same Rillaboom Dragonite lead that we saw last time.
Ex Golden Go looking pretty good in this spot. Can't be fake outed, putting a lot of pressure immediately onto Rillaboom and Dragonite. Now it can be targeted down, but actually a lot of the times these Specs Golden Goes, they like to do a little bit of damage, punch a potential hole in your opponent's team, and then to be able to try to use whatever other Pokemon that you have in the back to take advantage of it. Scale Shot going into the Golden Go though, not going to do too much damage whatsoever.
Yeah, that Reflect being up from the Grimmsnarl with the Frankster ability always getting to set that up first. Golden Go, pretty happy to take that hit. It does hit all 5 times, but even so, probably not even a quarter of Golden Go's health gone, but a speed boost on Dragonite is maybe the most important thing here. And we see a high horsepower miss from the Rillaboom into the Golden
That's
Go.
a
See the
fast Rillaboom.
That is a fast Rillaboom or a slow Golden Go. But the high horsepower miss there, even through Reflect, that's doing a big chunk of damage. That's a very, very important miss, potentially, for Louis. Can he now capitalize on this? We see him locking into Shadow Ball on the Golden Go here, on the Choice Specs Pokemon, not wanting to click the move that drops your special attack. That does mean that potentially this could be an Ursaluna coming in here to take these normal type attacks for free.
With the specs, you've also got to be really careful about what Pokemon in the back. If Shohei had switched in a Golden Go to a pretty obvious Make It Rain, they could have been very much punished, but Shohei did not fall for that whatsoever. Now they know the Ursaluna is a perfect switch in to this Golden Go because it's locked into Shadow Ball, so it won't affect the normal type Ursaluna, but Louis kind of one stage ahead of that, and getting the Spirit Break would have been doing a lot of damage onto the Dragonite with its defense dropped and being super effective, but equally its secondary effect, dropping the special attack of the Ursaluna on the switch in, kind of a win-win situation for Louis.
And this is, I think, the position that Archaldon really wants to be in. It's got the Reflect up. We saw the high horsepower, even though it was super effective, this Archaldon seemingly trained to be very defensive, not taking too much damage from that. Yet again, we see it switch in on a physical attack to get that stamina boost. The Ursaluna not threatening too much damage with that Spirit Break special attack drop. The biggest worry, I think, here for this Archaldon is going to be Yawn, actually, from Ursaluna.
Yeah, I think so. Grimmsnarl is just getting out of there this turn, though. Louis wanting the support for a little bit later. But whether or not that'll be capitalized on by Shohei, let's see. Woodhammer into that slot. Very dangerous here. Going into that Flame Body Volcarona, but no effect this time round. Just a little bit of damage there. The Snarl coming out, so this Ursaluna is at 2 stages of decreased special attack, or at least half the damage that usually it would be dishing out is what's being dished out to the Volcarona, which is perfectly coming in by just a couple of HP points into Citrus Berry range with the grassy terrain that Shohei set up. I feel like Shohei really worked out how to do very well in game 1, but Louis has adjusted seemingly so well to this matchup and swapped things out in just the right way coming into game 3.
Yeah, that was an excellent turn from Louis, able to reposition into this Volcarona, which is now in a position where last game we saw it stuck on the field in front of 2 Pokemon that resist fire. Now it's against 2 Pokemon. One of them's weak to fire in the Rillaboom. One of them pretty low special defense on the Ursaluna, even if it's trained a lot in that. So it can fire off this Heat Wave. It's going to break the multi-scale on Dragonite. And we've got a lot of chances for burns. We don't get one this time, but Draco Meteor coming out is going to be enough to pick up the
That's a
Ursaluna.
big KO. That's a big KO there. Bear is going home right now. Louis sending it absolutely packing and taking the first Pokemon advantage in Game 3. Now, without the Ursaluna, I think if it's the same as before, all hopes are going to rest on this Golden Go to be able to do the special damage that is required to be able to knock out this Archaludon.
Problem is, now this Volcarona is in a really strong position. Volcarona next to Archaludon is a board position that Louis will be very, very happy with because, like you said, the one threat to this Archaludon now really is this Golden Go. But Volcarona can threaten it with Heat Wave. It can set up Tailwind if Louis decides he wants speed control. And if the Golden Go goes for a Terastallization, now it's making itself much weaker to that body press.
Yeah. Okay, so protect from the Golden Go there, not taking any damage this turn. But this does allow Louis Volcarona to just get that Heat Wave going. Certainly something that Shohei's going to try to take advantage of.
Another
here.
miss!
Every time, every opportunity that Shohei has had to try and dish out some damage, this Dragonite is just not, unfortunately, getting an opportunity to get those hits out to protect its Golden Go partner. Because Golden Go's, even though Golden Go's a little bit on the back foot against this Volcarona, Dragonite was able to hit that Volcarona with a Scale Shot. It would put it into range where Golden Go maybe would have been able to finish the job.
I think the most important thing there is the lack of speed boost on the Dragonite. That's the thing with running Scale Shot, is that so often if you miss your Scale Shot, your whole line in that game can fall apart. We saw that there. Not able to get up a Tailwind on Shohei's side, for example, after missing that Scale Shot, because it was still slower than the Volcarona. Volcarona, from Louis' end, taking the KO on the Dragonite. Big damage down on the Golden Go, and now it's at -1 special attack as well, thanks to the Snarl. This Archaludon is looking like it's going to be very, very difficult to get through, and so is this Volcarona at this point, with the only 2 Pokemon left being the Golden Go and the Rillaboom.
Well, the trouble for this Volcarona is that it's not taking that damage. It's used its Citrus Berry. That's kind of a tick in Shohei's camp, but aside from that, it's faster than the Rillaboom. It looks like it's faster than maybe the Golden Go. And Louis can just opt to protect it until it's in a good enough position to be able to attack into. Grimmsnarl isn't really doing too much work in this particular scenario, but the only move that Golden Go has to knock it out is a Make It Rain, which is going to drop its special attack. And here's Shohei fighting back as best they can. Second nasty plot here. This is exactly what Shohei needs. Enough nasty plots, you'll get through the Volcarona.
You will, but can you get through the Volcarona and the Archaludon at the same time? The fake out into Archaludon from Shohei gives Louis Archaludon another defense boost, which again just powers up these body presses. So there's potentially a risk for this Rillaboom taking these body presses now in these next couple of turns.
Shadow Ball after the light screen going into the Archaludon, and the light screen definitely allowing it to hang on. It would have hung on otherwise, but definitely making it much more comfortable for Louis here. Here's the high horsepower though, with all those stamina boosts. Not enough to be able to pick up the KO. Shohei fishing for the critical hit there. That would have kept him in the game 100%. As the Snarl comes out, not enough to pick up the KO on the Golden Go. Looks like grassy terrain will take it out of range of being knocked out to its own next attack with the Life Orb, but there's not many attacks that this Golden Go has left in the tank.
Yeah, like you said, the Life Orb, the grassy terrain will run out reasonably soon. That Life Orb chip may be the nail in the coffin, I think, for this Golden Go, because it's very limited in how many attacks it can fire off, and I don't know if it's got enough to take out all of Louis' Pokemon before that, but we're going to see Shohei give it its best go. That is a double KO on this turn. The special defense drop from the Shadow Ball last turn playing into that, I think, allowing this Golden Go to get the KO on the Archaludon, but this Volcarona in the back is looking very, very scary.
Not only that, there's a Specs Golden Go in the back as well. We don't know what the speed interactions are between these two Golden Go that are left on the field. What we do know is that Louis is going to have to go on the offensive. It's going to have to attack in some way, shape or form. I guess it could trick off the Assault Vest from the Rillaboom and allow Volcarona to be doing some good work. But this is where Shohei's got two Pokemon that resist Make It Rain, and Shohei's got a big Make It Rain that would like to take a double KO, but probably isn't going to be able to find its mark.
See, I don't think the speed order between the Golden Goes matters here. The only thing that matters is the speed on this Volcarona, because it's going to be able to set up a Tailwind before anything else on the field moves. Louis doesn't have to risk going for a Heat Wave miss, doesn't have to risk a Struggle Bug maybe not quite getting the KO on the Golden Go, because the Terra Steel Specs Make It Rain is always going to be enough to pick this up. We see the Protect come out from Shohei on that Golden Go, but
okay.
Tailwind Make It Rain still looking very scary. The Terra Fire on the Rillaboom, though, with this Golden Go locked into Make It Rain, it's got a finite amount of HP left, but maybe with a couple of critical hits, there is a chance that Shohei could wriggle his way out of this one. But that's so much damage. That's not the critical hit that Shohei wanted.
No, not at all. I think this, from a critical hit, this could be in range. But the Golden Go avoids the attack there. Not going to be taking any damage whatsoever. That should seal the game here with the Tailwind for Louis. Just has to find his mark with the Heat Wave. And now, you could argue that maybe it's a Struggle Bug that you lock into with a Volcarona alongside that Terra Steel Make It Rain. You could easily have enough damage there to be able to knock out this Rillaboom. But Louis, not wanting to take that risk, just saying, I'm going to hit my Heat Wave, does onto the Rillaboom this turn. And now the follow-up of the Make It Rain on the Golden Go, hitting down into that Rillaboom.
And Rillaboom does go down to that Make It Rain. And that should all but seal this up. I guess maybe it's technically possible, but I think the Terra Steel Make It Rain, even at -2 special attack from Louis, is going to be enough to pick up this Golden Go, especially now that it's only aiming at one target.
Yes, I think that's the key. It's got slightly more powerful than it would have done otherwise. The grassy terrain has ended, so that recovery lifeline that Shohei had has ended. Now Louis gets to settle the score. Going to be winning round 1 here at the Latin America International Championships, 2-1.
Feels like a rough game for Shohei. There were a couple of misses in there, like 2 high horsepower misses, a scale shot miss in game 2 and game 3, the critical hit on the Rillaboom as well.
Yeah.
But that's the risk you take. There were a lot of opportunities for Louis to have something go in his favor. Switching into Volcarona on the Woodhammer, there's the Flame Body opportunity there, a lot of opportunities for Heat Wave burns, for example. So it does look unlucky for Shohei, but on balance, I think that's actually not that unfortunate, given how much Louis was playing to give himself opportunities for things to go in his favor.
Yeah, I think that's the real key here, and the other part of that is the way that Louis was able to change up the game plan for game 3 was really, really big. Saying, well, I haven't brought the Golden... We didn't see them right at the start of game 1, but certainly game 2, we didn't see the Golden Go nor the Grimmsnarl. But that was a really nice way to lead things off. And I think Louis just got themselves into a really good spot. Going for the Shadow Ball, trying to fish for the Golden Go on the switch-in, then punishing the Ursaluna that was telegraphed in because the Specs Golden Go was locked into a Ghost-type move, but actually just not hanging around. Like, Ursaluna comes in, Golden Go comes out. Then it can come back in later on to finish the job. I'd love to have seen how the game progressed with the scale shot from Shohei connecting onto the Volcarona. It wouldn't have gone down because of the reflect that was up on Louis' side at that point in the game, but it would have made things a lot more tight. And I think these are, especially when you've got 2 players of this level of skill, you just want to see every single thing connect, right? And just see like the skill expression that comes with that. But I think what we got to see is how Louis took advantage of those bits of good fortune and locked out Shohei from even having a chance to come back, even with those couple of nasty plots in the end game.
I think that's a really underrated part of skill expression in Pokemon, is managing probability, because like you said, you want to see everything hit, but at the same time, if everything hits all the time, then that's not necessarily skill expression. If you're clicking a 90% accurate move, you have to have the skill to be aware that it's going to miss 10% of the time and know how to play around that. Know when you need to go for the inaccurate moves. We saw in the end of game 2 there, for example, Louis not taking those chances, going for the flash cannon on the last turn instead of the snarl, being aware that you do have that win condition. And we saw at the end of that game as well, we didn't see the final turn play out, but he locked in a struggle bug because he, I guess, thought that if there is any chance at all that golden go on Shohei's side hung on from that single target Terra Steel make it rain, even at -2, he'd only need a little bit more chip damage. So you don't need to worry about any misses or anything there. So there's a degree of skill in playing around those probabilities. And I think, like I said, Louis gave himself so many opportunities with Heatwave burns, with dodging scale shots, with the flame body on the Rillaboom as the Volcarona switched in there, that something is bound to go his way at some point.
And look, when you lock in your team, you've got to be locking in aware of those things as well. Scale shot in particular. I mean, how many trainers this regulation set H have just locked in scale shot on Dragonite? Because even if you do miss occasionally, and it is a small percentage of the time, but even if you do miss, how much benefit do you get from all of the times that you are landing scale shot and it doing so much damage and giving you the speed boosts and getting you into tailwind more effectively, and going for haze when you've got a speed boost so that you can take away advantages that other trainers, maybe nasty plots from the golden goes. You have to take the rough with the smooth in a lot of team building choices, and I think scale shot is definitely the key example of that in our format right now.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a lot of risk-rewarded Pokemon, especially in Regulation Set 8. There's a lot of Pokemon that really play around with that RNG element. We see Sneasel a lot. We saw it last week in the Las Vegas finals as well, with that very, very clutch freeze on the Porygon 2.
Freeze, yeah.
In isolation, it looks very lucky, but if you think about the fact that I think there was 5 PP left on that Ice Beam at the end, so there were 11 Ice Beams clicked that game. The chances of one of them getting a freeze somewhere, pretty high. And it happened at the most dramatic possible time. So clearly there was some internal coding that was programmed to give us the best possible cinema.
And you've got to go for your outs in those situations. So we're going to go for our outs in this situation right now. We're going to be going to a short break, but we'll be back very soon as we have our second match here at the Latin America International Championships.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to your Latin American International Championships. I'm still Matt Maynard. I'm still joined by Ben Kiriakou for our second round to bring you more side stream action. We've got more matches that you can't see on the mainstream. This is exclusive stuff here, folks. You don't want to miss out.
Definitely not. This is Pokemon action at its finest here. The matches that we don't always get to put on the mainstream, we get a chance to stream them. We've already had Louis Fonvier, who is near leading the championship points in Europe, versus none other than world champion or previous world champion Shohei Kimura, going on here at the international stage. This is nothing more than what we could have asked for, getting things kicked off. And we got a little bit of time before we get our second match going, and we've got so much more action yet to come today.
Yeah, that was the match we saw last time, was the second choice match in round 1, and it was of that caliber, which I think speaks to how much good stuff we've got going on for you. But speaking of good stuff, here's all the good Pokemon.
Yeah, just make a team out of the top 6. I think you'll be absolutely fine. Incineroar and Golden Go leading the chart. Well, pretty much was, except for the Sneasler, wasn't it? It's and I think that's probably a little bit of a commonality that we've seen in a lot of teams, whether the choice of whether or not you actually bring Sneasler in your team, and if you do, what set are you even running? Are you running Diaclaw from the more common sets that we had in the earlier parts of the format, or are you moving on to this new Swords Dance and Acrobatics set that's really gained popularity since the start of the season, with Emanuele Brigante winning the Frankfurt Regional Championships with the infamous 6 Pokemon mostly on the top of the graphic here?
Notably, one of those 6 Pokemon has dropped down off of that top row of the graphic, and in fact is almost off the graphic entirely. Alolan Ninetales at the last few regionals we've seen across Europe and North America has been way up there in usage, normally in the top 6. In fact, I think the top 6 usage at one point, I can't remember which regional it was, but the finals was just a mirror match of the top 6 usage mons in the format, which was quite funny. But Ninetales has dropped quite far off. We're seeing a lot of people moving away from that archetype of maybe the Ninetales Volcarona stuff, or the Ninetales and Golden Go setup teams that we saw quite a bit, and instead favoring, different weathers. I think we've seen pop a little. We see Basculegion and Archaldon have risen up a little bit, which is normally an indicator that even though Pelipper isn't on our graphic here, Pelipper's probably hovering not that far away from the bottom of our graphic. Rain making a bit of a comeback as well.
Definitely, and I think the other thing that's been making a bit of a splash is this Volcarona was the top 2 positions in Gdansk Regional Championships. And then you look further down the line, Ursaluna making a big comeback, just winning in Las Vegas last week. And so I think we're seeing the rise of a few different archetypes. I'm actually quite impressed to see Annihilate still holding position 7 here. Actually, I thought Annihilate was one of those Pokemon that even more than Ninetales had really dropped off in usage, but we're actually seeing it raising up a bit further than I would expect. Certainly wasn't expecting it to be higher than Volcarona coming into LAIC.
I wasn't expecting that either, but I think it makes sense given how versatile a Pokemon Annihilate is. Obviously, the most infamous set is the bulk up setup set, where you often run it next to something like a Mouse Hold or something that can hit it with a multi-hit attack, get all those Rage Fist stacks going, and just start knocking stuff out with a 300 base power ghost move. But we've also seen, less so recently, but there was a period in Regulation H where we saw a lot of Annihilate running Focus Sash or Safety Goggles, opting instead to go for Close Combat and Final Gambit, Taunt, Coaching. You've got so many options that you can run on Annihilate as kind of an offensive support Pokemon that it doesn't need to be the centerpiece of a team. And I think people are picking up on that a lot more now.
I found those sets on Annihilate really interesting, not least because of the supportive options that it has, but also the way that it was trying to be an immediate pressure. The bulk up sets on Annihilate tend to be pretty slow in the way that they set up. They go for a couple of bulk ups, maybe they get your opponent doesn't want to target down into the Annihilate because it doesn't want to get the Rage Fist boosted up. And so you can sit there with an Annihilate with pretty low base power moves and maybe only 1 boost to its name, not actually doing too much damage. But when an Annihilate comes onto the field, that's got either Final Gambit, but more importantly, just close combat. Even some of the Scarf ones were running Shadow Claw instead of Rage Fist for just that immediate pressure. It plays completely differently. And I think that's a really fascinating sort of dive into the different ways that you can build up your Pokemon to suit what you need. Even Volcarona, we've seen it in Gdansk, it was doing so much work on stream where it was getting loads and loads of Quiver Dances. But Louis, we've just seen on stream here at LAIC in our first round of the side stream, he was running Struggle Bug and Heatwave and Tailwind, and presumably Rage Powder on that set as well. So there's a lot of flexibility in Regulation Set H itself, but also within all of these Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing, is that so many of these Pokemon are so flexible. Incineroar, you'll tend to see a pretty standard set. I think that's true of Rillaboom as well. It's normally Assault Vest. You normally see the same 4 moves. But something like Golden Go, we saw the kind of so-called Elizabeth Rain team a while ago was running Scarf Golden Go. Life Orb is the most common set now, but the Life Orb sets for a while were running maximum possible speed and just trying to outspeed everything. But we saw in the last set, Shohei's Golden Go was Life Orb, but it was quite slow. We saw Specs on Louise. We've seen some running Grassy Seed Terra Water next to Rillaboom to set up. And it's the same with Blood Moon Ursaluna as well. The number of sets we've seen on that with Life Orb, Assault Vest, Leftovers.
Yeah.
It's even Sneasler has seen quite a variety in sets, as you pointed out earlier, shifting from the standard Sash sets. We saw Psychic Seed for a while, then Grassy Seed has picked up again. I've seen some people going back onto Sash now. I was on Sash for the last tournament I competed in. So it's really the versatility of these Pokemon that keeps them at the top of the game. And it does look a bit silly seeing, you know, Golden Go at 42% usage, Ursaluna at 37% usage. But fundamentally, they're playing so differently. The reason these Pokemon are so high on these usage stats is because they have so many different ways they can be played. It's not the same Pokemon, really, or the same way of playing the Pokemon that's on 37% of teams. It's that that Pokemon is versatile enough that a third of teams can use it in some way.
Can we coin a phrase for the rest of the stream?
Yep.
Can we start calling these Pokemon slappable?
Slappable, yeah. These Pokemon are very... Splashable is the more common term in terms of...
No, I prefer slappable.
Slappable is more funny.
I would prefer slappable.
Let's go with slappable then. It's more comedic. But the meaning behind slappable being that you can take most of these Pokemon, you've got an empty spot on your team, slap it on. Just slap one of these Pokemon on
slap
there.
It on.
It's probably fine.
Yeah, I mean it's a great way to describe what happens. I mean, Rillaboom and also is the job slappable that the Pokemon is doing. So like Rillaboom and Incineroar, they go on so many teams because so many teams need a bit of terrain control maybe. They need some fake out for support for their bigger hitters like Golden Go or Dragonite or Blood Moon Ursaluna. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. It could be something further down the rankings in terms of how many Pokemon are there. There's lots of different Pokemon that can do lots of different things in the format. But Fake Out is pretty ubiquitous in the way that it is useful across pretty much every single team. And Incineroar carrying Intimidate as well. So that role compression that both all of these Incineroar and Rillabooms do on teams, the support that they give is so useful across so many different formats that it kind of solves a lot of the problems before you start.
Yeah, you're right. It's also the uniqueness of what they bring. Like, there's no other Pokemon in the game at the moment that has access to Incineroar's defensive typing and Intimidate and Fake Out and option to maybe the best pivoting move in the game in Parting Shot, and it can get rid of your item. There's nothing else that can do that. So it's very, very slappable, but also there's nothing else that you can slap on instead that does the same thing. Yeah,
exactly. And I think that's it can be easy to look at Incineroar and be like, oh, it's just another Incineroar. But I also think the way that all of these Pokemon are used in terms of their movesets, but also their training really does make a big difference to all of these Pokemon. And I think that's what makes VGC such a fun format to be able to play. Is like you can play your way. You don't have to play like everybody else is playing. Yeah, you can. There's a lot of team sharing that goes on in this day and age. I think the community is really great at doing that. But actually, team building is about trying to play the matches in your head before you actually get to the matches and be like, well, in this situation, I kind of want this to happen, and in that situation, I want to be able to make that choice instead. And that is a decision that you as a player get to make, and I think that's just such an integral part of playing VGC.
Yeah, I think Instin's actually a very interesting example. Sorry, I should say Incineroar. Incineroar is a very interesting example of a Pokemon that is very, very customizable, even though it often runs the same 4 moves, even on the standard kind of Assault Vest or Safety Goggle sets. We've seen some of them start to be trained to the maximum possible speed. They go max speed, Jolly Nature.
Yeah.
Some of them super, super bulky. There's no speed or attack investment anywhere. Some of them, I am a fiend with Incineroar. I started running a lot of attack investment on my Incineroar and a fair bit of speed as well, so I could outspeed some Rillaboos and one-shot them with a Flare Blitz.
Right, and you see that on the hard Trick Room teams that Brian Collins popularized with the close combat as the last move. You have Flare Blitz, close combat, and knockoff, and still got Fake Out to start getting the Trick Room up. But as soon as the Incineroar's in Trick Room with its clear amulet, can't be intimidated. Boom! It's starting to do some damage. And I think that's just a great way of thinking about the customization of Pokemon. But our round 1 here at LAIC is still playing, so we're going to take a quick break right now. We'll be back very soon as we get pairings for round 2 to see who our second match will be on the VG side stream for LAIC.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Latin American International Championships. We had a very long round one, but we are ready to go with round two, and we have got yet another very, very exciting game lined up for you. I am Matt Maynard. I am joined by Ben Kiriakou. Ben, tell us what we've got in store for us.
Oh, we've got a good one, Matt. We've got a very, very good one. And it's going to be Ashton Cox, who was a previous winner of LAIC versus Thomas Gravouille from France. So we had a double French header here at the Latin American International Championships. Maybe not what we were expecting off the bat, but these two players definitely deserve to be streamed in this match. And we've had a little bit of a glimpse at the team preview, and I'm hoping we're not going to be disappointed by this whatsoever.
There is some very interesting stuff on one of these teams in particular. Even on the other one, some interesting choices that could be made with Pokemon customization. But there's one team in particular that I am very, very excited to talk about on Ashton's side. Some very unusual picks on there. One Pokemon that I don't know if I've ever seen on a stream match in this generation.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. We're really milking this. The people at home, when you see it, trust me, it will be worth it because
no, we must have done. I think, and this says something about it. I think Boyd ran it once, didn't he?
Yeah, Boyd did run it once, which should tell you everything you need to know about its competitive viability. At least in the mainstream. Ran
this Pokemon at one point. And that's the only example I can think of, and I think that's everything I can possibly say about this Pokemon before revealing it.
Yeah, I think like the last time that I saw it like seriously a part of the metagame was back in 2014.
I was gonna say it kind of been later than Gen 5, right?
Yeah, 2014 was the last time that I remember it being actually really competitively viable and something that people used on a regular basis. You had to think about your matchup against this particular Pokemon. Well, until now, we've got it on our side stream here at LAIC. The Pokemon in question is Chandelure.
We have got a Choice Scarf Chandelure on Ashton Cox's team. Chandelure, for the last however many years, has been a little bit outclassed by some other fire types. A lot of it is to do with its speed, but it does have that Choice Scarf now to mitigate that. And its ghost typing means it is immune to Fake Out, which is very, very valuable on such a fast attacker.
This is kind of like we've got Hisuian Typhlosion at home, kind of set up here. But Chandelure is so powerful. It's got so much more special attack that it's not actually that far away from the eruption damage that the Hisuian Typhlosions can dish out. But backed up with a Sneasler, a Mousehold, a Komodo as well, following in Marco and Dill's footsteps, but slightly different, using the Clangorous Soul move to start boosting up this Komodo, Rillaboom, and that sort of more infamous Dondozo, but without the fissure that it's well known for.
Instead, this one opting for a more reliable setup with Curse. Dondozo, with its Unaware ability, simply ignores any stat boosts on the opposing team. So if Thomas's Annihilate gets some bulk ups or Golden Go gets some nasty plots, Dondozo is simply too stupid to notice. But it can boost itself. So it could potentially get some curse boosts off, especially into the physical attackers on Thomas's team in Annihilate and Rillaboom. Those defense boosts are going to be very difficult to break through, especially with the combination of Leftovers and Rillaboom's grassy terrain, giving it a lot of healing every turn.
Now, this is, on Thomas's side, the same 6 that Shohei Kimura, that we just had on stream last round, was using at the Frankfurt Regional Championships to get top 4. And so it's a very well-known, very well-established composition, and for good reason. That Mousehold Annihilate combination with the Terrafire, the Citrus Berry, the Bulk Up, the Beat Up, the Super Fang is really, really dangerous. And that Mousehold with Super Fang is a really nice example of a way to use that supportive option with everything else on your team. The Dragonite, the Golden Go, the Annihilate, the Ursaluna, and the Rillaboom all take advantage really well of the Super Fang that Mousehold is offering.
Yeah, exactly. You've got combinations such as Super Fang from Mousehold into a Make It Rain from Golden Go. And there are quite a few Pokemon in the game that can take a Make It Rain pretty comfortably from full health. That number goes significantly down when they start at 50% of their HP. So that's just strong, consistent damage from Mousehold, which otherwise wouldn't really be outputting a huge amount of damage. It does mean it's not running something like Taunt, which could have been quite valuable into maybe the Como or the Dondozo on Ashton's side of the field here. Or, in fact, into Ashton's own Mousehold, who is running Population Bomb and Taunt. But the Mousehold on Thomas's end is Terra Ghost, which means that that's a little bit risky for Ashton to go for as well. You've got 2.5 ghost types on Thomas's team with the Annihilate, the Golden Go, and the Terra Ghost Mousehold.
Yeah, it's like And Population Bomb is otherwise such a strong move. Even without its Technician boost, Ashton opting for Friend Guard instead to support the other Pokemon on the team, I wouldn't be shocked if all 10 hits did land and they're 99% accurate with a wide lens for every single one. The Dragonite could actually take multiple, or wouldn't be able to take a Population Bomb even with a multi-scale helping to protect it. But it looks like we're getting things kicked off here very, very soon. Round 2 of, oh yeah, I got ahead of myself there. I thought the game was coming with that wipe there, but no, it's back to us. But we're going to get kicked off very, very soon with these two players getting started.
Yeah, I think something to really look out for in this matchup is going to be the speed control, because obviously you've got the Scarf Chandler on Ashton's side, you've got the Como, which can set up with some speed boost with the Clangorous Soul, but there's no other actual speed control that I can see on that team. There's no Tailwind, there's no Icy Wind, whereas Thomas does have access to Tailwind on his own Dragonite. And so potentially getting that Tailwind up so that you're faster than something like Como or Chandler, even with that speed boost, could be very, very important. And this Como, most notably, not running the bulletproof ability, which means that Golden Go can hit it with those big Shadow Balls, even if it does go for Terrafire.
Yes, as like Soundproof is really good for other different moves that land their way into it. If for example, there was a Primarina out and it was trying to use Hyper Voice, that's not going to be affecting it. Sylveon's Hyper Voice, which we see very occasionally in Regulation Set H, those sort of things. Perish Song as well, something that maybe is entitled to Wolfie Glick these days, but does get seen some play on different versions of teams. Soundproof says that this Komodo isn't able to hear those sort of moves. So Soundproof's still pretty effective, but a little bit more niche in the way that Ashton has built his team.
Yeah, well, I think actually one of the bigger ones is some people forget that Soundproof does block Parting Shot, which means that one of the ways that you often get around these setup sweepers is you'll put an Incineroar in front of them, they'll get their boosting move off, and then Incineroar goes, nope, no more boosts. You can have your defense and your speed, you're not allowed your attack or your special attack, but with Soundproof active, Incineroar can't weaken this combo because it's a special attacker. Obviously, Intimidate doesn't really work on it either. It blocks Snarl as well. So all of the common ways you would drop special attack on a Pokemon like this are completely blocked.
And Hyper Voice as well. I mean, we talked about it on Primarina, but there is an Ursaluna on the other side of the field. That's probably the more relevant one in this particular matchup, where Ursaluna has to lock in to one of those big attacks to get some things going there. So yeah, lots of options for both of these trainers here. Really interested to see how Ashton is getting things kicked off with this team. It's definitely a swing to take a team like this. And you mentioned it earlier, Matt. This is the chance, with no more events left in NA until 2026, when we go back to Regulation Set F. This is the chance to take a swing at Regulation Set H, put all of your eggs in the basket of LAIC, and see how many championship points come out of the woodwork.
And you know, with a player like Ashton Cox and a team like this, that there has been a lot of work put into this. Something like a Chandler is not being picked because, oh, what if Chandler fits here? Maybe that would be funny. This will have been tested extensively. There would have been a lot of work that's been put into this team, into this run at the Latin American International Championships. So I'm expecting that even though this team is a bit non-standard, some of the Pokemon aren't maybe as strong as other options, Ashton Cox is absolutely gonna know what he's doing with this team, especially into something as standard as the 6 that Thomas is using. So that's the advantage that Ashton's gonna have here. Thomas's 6, very well established, very strong Pokemon, but Ashton will know his lines into that much better than Thomas will know his lines into Como Chandler.
Yeah, so, well, this is it. This is the almost Jamie Boyd phenomenon at this point, where, run something a little bit different, but let's see how this different gets on here. It's not looking too different at the start. We're seeing a mouse hold apiece for both of these trainers, a shiny Komodo and Dragonite leading off.
I do enjoy shiny Komodo. I used Komodo for a bit in Regulation H, and I had to have it shiny. It's just so garish. It's fantastic. But back to the actual Pokemon that's being played, we do see the double mouse hold lead. Interesting that Thomas has led this mouse hold without any of the standard setup Pokemon next to it that it likes to support, instead choosing to just defend this Dragonite, or there's also the option of going for potentially a Super Fang and following up with a scale shot. Similarly to what we talked about earlier with Make It Rain, there's a lot of stuff that can take one scale shot from full, significantly less stuff that can take a scale shot from half.
I think that's going to be the real key to this, but in maybe knocking out either mouse hold, maybe there's an opportunity for this Komodo to get itself set up. And I think this is where the Terra Fairy comes in really clutch, actually, on the mouse hold and on Ashton's side, making sure that it's not taking any damage from a scale shot. That's the only offensive move that Thomas has available to him, and being able to follow me away that attack. Equally, Dragonite going for its Terra Fairy and making sure that it's not going to be taking any damage from a Clangorous Soul, or Clangorous Scales, in fact, that's coming out from Ashton's Komodo. And so, this defensive typing looking really, really nice for both of these players here.
Yeah, a lot of Dragon-type moves on the field available. Having two fairies to sit in front of them does make them a lot less useful, but Dragonite almost doesn't want to leave the field here because it wants a chance to maybe haze away this boost from the Komodo. So it'll be interesting to see here if Dragonite goes for a Tailwind here. Because obviously, Ashton will be... Oh, sorry.
There
Thomas
it is.
will be...
There's the...
Yeah. Thomas will be aware of the possibility of the Terra Fairy and the mouse hold there, and will want to guarantee that speed boost on Dragonite, and does get it there. So now it sets up for a potential haze play.
Exactly, the haze is going to be big here, isn't it? Because the Komodo, not only has it got its Omni Boost to all of its stats, but it's also used that Throat Spray in the process, getting an extra boost to its special attack, and haze would take all of that away. Now, Thomas can't even go for a Terra Ghost with their mouse hold because the Dragonite's already taken the Terrestrialization slot, and so Population Bomb is completely safe for Ashton in this point.
Yeah, the Super Fan coming out from Mousehold. Interestingly, because Clangorous Soul takes away a third of your health every time it is used, I think that means that Combo does not now have enough health to use Clangorous Soul again. So that's a very, very heads-up play from Thomas to stop that setup from happening in future and get rid of the setup this turn with the haze. But how much is he going to have to trade for that? This Dragonite taking a lot of damage from the double of Population Bomb and Flamethrower.
You know, it's not even that much. The Friend Guard is doing a lot of work here because that's a full power 10-hit Population Bomb plus a Flamethrower. And yeah, okay, the Komodo wasn't boosted up, but the Flamethrower is not a weak move by any stretch of the imagination. And now that the Dragonite is terrestrialized, it's no longer resisting that hit either.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a resistance to Flamethrower. It does mean that the Clanging Scales is off the table if you're trying to hit the Dragonite, which is probably the scary move on Combo, but Combo no longer has any more setup options. The problem is, how do you reposition if you're Thomas here? Because this Dragonite is sat on the field not doing very much in front of this potential follow me from the mouse hold on Ashton's side. Do you just say, okay, I'm going to Super Fang something again this turn and just try and get an early KO if possible? We do see the follow me come out here.
Well, it depends if Ashton Cox is going to let any type of scale shots come out and affect the Pokemon that he's switching in. That Dondozo coming in basically for free here. Super Fang does exactly 50% of your HP damage, depending on exactly what's remaining. So the first one did the first 90 damage, the second one will do about 45 damage, and so on and so forth. So Super Fang's not getting a KO anytime soon.
Yeah, no KOs with Super Fang. And again, can you afford to reposition your Dragonite here? Because it feels like it's not really doing enough. And we do see it finally switch out, but what is going to come in is the question now. I could see this being, for example, a Golden Go. And Golden Go,
perfect. Golden Go coming in there to take a Yawn coming out from the Dondozo, but also going to stand very much in front of a Population Bomb that Ashton can go for. I wonder if Ashton is in a position where they want to start thinking about trying to knock out this Mousehold, take away that Friend Guard, especially now that the Tailwind has left the field.
Yeah, if you can get rid of this Mousehold here, that does open up it opens up Ashton's team a bit for Thomas to start clicking Scale Shot again, which obviously his Dragonite is pretty much shut down by this Mousehold being on the field, but now you've got that big Make It Rain threat on the field. And also worth noting, one downside of Dondozo's ability of Unaware is that, yes, it does ignore your opponent's stat boosts. It also ignores your opponent's stat drops, which means that this Golden Go, if it lowers its special attack with Make It Rain, Dondozo will still take full damage from it. But in the meantime, we do have a population bomb coming out, not enough to pick up the mouse hold on Thomas's side.
And Make It Rain and knocking out the mouse hold on Ashton's side really paves the way for the Dragonite in the back to actually start doing something again. If it comes in that little bit later. Now this mouse hold, you really do see the effect of Technician. 50% extra damage to population bomb is a lot of damage that you're giving up in that spot. Now Dondozo gets to react. Wave Crash going into the Golden Go, but again the Friend Guard doing double duty here really overall in this match for Thomas, and just making sure that he's been able to take all of those hits really effectively.
Exactly. Friend Guard has been a very, very big factor so far in this game. We saw Dondozo there take, I think, more damage from Wave Crash recoil than it did from the Make It Rain from Golden Go, thanks to Mousehold's Friend Guard being up. Problem is now, Ashton feels like he's running out of tools to try and get around this Golden Go. Based on how much damage that Wave Crash did from Dondozo, it's going to take a while for that to KO it. And Como, there's a good chance it's slower than this Golden Go here. And even at -1 special attack, it looks like a Shadow Ball would probably be enough to pick it up. So this is a very, very tough position now for Ashton, trying to get through this Golden Go.
Protect coming out from the Dondozo, meaning that a Shadow Ball into that slot will not be doing any damage whatsoever. There's the Follow Me, taking away the Flamethrower. So the mouse hold that has been offering Thomas so much support in this set, both with the Follow Me, but also with the Friend Guard, is now down. Shadow Ball, though, not targeting into the Dondozo, instead into the Komodo, and enough, even with a special attack drop, to pick up that big KO. Now, with both Mousehold and the Komodo down, it's just this Dondozo and whatever the last Pokemon is for Ashton that has yet to be seen. Now, seeing that that's a Sneasler, and seeing that this Sneasler does not have access to Throat Chop, means that this Golden Go is sitting pretty happy against the Dondozo overall, and is overall immune to any attack that Sneasler can go for.
Yeah, you're right. Now it is just a case, I think, for Thomas of getting rid of this Dondozo, and then Golden Go can always win in the end versus Dondozo. And what better Pokemon to get rid of a Dondozo than a Rillaboom packing that Wood Hammer with... No, it is a Miracle Seed boost, sorry, on Thomas's side. So absolutely no way that Dondozo is ever going to survive that. No Terastallization is available either. So Dondozo is now sat in front of this big grass type attack. Ashton feels a little bit pinned here, because as soon as Dondozo goes down, Golden Go wins for free.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of waiting games, I think, at this stage in the game. Of course, there is Fake Out available for Ashton. He's using it to stop that Rillaboom attacking, but with only Curse and Yawn as an option, and unaware, not working in Dondozo's favour this time. It is only the Sneasler left to battle up against the Dragonite, Golden Go, and Rillaboom that Thomas has available. And as we said before, this Golden Go is... I mean, even if it wasn't able to Terra, Thomas would definitely not go for that in this spot, because he's now completely immune to the both fighting and poison type moves that this Sneasler has available.
Yeah, very well positioned from Thomas, realizing that his Golden Go is the main win condition there if he can knock out certain threats. And so we saw a very good example there of prioritizing the threats that he needed to knock out, namely the Dondozo and the Como, with the options to hit Golden Go. I think it's worth noting, though, for Ashton, that he didn't really bring anything to the team that could deal with that Golden Go particularly well. We saw that he brought... Sneasler can't hit it with any of its moves. Mousehold, its only attacking move is Population Bomb, can't hit it. And then the remaining two Pokemon, Dondozo can hit it with Wave Crash, but we saw there it's not doing a huge amount of damage. And it can't hit it with Yawn. And then the Como, yes, it has Terrifier Flamethrower. And we did see, interestingly, that the Como on Ashton's side is faster than Thomas's Golden Go, which could be very relevant in the coming games.
Yes.
But I feel like if you are Ashton there, you've got to mix up the Pokemon you bring to give yourself more options into that Como.
Is it time?
It could be. I saw that smirk developing on your face as soon as I said not enough options into Como. You're like, I wonder what here could be good into this.
I think it could be time. I think it could be time for the Chandelure to come in, because it does match up very, very well. I think the question is for Ashton is whether or not they can get the Sneasler in to do a little bit of work in the early game. I think the reliance on Komodo against the Terra Fairy Dragonite was really something that was quite uphill for Ashton to be able to deal with. And with the Sneasel SA in the lead, it wouldn't have been quite as easy for Thomas to be able to get the Tailwind set up, start to put a little bit of pressure on, and to be able to kind of get ahead in the mid game, where Ashton kind of struggled in the mid game and ultimately just ran out of resources.
As you argued there, I feel like Ashton had a lot of trouble getting rid of the Dragonite in the early game. And the issue with bringing Chandler... And the Mouse Hold as well, of course. But the issue with bringing Chandler is that because it's that Choice Scarf item, if an opposing Tailwind goes up, most of Thomas's team is going to outspeed the Chandler. And so it's a bit of a sitting duck without access to protect. So it could be a little bit tricky to try and position that correctly. I think it is a good idea to bring it, but you do have to change focus.
You got to be careful. You definitely got to be careful. But also, it's got trick. Trick away a load of dice. Trick a Scarf onto a Mouse Hold that can't really do too much. Trick a Scarf onto a Dragonite, take away the load of dice at the same time. But if it's on the same turn that the Tailwind goes up, then the Dragonite's locked into Tailwind. It's got to switch out, and you know that it can't protect itself later. So I think there's a lot of cool techs that Ashton has available, not just on the Chandler, but on the rest of the team as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the change up is. I would be shocked to see Ashton not changing up at all.
Yeah, you feel like he has to here. Problem with getting rid of the trick is a nice option on Chandler. Problem is, if you trick your Scarf away onto a Dragonite, you now don't have your Scarf, which means you're slower than Golden Go. We do see same leads again from both. There's got to be a mix-up in the back, surely, from Ashton here, because this lead felt very, very... Oh,
no, I just saw it.
Oh, sneak peek.
I just saw it.
There's a sneak peek. But now I wonder, seeing, like, we know now that there is that Chandler in the back, do we now see a focus on that Dragonite in the early game from Ashton? Get rid of that Tailwind option as soon as possible to enable that Chandler to then position itself in the late game.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and certainly with the composition of Thomas's Mouse Hold not actually being able to put a lot of pressure on immediately. Super Fang is pressure, but it's not taking any knockouts. I think that's the key to it. Means that Ashton can play a little bit more aggressively in the early game. Even if you just knock out the Mouse Hold straight away, that still opens up the door to be able to knock out the rest of the Pokemon on Thomas's side. So we're going to get kicked off with a Terrestrialization, another Terra Fairy coming out from Mouse Hold on Ashton's side, just making sure the Mouse Hold isn't going down to a Scale Shot this time, and the Dragonite following suit absolutely. Now this is the interesting bit. We saw what can happen if a Clangorous Soul went off on turn 1 with the Komodo, but now we get to see a little bit of a switch up. Super Fang coming out into the Mouse Hold, but no Follow Me this time. Just a straightforward Population Bomb. Start to pressure down that Dragonite as quickly as possible if you're Ashton.
Yeah, this is what we said Ashton maybe needed to pivot his game plan to. We do see 10 hits, and it's not quite half without the Technician and with the Friend Guard from Thomas's own Mouse Hold. I don't know if another Population Bomb is going to pick up. We see Combo go for the Clangorous Soul again, but last time that didn't really do a huge amount for him, so I wonder if maybe that is the right option. I saw him hovering a little bit over Clanging Scales just to try and get some damage down. Still get your boost off, and we do see a Scale Shot coming out.
4 hits doesn't look like enough. 30, going down to 6 HP.
We get 5.
5 hits coming out. Thomas getting the good RNG there, just getting those big hits, and a Clangorous Soul coming out. No Follow Me this time from the Mouse Hold, so because of the Population Bomb, just trying to target down that Pokemon that was giving him so much trouble before. But the difference in this game is that the Dragonite has now opted to go for a Scale Shot, not a Tailwind. It's got its multi-scale broken, and now this Scarf Chandelure is looking like it's in a much better spot to start putting on some pressure.
Absolutely, and with the Terrestrialization as well, without that Dragon typing, these Fire-type attacks from Chandelure are going to start doing a lot more damage. With the Friend Guard up, I don't think there's really any chance this Dragonite does get KO'd this turn, which means there is still an opportunity to click Tailwind.
Oh, I don't know.
Which could be a bit
I don't know. I think that Chandelure could do it, you know.
I think you're really overestimating a Chandelure. There's Friend Guard active. It doesn't look likely to be. I would love to be proven wrong.
Well, I think we're going to see pretty soon which one of us is correct. I know where you're coming from, but Chandelure is pretty powerful, and I wouldn't be surprised. We see the Protect coming out from the Mousehold
I'm gonna feel
on
so
this
vindicated
turn.
this turn.
Can it do it? Heatwave coming out, pinging into that Protect shield. It's going to connect on the Dragonite. Here we go. Not a chance. Not even close. Fair enough. I stand corrected.
I feel very, very vindicated.
I'm sure you do. No, I mean, but that wouldn't have done it without the front guard either. So
No.
maybe that's a commentary on Chandelure being a choice scarf variant and maybe tried to be trained in a little bit of speed there as well. But yeah, Chandelure is still going to put a lot of pressure.
It's also worth remembering in this situation that Heatwave is also a spread move. So it does get that 25% damage reduction when it hits both targets, which even if it hits a Protect, still counts as hitting both targets. We see another Follow Me though. Scale Shot, yet again, not able to do anything into this Mousehold, keeping the Chandelure protected from these big attacks. Another Heatwave coming out. That one is enough to do it, and also a very good chunk of damage down on the opposing Mousehold, doing about half.
And this is the really nice positioning that Ashton has been able to get into with the Chandelure, because now if the Rillaboom comes in, then it's going to be able to, or it's going to only be able to fake out and high horsepower and grass moves, but there is still redirection on the field from the Mousehold on Ashton's side, and Thomas is kind of running out of Tailwind to have access to. There's still a couple more turns, but they're not going to last forever. And certainly the Golden Go is coming in is going to be threatened quite heavily by this Heatwave, especially since it can't Terrastallize. The Dragonite already did that into Terra Fairy. So Chandelure again just looking like it's in a really good spot.
Yeah, Chandelure looking very, very good here. But I think there's 2 more turns of Tailwind.
2 more,
which is not the number that Ashton needs, because Mousehold can keep that Chandelure safe for this turn with a Follow Me, but once next turn comes around, that is going to be a big Shadow Ball coming out from this Golden Go potentially. It's a tough call to make if you're Ashton here, because if you leave the Chandelure undefended and Golden Go just goes for a Shadow Ball here, then it's going to be trouble. We do see the Protect from Mousehold.
Oh yeah, okay.
Chandelure is vulnerable.
Chandelure is vulnerable, and it could be taken down by this Shadow Ball. The Tailwind is still up in play. Shadow Ball comes in. Friend Guard not enough to be able to protect this Chandelure. Thomas is looking very, very convincing again in this game too. Just like in game 1, Chandelure taking Golden Go pick up at the knockout on the Chandelure there. Now the Sneasler in the back, and this is not the situation where you want to Sneasler to come in. Just like in game 1, it's not going to be able to hit the Golden Go at all, nor is the Mousehold on Ashton's side of the field. Only Population Bomb as an offensive move. So 2 Pokemon on the board from Ashton's side, none of them able to target down into the Golden Go. Ashton knows that, forfeits the battle, and it is Thomas Gravui that is taking round 2 here on our LA IC side stream.
Yeah, I think the key in that game too was the speed control. We kind of mentioned that in team preview, that there isn't any speed control options on Ashton's team. And Thomas being able to mitigate that combo threat really early made it very difficult for him to get any leverage. Because yes, Ashton did force the Terastallization early, which was good. It opened up the Chandelure, but Heatwave is a strong move, and Chandelure is a very powerful Pokemon with a very high special attack stat, but with that Friend Guard up, with the spread damage reduction, it's not doing enough. And even if it had managed to get Heatwave off into the Golden Go on that last turn, probably wouldn't have been enough to pick up the KO.
And you can't lock into Shadow Ball because there's a follow-meing normal type Pokemon in Mousehold on the other side of the board. You can't lock into Overheat to make sure that you get that big KO, because you need Mousehold to be gone, because that follow-me's away any type of single target attack. And I think it's just such a tough situation to be in if you're Ashton, and even swapping it out and swapping back in a little bit later may not even be enough to be able to secure a victory. Maybe with a Population Bomb into Mousehold, Ashton would have been able to knock out the other Mousehold, switch out to Sneasler, which wasn't going to do as much, try to save that Chandelure for the end game. But it did look a little bit sketchy. It looked like Thomas's tried and tested team was definitely in the driving seat all the way through.
Yeah, I think the Mousehold Chandler board position did feel quite strong for Ashton, but the problem was just that Tailwind still being up. If Ashton had gotten that board position a turn later, then I think that would have started to be very, very threatening.
Yeah. Well, but, I mean, that heat wave didn't look like after the first heat wave that it was necessarily going to pick up the KO on the Dragonite, and maybe we might have been in one of those situations where it did the lower amount of the damage range that it's possible to do, and then did the higher amount and just barely got a knockout on the Dragonite. But if the Dragonite was knocked out one turn later, this is one of those times where positive momentum actually looks like not KOing the opposing Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when your opponent's got speed control options up. And you see it a lot of the time when people play against teams that revolve very heavily around Trick Room. The early turns are a lot of the time just deliberately not doing any damage, so that once your opponent manages to get their big Trick Room threat in, their Torkoal or their Hatterene, there's only 2-3 turns of Trick Room left. You can get around those and then go from there once the Trick Room's down. Same with that Tailwind. Ashton almost would have been. That's the problem with being Choice Scarf. There is that you only have the option to go for the same move you've already clicked, so you can't decide not to KO the Dragonite that turn.
Yes.
So it's a very interesting team from Ashton. I definitely think, as we said, he'll be very well practiced with this, but that was a very, very well played game from Thomas, identifying where he needed to use his strategization. And even though he did use it very early both games, it ended up being worthwhile enough to go for that. It got him over the line.
I think so. And also the reading game too, the going for the scale shot, realizing that after game one, where we saw the same position, the two Terra Fairies on the Mousehold and the Dragonite going for Tailwind early looked kind of good on paper until you started trying to do some damage, and then there was a Terra Fairy Mousehold in front of you. And maybe Thomas was thinking about the various other game plans that could have been in play, with the Komodo going for a Terra Fire and then not taking super effective damage with the Clangorous, etc. But then after seeing it in game one, seeing that line in game one, then being like, well, if my opponent, if Ashton is really set on using Clangorous as a move, what if I just knock out the Komodo while it's setting up? And then I can play from there.
Yeah, I think Thomas also would have been very aware of the fact that Ashton didn't bring any threats to deal with Golden Go in game one, and so was probably calling that Chandler may well have been at the back. Because if you look at Ashton's team, it's really only Chandler that can do well into that. You can obviously hit it with a high horsepower from Rillaboom, but it's not doing too much damage. So I think there's also a case of that scale shot is more beneficial for the reason we said earlier about the Tailwind. Because a lot of the time, the later you can get a Tailwind up, the better it is for you, because the more turns you then have to play with later in the game. And so I wonder if that scale shot was also partially, okay, even if you do follow me, I don't think I really care. I think if you're Thomas in that situation, okay, you can get the setup going, but you're not going to be able to one-hit KO my Dragonite because of the multi-scale and the Friend Guard. Yeah. So I can just haze away the boost next turn if I need to, or Tailwind next turn if I really need to.
Yeah.
So I think it was a calculated risk in that if he gets it correct, then it's a very positive play. If he doesn't get it correct, he's still not in a bad position.
No, I do wonder if the second population bomb also would have been able to knock out that Dragonite, because the first hit did just less than half, but the first hit is obviously halved by the multi-scale. I was wondering if that would be enough to take it over the line and actually get the KO on the Dragonite there. Certainly would after a scale shot, but maybe beforehand as well, if Ashton maybe saw that scale shot coming, rather than in game two where we saw the Tailwind. Ashton was like, well, if they go for Tailwind again, I can get this Clangorous Soul, I can force the haze like I did in game one, and then with the first population bomb, I can put this Dragonite in range of being knocked out to another population bomb the following turn. So I think there's so much going on in all of these matches, and especially in a matchup that you don't see every day of the week. Trying to figure those things out can be pretty difficult for both trainers.
Well, that's the thing. Like we said, Ashton would have played this matchup a number of times, I imagine, in the lead up to this event. But Thomas did a very good job of improvising against a fundamentally very non-standard team. He identified what was tricky for him, what was working well for him, what his key threats were, and he utilized that very, very well. I think that was a very impressively played game from Thomas against a team that it looks very difficult to play around.
Yeah, especially when you look at what the team composition overall was for Thomas. It's the Shohei 6 Pokemon. There's probably a couple of little decisions that Thomas has made in the run-up that are slightly different to what Shohei was using, but the core of the team, the fundamentals of the team remain overall the same. And that's really well known. This is one of the teams that you do just have to know how to at least approach with your own team. And I think Ashton did know that. Like, going for the same turn one each time, even if Ashton thinks like, hey, this is a little bit of a negative matchup, going for the same play turn one means that he's actually prepared that specifically for that particular matchup, as opposed to trying, well, if I tried this in game one, it didn't quite work out for me, let's try something different in game two based on what I've seen now and see if that works a little bit better.
I feel like you can almost fall into a trap with that, though, where if you've got set in your head that this is the line I want to do for this team and I'm going to do this both times, if you play against someone who doesn't play into it in the same way you expect, because you'll practice with the same people a lot. And so sometimes one particular person you practice with won't see a line that someone more experienced with the team will see. Yeah. And so if you get stuck in your ways of playing around one particular thing, or like a 2 or 3 things your opponent's gone for, it gets very tricky. Because like in that turn one of game 2, there's a very strange play that Ashton could have gone for that would have been quite effective, where you could protect your combo, Terra Fairy or Mousehold, and population bomb the Dragonite. But that feels a very strange play to go for, given that you're only really covering exactly 4 scale shot into the combo. So there's a lot of mix-ups going on there, and I think there is a risk to getting a bit too set in your ways with lines into a team. But again, Thomas,
I can't tell you the amount of times that we've done prep for various matches and be like, well, matchup's good, can't do anything if you do that, and then they come back from the match and it's like, well, I lost. We didn't think about that.
I did that, and my opponent did something else.
Yeah, exactly.
I've had that when practicing with other people where they'll show me a team and they'll say like, oh, this matchup's really good. And I'm like, okay, but what do you do if they lead this? And they're like, no one's ever led that against me. And generally it's not a good idea in testing for your line into a certain team to be, I hope your opponent doesn't lead it. Yeah,
well that is, hope is something that we all have in this game. So like, are the choices that you've made the correct ones, or have I over predicted, and do I have to actually worry that I'm going to have to take this game back from a pretty poor situation? So I hope I think epitomizes most of the competitive aspect of this game, where it's like you can only get it right so many times in a row.
That's the thing. There is also very rarely an objectively correct play, particularly in like early turns of a Pokemon game. Sometimes if you're in an end game, yes, there is a guaranteed line. But early game, there's very rarely one play that is always correct into every option your opponent has.
Yeah.
So it's tricky in that regard. I feel like maybe if most of your game plans are hope, you could probably tweak that a little bit in practice. But okay, we're now going to have a look the mainstream match we've got going on. This is still ongoing. We've got Yuma Kinagua against Victor Medina, one of our players that we were talking about earlier.
And it looks like 1-1. Yuma Kinagawa, 2 Pokemon out. Looks like the start of game 3 between these 2 players. So
picked up at a good time.
Yeah, love to see this. And the position looks relatively sharp as well. The Basque Legion there. It looks like Victor might be running that tried and tested rain team that he's been running for quite a while.
It's interesting because after the Frankfurt finals, that matchup where he played against Emanuele Briganti seemed pretty negative for him. And right after that, he did switch off of this rain composition for his next couple of tournaments. So I think it's interesting to see him, I guess, assess that in this metagame, you're not going to see that same Briganti team as much. And he's correct. We saw in the Ninetales usage go quite significantly down. And so he's gone back to old reliable for him, a team that he's obviously very proficient with, very comfortable with. And he's just running that one back, saying, okay, I think this is a good position now for this team in the metagame. We see it for Farigiraf. Sorry, I'm rambling about metagames. There is a game happening. We've seen Incin hitting a fake out into the Armatail, but Basque Legion retreating to safety with a flip turn.
And Terra Normal on the Blood Moon indicates, more of a defensive play, but the Hyper Voice coming out here doing a lot of damage to the Incineroar, but does get that Archaludon started to be boosted up. And I think the the body press here actually looks like it's in a really nice position for Victor's Archaludon to start really putting some pressure down onto the Ursaluna. Love to know what happened in games 1 and 2 as well, to see like what are the adaptations, what are the mind games, what are the reads going on in this spot.
Yeah, it's tough to know the full context of a game if you've not seen the first couple of matches. The first couple of games. But this is still a very strange position because we see body press here into this Ursaluna. I don't think will get the KO unless Victor goes for the Terastallization here, which is a big commitment. We do see Yuma taking his Ursaluna out, though, saying, okay, even if it's taking damage here, body press plus Life Orb might be enough. We see Whimsicott coming in. If that Whimsicott has Encore, and this is a body press, then Archaludon might end up in a very sticky situation after this, especially with another Ghost type on the field.
But it's a knockoff. It's a big KO. Big KO into this Typhlosion, getting the one-hit knockout here. And this is probably the ideal situation for Victor right now. Choice Specs getting knocked off. The Draco Meteor goes into the Whimsicott, but doesn't do any damage because Whimsicott's a fairy type. Now Archaludon doesn't have its special attack dropped, and so is in a great situation to just attack again.
Yeah, Victor did a good job of identifying there. Body press is still less damage than Draco Meteor into that Ursaluna.
Yeah.
But there is now the worry that this could be Tailwind and a big attack into the Archaludon, for example.
Right.
I guess if you've got Pelipper in the back end, though, that Basculation is still going to be faster than Ursaluna, most likely, even if Tailwind is up. So maybe Victor is just happy to make that positional trade. Say, okay, you can take out my Archaludon. I'll get a hit off with my Incineroar, maybe Flare Blitz the Whimsicott for a KO, and then I can win with my back end.
Well, no Flare Blitz on this team, and there is the Tailwind that you just mentioned there. But Victor's saying, yeah, go for it. Take a big knockout on my Archaludon. With the Life Orb, that Earth Power is always going to be able to pick up the KO there onto the Archaludon. The Ursaluna is going to take a little bit of Life Orb chip that'll bring it into range of other attacks, and certainly after the knockoff, pretty much any attack I think from Victor's team will be able to knock this out. But with the Ursaluna so low, with the Farigiraf in the back, and the Whimsicott there that's not going to be offering too much offensive pressure, this Basculegion is looking real dangerous.
This Basculegion is looking very dangerous. But there's still a call to be made here, because if the Ursaluna here does not go for a Protect, for example, it looks like the play that Victor's locking into is a pretty aggressive call on catching potentially a Farigiraf switch in, instead of going for a Pelipper switch to get the rain up. If Ursaluna just attacks here, this could look very dicey very quickly for Victor, I think.
And look, with the caliber of the players that are going down, Victor and Yuma. So Yuma was the Japanese national champion this season, did very, very well at the World Championships as well. We saw a fabulous game with him and Matty Morgan. I think it was round 2 or round 3 of the World Championships this year. It was so good. Victor's just as capable as a trainer.
There's no protect
coming out. No Protect, no hard switch in the Blood Moon coming out from this Ursaluna. Wouldn't be shocked to see this picking up a KO, targeting down into the Basculegion. That is a big knockout there.
That's such an aggressive call from Victor as well. You've got to wonder, in that situation, even if you're 95% certain that your opponent's going to protect their Ursaluna, is it worth taking that 5% chance? Because I think in that situation, just a switch into Pelipper, get your rain up. I don't know if maybe there's a Sunny Day on this Whimsicott or something that might be an issue for that. Actually, with Typhlosion on the no, that's what it is. This Whimsicott is almost certainly going to have Sunny Day, because there's a Typhlosion next to it. So it's going to be manual Sunny Day on the Whimsicott. That will be why he didn't go for that play. Okay. I'm catching up now. I'm catching up now.
Yeah, no, I hadn't clocked that at all. So that's and then like, if you switch into Pelipper, you're still not in a great spot, and your Basculegion does have the ability to go for priority move. But if instead Yuma decided to switch in the Farigiraf in that spot, you're not getting that priority move off onto the Ursaluna, then you get Blood Mooned anyway. So what a call to be made by both of these trainers here. But it was Victor that had the upper end of that. Now Yuma gets to switch in the Farigiraf, get that Armor Tail. Yeah, Victor's too experienced to get taken down by that sort of play. The Earth Power goes into the Incineroar here, but Witherball finally gets to knock out the Ursaluna.
It's one of those situations where you feel like the Pelipper would almost rather have Muddy Water just to have some kind of way of getting out of this situation. But it's not completely over. There's always Hurricane confusions. I think Hurricane may potentially be able to pick up a one-hit KO on Whimsicott here, for example. But I think with the Tailwind up, it's just going to be a bit too much for this one bird to get through. Because Pelipper, it's a very useful Pokemon for... Oh, special attack drop's definitely not going to help. It's a very useful Pokemon for being able to set up Rain, but by itself, it's not that good. And we do
and
see
it is Yuma taking down Victor Medina. Wow. Again, this is another match. We've already seen it on the side stream before. This is another match that definitely could be a finals between these two excellent trainers. And I don't know where we're going from here in LAC. I really don't know where we're going from here. Like, how much more are we going to be able to get from this tournament at the international level?
Yeah, it feels like as the tournament goes on, you always expect the stakes to get higher, but the stakes have started so high with the matchups we've seen that if you start at a 10, where are you? Are we getting 11, 12?
Yeah. Well, we could be turning it up to 11 right now because that's where we've got to go. We've got to find some way to break it through, Matt, because there's been already only 2 rounds and 2 fantastic, in fact, 4 fantastic matches. The first match, Justin Tang on the main stream, was a great match as well. We had a previous world champion, Shohei Kimura, now a Japanese national champion, Yuma Kitagawa, coming out doing so well against Victor Medina, our regular consistent player, usually making their way to the finals or more often than not. Wow. I mean, just what a brilliant tournament so far.
Yeah, the quality so far has been staggeringly high, and it's so good that we're now able to get a second stream being broadcast, because you don't want to miss these matches. Like, having the Louis versus Shohei round 1, that's an amazing match to now have recorded. And it's such a good initiative to have these extra stream matches. It feels so good to see the scene growing in such a way that we can bring more VGC. And like you say, like, immortalize this kind of stuff in the history books. These sets, I would be upset if these sets hadn't been streamed now. If I hadn't seen that set between, like, Louis and Shohei, my life would be significantly worse than it currently is. I'm doing much better as a person, fundamentally, than I was 2 hours ago.
Fortunately for you, Matt, we get to actually see them, and we're going to be getting to see more of them very, very soon. But before that, we're going to be going to a quick break before we get back into round 3 here at the Latin America International Championship side stream. Trainers, welcome back to the LAIC side stream. Myself, Ben Kiriakou here, joined by the wonderful Matt Maynard, and we're here to capture even more of the action here at LAIC. Now, only 2 matches have gone on so far. We're going into round 3, but we have had some absolutely cracking matches so far. Definitely worthy of the mainstream. And we've got another one, Matt, coming up.
Yeah, it is yet another game where you could probably tell me, if you told me on Monday this was finals, I would believe you. The caliber of matches we're getting, even on this side stream, is crazy. Like, these could all be mainstream matches. This is what we were saying earlier. It's so nice to have these matches where people look at the pairings and be like, oh, that'd be a great stream match. And then previously, there's been another slightly better stream match on paper that's gone on. It's so good to be able to feature these because we have got a couple of absolutely monster players on this next round.
Yeah, we're going to be featuring Eduardo Cunha, 2022 World Champion, versus Carson Comfort, that most recently won the Sacramento Regional Championship in 2024, so last season. But still in regulation set H, popularizing a fair amount of archetypes across his journey in regulation set H. And yeah, he's someone that definitely we had our eyes on for the World Championships last year as one of our players to watch as well. Eduardo Cunha always on the list of players when he's out of players that you definitely want to keep an eye on. And this is the matchup that we're going to be seeing today.
Yeah, 2 teams that are reasonably well established. We've seen these competitions for 6 before. One of them maybe a bit more standard than the other. Eduardo running a team very similar to the team he ran at the Lille Regionals, where he got top 4. Except this time he's got a Dragonite over the Smeagol he was running that time. This is a 6 we've seen very similar to Lele Briganti's 6, but the Ninetales, Eduardo has decided, is not worth that slot. Dragonite being the Pokemon of choice, and that may be a wise decision into the number of fire types that Carson Comfort is running.
Yeah, right. This is a team that's been picking up popularity. It's there to go fast and hit really, really hard. You've got the Charcoal Torp with the Eruption and the Charcoal, the Sun, the Typhlosion setting up the Eruption. You've got this offensive support, Annihilate, to keep things running. But hey, if you want to go fast, you've got Lilligant with the After You, the Sleep Powder, the Close Combat, and the Solar Blade with its Terra Ghost. So hard to stop doing. And if it wants to go slow, Incineroar Farigiraf is a really nice way of getting that Trick Room set up.
Yeah, a lot of mixed modes on this team. You can go fast with the Scarf Typhlosion. You've got Helping Hand Torkoal, so you can fire off a Helping Hand boosted, Sun boosted, Terra Fire boosted Eruption on turn 1 if you really desperately want to. And like you said, we've got the Incineroar. This is probably built more offensively with that Clear Amulet blocking opposing Intimidates from Eduardo. Again, benefiting from the Sun. Farigiraf blocking any incoming priority moves, most notably the 2 Fake Outs on Eduardo's team, making that Trick Room setup a lot safer. And Lilligant, to round it all out, you've got a very, very strong, very, very fast attacker. You've got the After You option as well for Torkoal's Eruption. Or, if you feel like doing a bit of gambling, you have got Sleep Powder as well, that accursed move.
I think it's like, with a team that's that offensive, it can often be quite difficult to play up against unless you have a lot of great defensive tools. Incineroar obviously does pretty well against everything not named Annihilate, maybe not named Lilligant overall. You've got the Dragonite with its multi-scale. That can stand in front of all of these fire-type threats, but cannot stand up against Final Gambit, not even with its multi-scale ability. Then you've got the Assault Vest Rillaboom. That can go Terra Fire. The Ursaluna is trained to be really quite defensive, and if that's not enough, then the Golden Goat is Terra Water. And so there's a lot of options that Eduardo has at their disposal to survive the onslaught that Carson is going to be trying to maintain across this battle.
I think it's worth noting as well that team, there are no Dragon resists on that team and no Terra types that resist Dragon. So with that multi-scale, allowing it to always take 1 hit that isn't a Final Gambit from Annihilate, that Dragonite could be very threatening, and we do see the Dragonite lead from Eduardo.
With the Ursaluna as well, the Farigiraf Incineroar a great lead to be getting into Trick Room. There's not a lot that Eduardo can do about the Trick Room going up. I think the key here is what is Eduardo going to do about the Trick Room going up itself? Like, while you're in that condition, how do you slow down these Trick Room attackers successfully enough to be able to get out the other side of Trick Room, and then you get your opportunity to play offensively?
Yeah, well, I wonder if we'll see Eduardo leveraging the Yawn on Ursaluna potentially. Not going to be able to leverage anything with Ursaluna this turn, eating a fake out from Carson's Incineroar. But one of the things you can do against Trick Room in the early turns is just slow it down. Get some Yawns out, force people to switch around so they don't get any momentum going. We see 2 critical hits in 5 hits from Dragonite's Scale Shot there.
Pretty good.
Eduardo's going to appreciate that from his Dragonite, getting a bit of extra damage down the Incineroar. The Ursaluna flinches, and as we expect, the Trick Room does go up from Carson's Farigiraf.
And this Farigiraf, let's not forget, is a Throat Spray variant, so after a Hyper Voice, it's going to be doing quite a lot of damage. Now, Incineroar on Carson's team is also trained to be that little bit more offensive. With close combat, it would probably be able to pick up a knockout after a Hyper Voice, or maybe get close to knocking out this Ursaluna, depending on just how bulky that Eduardo has trained it. But this is what Eduardo's game plan is, trying to leverage everything at their disposal to get all the way through Trick Room. That's why the Dragonite switching out into the Incineroar, getting an Intimidate not onto the Incineroar, but in fact onto the Farigiraf.
Do you see that close combat coming out from Incineroar, a move that's been picking up popularity on these Trick Room teams, but Ursaluna is so bulky that it manages to take the double up of the close combat and the Hyper Voice from the Farigiraf. And it looks like it is going to be able to fire off a Yawn this turn into the Farigiraf, now giving Carson the choice of either you switch out and you lose that special attack boost on your Farigiraf, or you stay in and you go to sleep.
There's a fun interaction here as well, where the Incineroar is just switched in, it's got Fake Out active, and if Farigiraf stays in, the Armatail blocks a Fake Out. But if the Farigiraf switches out so that it doesn't go to sleep at the end of this turn, then Fake Out is active. That Ursaluna might even be able to weave in another attack.
That's a very interesting observation. I think Eduardo is going to be happy to maybe say, okay, well, if you stay with Farigiraf, you lose so much momentum from that, but I'm happy to take that. Because there's a Golden Go in the back, potentially you can set up with a nasty plot if you get a few extra turns. But Farigiraf does stay in, calling potentially a Fake Out. Close combat coming out into the Incineroar. That's going to go down. Looks like a double KO this turn for Carson.
This is such a cool play by Carson. Just saying, well, okay, my Farigiraf's going to fall asleep at the end of this turn, but actually, I'm going to get 2 knockouts. And if you go for a Fake Out, you're not going to be doing anything. I've got the overall speed advantage with the Trick Room, and there's the second Hyper Voice going down into the Ursaluna, picking up that KO. Now Farigiraf goes to sleep. It's got 1 guaranteed turn of sleep, but actually Farigiraf at full health, pretty happy to be sitting asleep on the board. It's not going to be too worried about that whatsoever.
The big worry here, though, is this Terra Water Golden Go on Eduardo's side, because he has stalled out a few turns of Carson's Trick Room now. If this Golden Go can get a nasty plot up, for example, once Trick Room's down, this could be very threatening, obviously depending on what Carson has got in the back. If there is that Typhlosion in the back, then that's still going to be pretty scary. But if Dragonite can get a Scale Shot off, for example, 2 Scale Shots, maybe get a Tailwind up once Trick Room's down, this Golden Go can absolutely still bring this game back.
Well, the Terra Water is going to be the first stage of that. There's knockoff into the Dragonite, so loaded dice goes. That's a real detriment to Eduardo's damage potential with the Dragonite. The Farigiraf takes its mandatory turn of sleep, and here is the start for Eduardo of the comeback. Only a few more turns of Trick Room left. You've got to make sure that Farigiraf has taken enough damage so that once Trick Room expires, you're going to be able to easily pick up the knockout there and make it rain. But with only 3 hits on the Scale Shot, it isn't enough to pick up the KO onto this Farigiraf, who remains on the board. That might actually be an advantage for Eduardo. Now, 2 Pokemon for Carson cannot come in to replace the Farigiraf and Incineroar. Instead, only Incineroar gets replaced with one of the Pokemon that Carson has kept in the back.
Yeah, Carson instead deciding, I don't want to get the Narsclip up in case there is that fast back end, maybe the Typhlosion or the Lilligant. instead opting just to get KOs immediately if possible. And if Dragonite can get another scale shot off here, once Trick Room goes down, it will most likely be faster than everything else on Carson's team. Again, with the exception of potentially a Lilligant that could be lurking around in the back here.
Especially if it's, Torkoal, the third Pokemon of choice for Carson. No surprises there whatsoever. But with this Golden Go already taking a special attack drop, it's going to have to spend some time getting some nasty plots going before it's going to be able to pick up a KO on that Golden Go.
Yeah, you're in a strange situation here for Edu, where you need the Friggraff to stay asleep, but also you kind of want the Torkoal to not faint here.
Yeah.
We do see Carson staying in with both Terra Fire coming out of the Torkoal, this Eruption with the Charcoal boost, going to do a lot of damage, not quite as much as maybe a Specs boosted one does, and no Protect on the Dragonite. Is this going to be enough to pick up the KO?
Terra Fire it certainly could be, but no, Dragonite holding on, Friggraff staying asleep. These are all of the things that Eduardo needed to go in their favour. There's the nasty plot. Golden Go going from -1 now up to +1. It's got that life orb as well. Here's the scale shot going into the Torkoal. With a few hits, this could put it into range of a 1+ make it rain. There's a critical hit, 3 hits so far. 4 going in. This Dragonite has forgotten that it's dropped its loaded dice. It's going for 5 hits, most of which getting critical hits. Wow, this Dragonite's really got some words to say to Carson right now as the Twisted Dimensions return to normal.
Who needs loaded dice? And again, we see now Eduardo looks like he's going to lock in that Tailwind again, covering for the Lilligant in the back end. Even with 2 scale shot boosts, if the sun is up, Lilligant is most likely going to be faster than this Dragonite. But with Tailwind, this Dragonite is now going to outspeed the Lilligant and can one-hit KO it through the Focus Sash if it gets enough hits of Scale Shot. So this, again, may be what it comes down to. Does the Dragonite remember next turn that it doesn't have a loaded dice anymore?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Make It Rain going into the Friggraff is going to pick up the knockout. If the Lilligant is in the back, a Scale Shot is going to have to pick up the KO here, because after a Tailwind, the Golden Go is still slower than a Sun speed boosted Lilligant. And there it is coming out in the back. So yeah, that knockoff really could be so influential on this turn as to how this game resolves. Both of these trainers in a great spot to be able to take it, but only one will have the opportunity.
You can't even really go for a Protect player in the Golden Go here either if you're Eduardo, because the Torkoal, even if you get the Lilligant, will just KO your Dragonite. And so you end up in the same position regardless, I think. You just need to pick up the Lilligant this turn. I can't see a play that isn't just attacking with both. Because Lilligant can just look after your Eruption here and get double KO immediately.
Well, let's see, because the Dragonite is going for the Protect here, so maybe there is an option that Eduardo spotted. The Solar Blade going into, or charging up in the sun. It's a charge move. It's only going to take 1 turn to get it done, and it is going to be going down into the Golden Go. So Golden Go's not going to be attacking this time round, and now I think Eduardo is significantly on the back foot. I think Eduardo's making a read in that spot that the Solar Blade was going to go down into the Dragonite. Knowing that the Lilligant could maybe hang on if a Scale Shot got avoided, but here's the Scale Shot, so we get to see if the Scale Shot is enough to pick up the KO.
Well, 2 is definitely not. I think 5 might have been. I guess maybe Eduardo fancied his odds of Carson aiming at the Dragonite higher than he fancied his odds of hitting 5 Scale Shots without a loaded dice.
Right. I think that's probably it. You've got to go for every opportunity, and it's quite tough in these spots, especially when you're playing against a good player. You know that they're not going to make too many mistakes, but it can happen. You know, it can happen. And yeah, what's the chances of Carson making a mistake in that spot and not going after the Golden Go? Pretty slim. Yeah. I guess hitting 5 times. Maybe hitting 5 times is more likely. Who knows? But
it might be. I think if I'm in that position, I'm probably clicking the Scale Shot button, because I don't think Carson's going to make a mistake in that situation. But again, like you said, sometimes the play you've got to make is hope that your opponent doesn't make the winning play, right?
It can look unintuitive. It can look unintuitive, but if there is a way, and that was a way.
Yeah, exactly.
Ed could
You
have,
play
could
to
have come into
an
play.
out. If there's a
Yes.
chance, take a chance, right? And
Yeah.
even at this top level, we've seen it before where people have in finals, players you'd never expect to make mistakes have made somewhat silly errors here and there, and it happens, right? People make mistakes, and sometimes that is your win condition. Sometimes your opponent doesn't see the line. I've seen people in situations, I've been in situations where I've thought, okay, well, if my opponent just does this turn, and then in the next turn does this, and then the turn after that does this, and then does this and this, then I always lose. But maybe your opponent doesn't see those 5 steps that they need to hit.
Yeah. And there is a lot of steps to go down. We're going to be getting into game 2 here. We've got the same leads. Ed has switched things up a little bit because the Ursaluna was definitely on the other side last time round. Not that that makes any competitive difference whatsoever, but Frigoraph and Incineroar are going to lead things off the castle.
It's just staring down the Frigoraph now. It's more of an intimidation tactic. Incineroar is the one with the intimidate ability, but Ursaluna looks pretty intimidating to me.
Definitely always a risk when you've got an opposing Ursaluna on the field that you're going to be taking a big attack regardless of what the form is. That's why the fake out goes into the Ursaluna scale shot, following up onto the Frigoraph. And this is before any knockoffs, so the loaded dice is still in play here, going to hit a minimum of 4 times, and looks like it's going to be stopping at 4 times this time round. Dragonite going to get its speed boosted, defense drop, and the Trick Room going to be going up. So pretty similar to what we saw in the last game, except this time the Frigoraph is the one that's taken a little bit of a chunk out of it.
Like I said, very, very similar to last time. But we saw last time that the double up of Close Combat and Hyper Voice is not enough to pick up this Ursaluna, but its HP was low enough last time, and I think the combination of Close Combat and Psychic will be enough. And I think both players will also be very aware of that. And it looks like Eduardo might be looking to play around that this turn.
Switching out the Dragonite, now being able to switch in the Incineroar. The Intimidate not going to go on to that Clear Amulet. Incineroar on Carson's side. This is why Clear Amulet has picked up so much in popularity on Incineroar in these more dedicated Trick Room teams, just to make sure that you're always putting out the offensive pressure that you need to. Cycling Incineroars and Rillaboons in really does slow down a lot of Trick Room teams, so it's a way of not being slowed down whatsoever. Now the Incineroar gets its safety goggles knocked off, and there's not going to be any factor in this game whatsoever. Hyper Voice goes down, Frigoraph gets its Throat Spray boost, but I've got a suspicion that it's not going to have that Throat Spray boost for very long, because there's the Blood Moon knocking out the Frigoraph.
That is a big KO on the Frigoraph this turn, especially with Incineroar just hitting the field. That now opens up the opportunity for Eduardo to start clicking Fake Out and just stalling more turns of this Trick Room. And notably, a lot of the Pokemon on Carson's side do not have access to the move Protect. Torkoal does here, but Incineroar on Carson's side does not, which means that if you fake out the Torkoal here, for example, you do have a pretty safe Yawn that you can fire off into Carson's Incineroar. And that will allow you to stall even more turns of this Trick Room. Because a lot of time with Trick Room teams, it's getting through the first Trick Room is the tricky bit. Obviously, there's the Lilligant in the back still, so there is still a fast option available, but if you can get through this Trick Room and position yourself so the Lilligant's less threatening, then suddenly this becomes a much more winnable game.
That's going to be the thing for Eduardo this week as well, because there is the option for a helping hand on the Torkoal. We're in Sun. The Flare Blitz, the Incinerate, has not been able to be effective onto Carson's Incineroar. Here's the Flare Blitz, Sun boosted, helping hand boosted enough to pick up the KO onto this Ursaluna. That's a huge knockout, especially since the Earth Power was the move of choice that Eduardo locked in to try and pick up a KO onto Incineroar there. And this is quickly turning into a very difficult game for Eduardo. I feel like the Ursaluna was a key part of the game plan, both getting through but also putting some pressure onto those Trick Room environments, and now that it's taken the terrestrialization, Golden Go in the back that we know was there, which was pretty crucial for the end game last time, is not going to be able to terrestrialize away from its fire type weakness.
Absolutely, that Golden Go is now in a much more vulnerable position. It's a lot better into the Lilligant if it's in its original Steel and Ghost typing, but The problem is the 2 fire types next to the Lilligant now, and Lilligant having access to After You means that you can't even just say, okay, I outspeed the Torkoal now, I'll KO it before it moves, because it could just move first anyway. Speaking of Torkoal, we are going to see a Terrifier come out. Now it's threatening big damage with that Eruption. It's taking a tiny bit of fake out chip damage, but not enough to really weaken this Eruption in any meaningful way. And here comes the big damage from Torkoal.
That is a big Eruption coming out. Enough to pick up the KO onto this Incineroar. No questions asked. The multi-scale helping the Dragon just hang on with that little bit of HP. There's knocking off the loaded dice again. Dragonite being able to hang on, so multi-scale just saving it from being knocked out this turn. It's not intimidated, so all of those scale shots will be hitting at their full power. Just unfortunately for this Dragonite, unfortunately for Eduardo, not as many times as he would have liked.
And this game's looking pretty wrapped up here, because with Trick Room with Trick Room up, Torkoal is always faster than both these Pokemon, both of them in range of an Eruption. With Trick Room gone, as soon as Lilligant comes in, now After Your Eruption is the threat. And Dragonite doesn't really have an opportunity here to try and get any kind of speed advantage, so maybe you just have to keep protecting both your Pokemon and hope that you get through all the turns of Sun. But that's not a particularly likely win condition.
Not at all, but when there's a win con, there's a way. Golden Go protecting itself on this turn, Dragonite protecting itself. So here's the double protect, here's the Lilligant switch in. Now we've got the Trick Room reversing at the end of this turn or next turn, doesn't really matter. The Eruption is just going to be happening over and over again, as you said. And there's still, what, 2 turns of Sun remaining?
2 turns, I believe, yeah, so you would need a lot of protects. I think that was still a very heads-up play from Eduardo, because, again, you can play for your opponent making a mistake, and if Carson doesn't switch the Incineroar out there, that double protect suddenly puts you in a good position where you have speed advantage. But, obviously, Carson, a very seasoned player, knows what he's doing with his team. I'm imagining this is just going to be a simple After Your Eruption. Here it comes. And Dragonite is going to go down this turn. Golden Go will survive, but the problem with that is that Lilligant, even without the Sun up, is going to be faster than this Golden Go. So there's just always the option, no matter how many protects you get in a row now, of this After Your Eruption. Looks like this is going to be wrapped up in Carson's favour.
Yeah, this is a great example of just Carson using all of the tools at their disposal against these really dedicated Trick Room teams. It's so difficult to be able to hold your own if you don't have a dedicated plan and execute it absolutely perfectly. And all of those little things that Carson had at their disposal made them the winner over Eduardo Cunha in round 3 here at LAIC.
Yeah, it's a tricky matchup because this team is not as much of a dedicated Trick Room team as we've seen, for example, with the team that Brian Collins popularized, the one where the Typhlosion is instead Indeedee, there's a Hatterene, I think, on there instead of the Annihilate.
Yeah.
Which is a lot more committed to click and follow me, getting that Trick Room up, lots of priority blocking with the Psychic Terrain, with the Frigoraph, and its Armor Tailor routine. This one, though, you have to be a lot more respectful of things like Typhlosion or Annihilate on lead. So against the dedicated Trick Room teams, a lot of the time you can lead Golden Go and try and get some nasty plots up. But in this situation, if there's, for example, a Typhlosion or an Annihilate, suddenly that Golden Go is looking a lot less enticing. So you have to be so much more careful with that on lead. And again, in the situation where Trick Room's gone down, you've still got that fast mode once the Trick Room's over to try and capitalize on that endgame, as we saw in both games with that Lilligant.
You don't always see it with these more dedicated Trick Room teams that always lines itself up. I think it takes a good player piloting that sort of composition to make sure that it's like they don't lose enough resources such that the Lilligant has to come in Sun and Trick Room and then can get knocked out before the end of the Trick Room environment as well. So it does take quite a lot of foresight for players like Carson that are running this sort of composition to be like, hey, I just need to make sure that I'm picking up the KOs as and where, because if you think about that sort of mid-game where the Helping Hand and Flare Blitz came out into the Ursaluna to knock it out after Ursaluna had committed its Terastallization, you see this the other way around. It's like, well, the Fake Out comes into the Incineroar that turn, helping hand nothing still does nothing to
Glitch is almost twice as hard. Yeah.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's doing nothing really, really well. And so you've got to make those calls in the moment, and you can get that wrong quite easily unless you're an experienced player that's played these matchups quite a lot. You have that suspicion, the expectation of what's kind of going on. But then what techs like Helping Hand are all about, also running an offensive Incineroar, give you those options in Trick Room to find a way to make sure that you end Trick Room in the right position.
I think it's interesting the thing you mentioned there about knowing what's like, having like gut feelings about what's going to happen, because on the surface it does look like that turns a little bit of a 50-50 in terms of where the fake out's going, but Carson will have played this matchup a lot, I imagine, or have been in situations like this a lot where there's a fake out active on the board in front of this. And he'll know that the majority of the time, for example, in these situations, his opponent will fake out the Torkoal, just from anecdotal experience. So he will then know, okay, most of the time I can get away with this play. Yes, there is a chance it goes wrong, but more likely than not, they will fake out the Torkoal because that's what most people do in that situation. And
it's
that's
it's the most dangerous Pokemon. If you don't knock out the Torkoal in that spot, it's picking up 2 KOs. It's not holding back.
Exactly.
So, how much of a risk are you willing to take if you're playing against that sort of composition? Sometimes it's like, well, kind of have to do it. And if my opponent makes that read, well, fair play. Fair play.
Yeah, exactly.
But the risk is not necessarily worth it for Eduardo in that spot. So tough matchup to play for both players. Both players are on the knife edge. Carson came out on top this time, but you played that game 100 times, you'll have 100 different matches.
Yeah, exactly. I think game 2, obviously they had that call in the mid game, but Carson played game 1, I think, exceptionally well, just not allowing Eduardo to ever really get a foothold in the game. Even stuff like leaving the Frigoraph in to guarantee that the fake out doesn't go off, even though you know it's going to fall asleep.
Yeah.
And as you said, the positioning of the Lilligant in the end game, there was only one turn in that entire set where Eduardo was even able to attack the Lilligant. And he would have needed a scale shot without loaded dice to connect and hit 5 times, and even then, I'm not 100% sure that would have picked it up. So like you said, it's a lot of experience in terms of how to position these Pokemon. As we pointed out, there's not a huge amount of protects on Carson's team. It's only really Torkoal and Frigoraph.
Yeah, which it means that you're attacking, doesn't it?
It does mean you're attacking.
It means you have to get into that Trick Room environment early. You have to need to make sure that you have the speed control that you want, and then after that, well, you have to make sure you're targeting the right slots, because if you're not, you're gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, exactly. You have to make sure that you're not also getting the Pokemon you want outside of Trick Room in too early because your Pokemon got KO'd. So I think that was a very, very well played. Like you said, the mid game I think was the key there, as it often is with these Trick Room teams. It's the kind of turn 2, turn 3, turn 4 that are the pivotal moments. And Carson positioned very well, got a read right in game 2, and has come out the victor. Now is 3-0 at LAIC. A strong position, well, as strong a start as you can get, but Eduardo Cunha at 2-1, still not looking too bad.
Still pretty good. Well, let's see what position that we can get into, because there are free streams going on, free stream matches. There's the main stream over on the main channel. We've also got another stream going on that's being broadcast at the moment in Spanish, I believe, and we've got Cristobal versus Eric Rios that we're going to be able to hop over to and see what's occurring in that match. So really looking forward to seeing what that match is. What's happening in that match, what Eric's playing in particular, because I feel like in the EU circuit, at least for the last few events, we haven't seen too much of what either Eric or Alex have been cooking up in Regulation Set H. And I feel like this is the perfect opportunity to just kind of see what's going on in the Spanish community.
It's going to get another crazy match to have on one of the side streams. We are going to jump in now. We're going to see... I don't know how developed this board state is. It looks like Instant has just hit the field. It's maybe a turn 1? Potentially. It looks very turn 1-ish to me. But we see Como and Rillaboom. We've got a faster fake out on the side of Eric Rios here. Threatening. We've seen the Grassy Terrain come out before the Intimidate, which means this Rillaboom is faster than Incineroar. So fake out pressure in Eric Rios' favor. Como potentially setting up, but there is this Dragonite with the option to hit Scale Shot and also Haze. Yep, there is Haze on this Dragonite. So Combo may be a little bit hesitant to set up here, but we'll see how this initial turn plays out.
Worth noting that you can see here that it's 1-1 between these two trainers. So we're seeing a game 3 between Cristobal and Eric.
I love a game 3.
Absolutely. I mean, they've both made adaptations in some way, shape or form. They've both been able to take the victory over their opponent. Now it's about what are they going to do in game 3 to take the set. Eric's going to kick us off with a double protect here, bringing a Primarina in. I was really curious to see what the Pokemon in the back were going to be for Eric, seeing a Komodo out there with a Rillaboom. Like, it could be absolutely anything here. Now the Primarina taking a fake out onto that slot, but also looking like it's taking a Scale Shot too.
Yeah, Eric decided he didn't really like that lead matchup, and so he just changed it, and it worked out very well for him, getting the call fully correct there. The only cost of that double switch was a little bit of fake out chip on the Primarina, but now you've got that Sneasler with its Unburden boost thanks to the Grassy Seed in front of 2 physical attackers. And even if the Dragonite does go for a Tailwind or a Scale Shot here, the Sneasler will still be the fastest thing on the field thanks to its Unburden. So very, very well positioned by Eric. This Primarina also threatening Moonblast into Dragonite or a Hyper Voice, Water-type Hyper Voice, thanks to its Liquid Voice ability for super effective damage into the Incineroar. Very strong offensive positioning from Eric in this early turn.
I'm wondering if that Primarina also has a Perish Song available for Eric's side, since the Komodo is likely to be soundproof. You can Perish Song next to it in an endgame and still be able to win the battle overall, even though Komodo doesn't necessarily lead the field.
Here comes Diaclaw.
Oh, Diaclaw getting the poison. Okay, so Diaclaw not striking back. But here's the Scale Shot into the Sneasler with the Grassy Seed boost. It's not going to be able to be KO'd unless this Dragonite gets a critical hit.
Like that.
One of which...
Is that last one going to be enough?
Maybe
Not enough.
It would need to. Not enough to pick up the KO there. 5 hits though from the Dragonite onto this Sneasler. Now the parting shot coming out onto the Primarina from the Incineroar. So I think Incineroar is going to be pretty happy to be getting out of there in this spot under threat of a Hyper Voice coming out from the Primarina, but something's going to have to come in and take it, and the Pokemon of choice is Rillaboom.
Obviously going to take a Hyper Voice particularly well there, but it's not a Hyper Voice. Instead, a Moonblast coming out, trying to break the multiscale on this Dragonite. But is the Grassy Terrain going to be enough to get it back to full? It's not quite. So no multiscale active for Dragonite this turn. There is Fake Out on the field from Rillaboom though, so Dragonite not under too much threat. You can potentially go for another Scale Shot or a Tailwind here. If you fake out the Sneasler, for example, and click Tailwind, your Dragonite will be faster than Sneasler next turn and will be able to take it out with a Scale Shot. But I think the other important interaction there is that the Incineroar is faster... the Incineroar on Cristobal's side is faster than Eric's Primarina, which allowed it to get that parting shot off first. That could be very, very relevant. I imagine that's probably something they found out in the early games that we did not see, but that is a very relevant piece of information. Primarina not wanting to stick around, eat a grass type move, in comes the Rillaboom instead.
And the Sneasler going for a Protect. So not only is it stopping any damage from a Fake Out or a Grassy Glide, that's one of the hardest moves to say in the VGC. Dragonite gets its Tailwind up. Now there's Fake Out on the board for Eric, and we'll be able to suppress this Dragonite from being able to do anything. More than that, we'll be able to suppress the Rillaboom as well if Eric predicts that the Dragonite on Cristobal's side is going for a Protect. And a Diaclaw does look pretty punishing here in this spot. A lot of Sneasler have opted to go for Acrobatics instead. Having Diaclaw and having access to it is still really, really dangerous.
You see the Fake Out come out into the Dragonite here. Grassy Glide coming out. Sneasler is going to go down even with the Grassy Seed, that crit from earlier on the Scale Shot coming into play. Dragonite will probably get its multi-scale back even with that damage from the Fake Out. So it's not hurting too much here. There's still speed control up on the side of Cristobal. Eric now on the back foot. 2 Pokemon at full health. There's an Incineroar in the back for Cristobal. And Eric He's got a Pre-Marine in the back that doesn't really want to be in front of the Rillaboom, but the combo here doesn't really want to be in front of the Dragonite. So it's a tough position for Eric now, especially with that Golden Go still at full health in the back.
It does depend on the setup of the Komodo though, because we haven't seen any terrestrialization coming out from Eric's side, and this may be what he's saving the terrestrialization for. With the Komodo getting it into a good spot where it can either boost up or even just launch a big attack. If it's the same sort of sets, same offensive sets that Marco and Dill have been using, then it could have access to Aura Sphere here.
It could do. I think Aura Sphere, though, you would almost prefer to have maybe Body Press in this situation into this minus defense Dragonite, thanks to the Scale Shot. Combo goes for Protect. We do see Scale Shot instead coming out into the Rillaboom. Another correct call from Cristobal, catching the Protect, getting the Intimidate down on the Rillaboom as well, opening up Fake Out next turn. As you said, there is an option for a Fighting type move on the field for Eric Rios. Cristobal simply choosing to not worry about it too much, put your 2 fighting weaknesses in front of it, but get that Intimidate down.
High horsepower does hit the high horsepower. But wouldn't have been enough for the one-hit KO, even with all those Scale Shot boosts. The multi-scale is protecting it from going down as easily this turn, but the Incineroar coming in after that Komodo protects itself means that it's going to be susceptible to another Fake Out and an attack from the Dragonite.
This does feel like a pretty safe play for Cristobal here to maybe go for a Flare Blitz into the Rillaboom and a Scale Shot into the combo, because Pre-Marina can only switch in on one slot at a time. That's a fun fact about Pre-Marina and about most Pokemon, is they can't switch in on both slots at once, which means that Eric's Pokemon feel a little bit pinned here. Obviously, they still have Terrestrialization available. You could go for a Terrestrialization on the combo, for example, but it does feel like there's a real chance that Eric will be able to get some pretty crucial KOs here. We are going to see the combo switching out in.
Okay, so Pre-Marina going to be taking that Scale Shot, not taking any damage at all. Eric getting the Pre-Marina in when it's not being threatened down too much, but of course we know the speed interactions with the Incineroar here. Now, as you said, Flare Blitz going into the Rillaboom, picking up the KO, so a big knockout there for Cristobal, because that means that Eric can no longer switch this Pre-Marina out, and we know that there's a Rillaboom in the back. So between Komodo and the Pre-Marina, one of them has to be terrestrialized. The question is what does Eric think is his best route to victory?
I think Eric does have a lot of options here. Certainly more that... Sorry, Cristobal has more options here, I think, than Eric does.
Oh, much more.
Because we've seen as well, the Parting Shot is probably going to move before this Pre-Marina does, if that is what Cristobal opts to go for. And so I don't know if Pre-Marina will even have enough damage to KO this Dragonite. I think after a Parting Shot, it definitely won't. So this may force a Terrestrialization on the combo, just because otherwise that Scale Shot is going to be doing a lot of damage.
It's going to be the question. It's going to be the question. And I suppose the question as well is, does the Dragonite go for the Tailwind, or so that the Parting Shot can happen, because the Komodo could even knock out the Incineroar if the Dragonite doesn't opt for there. Here's the Terrestrialization though, so we're seeing which one that Eric is valuing more overall. It's a Terra Fire onto the Komodo, so it makes sense. Not going to be weak to any Dragon type Scale Shots, and does have the opportunity to start going on the offensive here. The Scale Shot is just doing so much damage here from the Dragonite. It's hit 4 times already. Not going to hit a 5th time, so actually could be quite crucial with the Komodo hanging on with just that little bit of extra HP. Flamethrower is going to be able to knock out this Dragonite that's caused Eric so many problems in this match. But as you said, we're going to get the Parting Shot probably coming out on the Incineroar before the Pre-Marina is going to be able to. Oh wait, no!
Is that a speed tie?
It could be.
Interesting. That might change the dynamic a little bit. I mean, you're still under so much pressure from this Rillaboom though on Pre-Marina, because I feel like Golden Go is threatening to KO the combo from this range with a Shadow Ball. Like, based on how much damage that Scale Shot did, it doesn't look like this combo is trained to be particularly defensive. So I still think...
Tailwind.
There is no Tailwind, but it's likely Golden Go is going to be faster. Obviously, it's possible Combo is faster than the Golden Go here, but even if it is, I don't know if a Shadow Ball will be enough to get the KO. So it feels like you probably can just Shadow Ball Woodhammer here if you're Cristobal, right?
Well,
unless it is in fact bulletproof combo. If it's bulletproof combo, that does change things.
Well, that would change things. I don't think it will be in this particular archetype.
Yeah.
But I think the first step for Eric is to play defensively, double protect in front of the fake out, waste another turn of grass, and you get a little bit of HP back on the Komodo. But the Komodo, if the Komodo is trained to be offensive, I wouldn't be shocked if it was faster. It can be one speed point, if I remember rightly, faster than Golden Go at most, and Golden Go cannot thrustalize away from its weakness to Terrafire Flamethrower.
It can't. We are going to see the Make It Rain come out here. A lot of big damage on that Pre-Marina, but I think that is going down to a Woodhammer regardless. I don't know if I like the option of going for a Make It Rain here, because the Woodhammer is always going to KO this Pre-Marina. And now you've just dropped your Golden Go special attack for no real reward. Although I believe we saw that it wasn't a Life Orb on this Golden Go, so maybe Cristobal not convinced that he would have actually picked up the KO on this combo with a Shadow Ball. We do see... No, sorry, it is Life Orb. But we do see the combo healing first from this grassy terrain, meaning that it is the faster of these two Pokemon.
Okay, well, now the Komodo gets the Flamethrower first, but not into the Golden Go, instead into the Rillaboom. So Eric predicting the Protect here, but Cristobal playing on the offensive. The Shadow Ball, after that drop, not enough to pick up the KO, but neither was the Flamethrower on the Rillaboom. Looking like this high horsepower is going to be able to clean things up for Cristobal, taking the win over Eric Rios here in round 3 of the Latin America International Championships.
Yeah, it was a very tense endgame. It did come down a little bit to who had speed advantage, but I think Cristobal just had such an advantage from the early game. And as you said, put Eric in a position where he couldn't switch out anymore. He's forced to burn his Terastallization. So one of the Pokemon was likely to be going down there. I think maybe the Make It Rain, I'm not 100% sure what that was trying to cover, but if they'd known from previous games that the combo is faster than the Golden Go, maybe worried about... I guess if it's targeting down the combo, it doesn't matter. Sorry, targeting down the Golden Go, it doesn't really matter what the Golden Go clicks.
Yeah,
I think maybe...
That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, it does look like, given how much damage the -1 Shadow Ball did, the neutral Shadow Ball would have KO'd the combo. So I wonder if that could have just been doubling down the... Sorry, going Shadow Ball into combo and Woodhammer into Pre-Marina just to get the double KO there. But either way, it ended up working out in Cristobal's favor. Maybe there was an out with a high horsepower miss. If, like you said, calling a Protect on the Golden Go, I think Cristobal has no reason to go for a Protect there. But like you said, as we've discussed in previous games, if you're Eric in that situation, play as if your opponent is going to make a mistake. Because if you're in a situation where if your opponent doesn't make a mistake, you lose the game, then there's no point playing around that. You've got to play for them making the mistake. And that's what Eric did.
You've got to play for your best scenario to win. And we've got to play for our best scenario to keep our voices healthy for round 4 of LAIC. Because we're going to be going to a short break now before we get back for round 4. So stay tuned. We'll be back soon. feels like just a moment ago that we were getting started on round 1 here at the LAIC side stream, but we're already in round 4. We've had so many excellent matches already. We were just talking in the background, every single person that we have had on the stream so far today, on the side stream, no less, has at least won a regional championship. Every single player that we've had so far, it has been absolutely amazing, the quality of matches that we've had so far. We've got more yet to come. My name is Ben Kiriakou, joined here by Matt Maynard. And Matt, we've got... what a day it's been.
It has been, like you said, it has been flying by. It's the old saying of time flies when you're having fun, but it's hard not to enjoy yourself when you've got the level of Pokemon we've been watching so far today. Like you said, every single person who's been on the secondary stream has been a regional champion or better. I think that really speaks to the depth of talent that's at the Latin American International Championships this weekend. It is an incredibly stacked field, and we are very lucky to have even more incredible matches lined up for you today. We have got this round on our side stream. We've seen him on the main stream already today, Justin Tang against Gabriel Agati. 2 absolute powerhouse players, 2 more regional champions. Gabriel, international champion from all the way back in 2017, one of the most kind of long-standing players on the circuit, versus Justin Tang, an up-and-comer from the last couple of years. I believe he won his first 2 regionals or something, didn't he?
Won his first 2 regionals, yeah.
Which is ridiculous. Bro's washed.
Clearly doing very well at the international level already. Both of these players obviously 3-0 so far, and like mentioned, we've already seen Justin Tang, but we haven't seen what Gabriel Agachi has been cooking up. And I feel like cooking up is definitely the way to describe what Gabriel has been doing. Here's the 2 teams that we're going to be seeing. Gabriel on the right-hand side, and I'm just gonna say it straight off. Politoed, Chilean Berry, which I would forgive you at home if you're not really familiar with what this berry does, but it's one of the weird, super effective resistance berries. It's for the normal type, and regardless of whether because a normal type move can't be super effective, so it's not really a super effective berry, but it does reduce by 50% any damage from any normal type attacks, such as a Blood Moon from an Ursaluna.
It does seem like a very targeted tech against Ursalunas, especially combined with the Terra Grass. It means that in front of either Ursaluna Blood Moon or just regular old Ursaluna, or I've seen people refer to them recently, Ursaluna 2 feet and Ursaluna 4 feet, you can go for that Terra Grass.
Excellent.
It's very good.
That is excellent.
But you can go for that Terra Grass in front of it and resist the ground type moves with the Terra Grass and effectively resist that one normal type move with the Chilean Berry. Not Chilean Berry, that's a different thing. That's a nationality. But with the Chilean Berry, you can resist one normal type attack. The other interesting thing on this team that Chef Gabriel is cooking up is this Ninetales. Ninetales is not strange in and of itself, but it is slightly odd to see the double weather. It's not something you see very often, especially in this format.
That's true.
So we've got the Politoed and the Ninetales with 2 competing weather abilities with the Drizzle and the Snow Warning. So I think in most matches it's probably a case of picking which weather you want to set up.
Yeah. Well, on the other side, Justin's team, now if you saw it on the main broadcast already, this would be familiar to you, but there's nothing really standing out as particularly different. Well, in fact, actually, now I'm looking at it, there is a few different things. You've got the Thunder Wave on the Grimmsnarl, which is a speed control that we don't often see on Grimmsnarl. Usually we don't necessarily even see any speed control on it. You've got the Choice Specs on the Golden Go. You've got the Snarl Archaladon, which doesn't have Electro Shot, so no Power Herb set, no Rain to get up an Electro Shot, so just using the 4 other best moves that it has available to it. Then you've got the standard Haze Dragonite, the Life Orb Ursaluna, and of course this support Volcarona that's starting to pick up popularity rather than the Quiverdance sets.
Yeah, I think we have actually seen... This was the same team that Louis Fonvier was running in round 1. We didn't get to see the team sheet for that before the match started, but I believe this is the same 6 So we have actually seen this team in round 1 on the side stream and on the main stream.
Yes.
But the reflect and light screen options from Grimmsnarl seem very, very scary into Gabriel's team, which it has one setup option, but otherwise it's just relying on raw damage. And something like this Bastia Legion, which kind of makes a living from either getting one-hit KOs or going down trying, it's gonna struggle to get through that reflect, I think. So I think this Grimmsnarl could be a very key piece, especially with the option for Thunderwave slowing down your Scarf Bastia Legion, the Ninetales, and the Quiver-Dance Volcarona.
Yeah, it's a really good point actually, because I think a lot of the Grimmsnarl is doing exactly what you said. It's stopping Pokemon from picking up KOs or 2-hit KOs that they would do otherwise. Let's see if it gets a bit of a shout out in this match for the support that it offers, because you do have to drop a different Pokemon to be able to run that supportive option. So he's like kind of one less offensive threat for making all 3 of your other Pokemon just that little bit better. Again, let's see if we're going to be seeing it in this match. We've got the Politoed though leading out straight away with the Incineroar for Gabriel. We're seeing it from Gabriel's perspective. Archaludon Ursaluna for Justin.
Now, normally you'd think that Archaludon would be very well positioned into this lead, but this one, as you pointed out, does not have Electro Shot, so can't actually use Politoed's Rain against it. So this lead, all of the damage really is coming from this Ursaluna. Obviously, Archaludon can do reasonable damage, but Ursaluna is the big threat on this team, and we may see the Chillin' Berry come into play immediately as this Ursaluna goes for the Terra Normal right out of the gates.
I think Gabriel is definitely going to be really happy that they have that Chillin' Berry available. It's probably part of the reason that it's in the lead. Not going to come into effect this turn though, because there is the fake out potential for this Incineroar stopping the Blood Moon doing anything. A Draco Meteor is shrugged off by the Politoed here, and it looks like that could have been a Whirlpool that was avoided by the Archaludon.
I don't see another move that can miss on that Politoed, so I'm going to say yes, that was a Whirlpool. So this Politoed is running Whirlpool and Perish Song, which is kind of a one Pokemon Perish Trap setup, but it's a little bit harder to get it going. The Whirlpool also doing a lot of passive damage over time, which into something like this Archaludon with the Assault Vest, especially if screens are up, that passive damage could be very useful. And we've seen from that first Draco Meteor just how much bulk this Politoed has. Politoed, not the best Pokemon in terms of stats, but its HP and its special defense are pretty high. And so it's able to eat these hits pretty well. I would be surprised if Ursaluna could take it down this turn, but it doesn't look like it's going to try.
Blood Moon coming out from the Ursaluna after the body press, enough to pick up the KO onto this Incineroar. So not trying to target down the Politoed at all. Just allowing the Politoed to get another opportunity to set up a Whirlpool. And it is going to be into that Ursaluna, which actually, in the rain, does a pretty good amount of damage, not to mention the passive damage that comes out afterwards. And I think this is really a key scenario. I think this is something that Gabriel has identified in Justin's team, is that Archaludon does not have access to Electro Shot, and therefore Bastia Legion into this slot is actually looking really, really nice. I would be, like, looking at Gabriel's position, if he got the Whirlwind off onto the Archaludon on turn 1 and it wasn't able to switch out those Draco Meteor drops, Gabriel would have been in a fantastic position here.
Well, Justin choosing not to switch out of his own volition anyway, we are going to see the Terastallization coming out from this Bastia Legion, which does mean it's going to get more damage on its Water-type moves, does open it up potentially to that Body Press from Archaludon if that is what that goes for later in the game. And we are going to see a big Water-type move coming out here into this Ursaluna, unable to switch, so it is pinned on the field. It could have protected maybe, but it cannot get out of the way, and it is going to go down. Let's see what this Archaludon goes for here.
Okay, so that was a flip turn from the Bastia Legion there, making sure that it wasn't going to be sticking around on the field for too long. The Ninetales now comes in instead, so a part Fairy type. So if this is a Draco Meteor coming out into that slot, it's not going to do any damage, but instead a Snarl with a critical hit, making sure that Politoed takes just that little bit of extra damage. Now, effectively, this Politoed doesn't have an item at its disposal, because the Chillin' Berry is only going to be effective against that normal type move that Blood Moon Ursaluna would have been able to pick up. I want to point out here, actually, there is a a really nice combination between these two weather setters here, in that once Whirlpool is active, it's not just Perish that keeps this Archaludon under pressure. It's the fact that it can't switch out to an Encore Disable combination on this Ninetales.
Yeah, it's a very nasty trap that you can get set up. It does require quite a bit of setup, but as we've seen here, especially if it hit that Whirlpool on turn 1, Archaludon would already be in a lot of trouble. It's not in the best position now, but that trap also means it's a little bit difficult for this Volcarona to try and set up, because if that gets caught by an Encore at some point, or a Disable, and it gets trapped on the field, then that ends up in a slightly difficult position. But I think the biggest issue now for Gabriel is going to be the fact that he's not got a huge amount of offensive pressure left outside of just this Basculegion that he's got in the back, which can't do that much to Basculegion. To Archaludon.
But it's going to be an Encore going into the Archaludon before the Volcarona gets a chance to set up its Tailwind there. That's going to lock the Archaludon into using Snarl over and over again. I don't think that's a particular problem for Gabriel. I think he's going to be quite happy to get that Whirlpool down onto the Volcarona. Now a Perish trap is possible to get off, but it does mean that this Volcarona has an opportunity to try to go down on the offensive with Struggle Bug and Heat Wave, but I'm not sure that it's going to be enough to knock out this Politoed.
I don't think it will be enough to knock out the Politoed, and also it can't do very much to the Basculegion in the back. Heat Wave and Struggle Bug both resisted moves. Neither of them are immensely strong, and I imagine this Volcarona doesn't have a huge amount of investment in its special attack. And the Archaludon Snarl at -2, I don't think Basculegion really cares that much about that either. So this Volcarona doesn't have access to Protect, which means that if this Basculegion can get in the field in this position, it can potentially just threaten a free KO into the Volcarona, or just a big Last Respects into whatever comes in on that slot.
Yeah, that's the Last Respect's not that powerful. It has been boosted up by one stage effectively overall, but there's that switch out the Ninetales into the Basculegion. It's the only Pokemon in the back that Gabriel can bring in this spot, and it's in a perfect position. Politoed going for the Protect there, just making sure that it's not going to go down this time. Worth noting that if Politoed goes down in this spot, then both Whirlpools get broken. And so both the Volcarona and the Archaludon will be able to switch in. Anyway, burn on the switch-in. I'm not sure that even really does make much difference to a Terra Water Basculegion in this situation overall. It's still got the offensive potential, and both Archaludon and Volcarona are still taking a bunch of damage every turn from this Whirlpool. But it's definitely not something that Gabriel was asking for.
It's more what's in the back, I think, is going to be the problem now, because if you think about this Basculegion later on in the game, if there's a Goldengo in the back that would have gone down to a Terra Water boosted Banded Wave Crash, that's now surviving. If Basculegion, maybe Gabriel was planning on going for a flip turn this turn so it can come back in later and go for Last Respects, those are doing a lot less damage. So this is definitely detrimental. It's not nothing. It's certainly not nothing. I think there is a good chance that the chances of it getting burned at some point in this game are not low, because it would probably have to go for a water move into this Volcarona at some point anyway, which makes contact. Although Last Respects I don't think does make contact. So maybe it could have gone for a Last Respects there.
No, I think the question I've got that I want to double check is whether or not the Perish Song would work on a Goldengo. I don't think it works because of Brittle Gold.
It does not.
It does not work. Yeah, okay. I'm glad we clarified that. So the Struggle Bug plus the Heat Wave, plus the Snarl is not enough to pick up the KO on the Basculegion, nor on the Politoed. So Wave Crash goes down into Volcarona, easily enough to pick up the KO here. And it looked like there was another Whirlpool launched out from this Politoed. Probably Politoed, Gabriel wanting to... Oh, there's the flip turn. Okay, not a Wave Crash flip turn. Their animations look very, very similar.
It's just a wet fish slaps into you and then either goes away or doesn't.
Yeah, maybe Basculegion is the most slappable Pokemon out there.
Maybe it is.
Maybe, based on that logic. If you were joining us from the earlier part of the stream, we were talking about slappable Pokemon in the format. Basculegion seeming to be one of them. As in Pokemon you can slap on your team, not Pokemon that you are able to slap. I would not recommend trying to slap a Basculegion. Well, your mileage may vary, but either way, Dragonite is the last Pokemon on the field, and that's looking pretty good for this Ninetales in the end game. This Dragonite only has Scale Shot as an offensive move, so it doesn't matter how many times that the Archaladon snarls it down, Ninetales is not going to be able to take any damage from the Dragonite.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the damage coming out from the Flash Cannon on Archaladon, because even with the -2 special attack, Ninetales is 4 times weak to that move. So it's not going to want to take that, and this is the kind of situation where you'd kind of like to not have your Basculegion be burned, so that you could maybe bring it in and go for a last respects into that Archaladon. But we see the side Scale Shot coming out here, boosting that Archaladon's defense even further. A risky move, because if Gabriel had just gone for a Blizzard there, that might have been enough to pick up that Archaladon.
Well, it certainly could be. Now this puts... because the Tailwind is ending, that's where the double protect is coming from on Gabriel's side, making sure that they have the opportunity to Blizzard first onto that Dragonite later down the line. There's the Flash Cannon coming out from the Archaladon, but now, because the Dragonite has got that side Scale Shot, it's nothing to do with the boosts that the Archaladon can get from the stamina, although that is helpful. It's really all down to making sure that this Dragonite goes before the Ninetales gets the Tailwind, so that with its Sash broken, Archaladon can land a 4-time super effective Flash Cannon into that slot.
Yeah, very, very well positioned from Justin, being aware of the possibility of the double protect, covering for the Ninetales attacking anyway with the Flash Cannon, and it looks like the Archaladon was freed from Whirlpool at the end of that turn as well, so no more passive damage there. The problem is, if this Dragonite does go for a Tailwind, you then have to pick which slot you're going to target down with the Archaladon, because Snarl doesn't really get you any value here. So, if you target down the Ninetales slot and we see the Basculegion come in here, if this is a Flash Cannon into Basculegion and Politoed is allowed to get a Whirlpool off, that Archaladon will go down after next turn. But it's instead just Scale Shot into Politoed.
Scale Shot into Politoed, this gives the Archaladon the opportunity to attack again. But it's probably not going to be able to pick up the KO this turn onto the Basculegion. Dragonite, however, does get its second Scale Shot speed boost. Oh no, the body press! The body press is enough! Yes, because it's not got in fact, it's got quite a lot of boosts to its defense, so perfect play there for Justin Tang. Absolutely brilliant prediction there. Not taking any risks overall that the Ninetales would be able to... would be staying in on this turn, and even if it did, knocking out the Politoed means that Archaladon is just that bit more safe.
I think also because Snow had gone down that turn, it was more likely for Gabriel to want to switch out that Ninetales. He would have had to rely on a Blind Blizzard if... Ninetales lives?
5 HP! 5 HP! The Ninetales gets hang on!
Blizzard takes out the Archaladon! That's game!
Archaladon down! That is game! Gabriel's Ninetales, which is carrying the Focus Sash. Let's bear in mind, this Ninetales should not have been trained to have that much defenses in it whatsoever, because the Focus Sash is the large part of the Ninetales defenses. 2- on the Archaladon, kept in all match by Gabriel, is enough to make sure that this Ninetales has what it takes to close out this game 1. This is crazy stuff here. I thought Justin, with those predictions, I thought he was going to take it.
I really thought he did. I'm so surprised that Flash, because even without, like, even at -2, that's effectively just a regular super effective move from an Archaladon.
Yeah,
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
I guess Archaladon in this team is most likely trained more in defense than it is in special attack, right?
I think that makes perfect sense. I mean, look, it's got Snarl, it's got Body Press. Those are the two major attacks that it's going to be going for. You kind of... Draco Meteor and Flash Cannon are really nice to have, but they kind of feel secondary. If you're Draco Meteoring something like a Dragonite, you don't need any special attack. You're just going to knock out the Dragonite. No problem.
Very eloquently put, thank you.
You know what? I learned from the best. But
he's so mean to me.
But those defensive plays, the ability for that Archaladon to hold on. But also, let's not forget that Archaladon was only in range of the Ninetales Blizzard because of Whirlpool, of all things.
Yes.
All of those turns of Whirlpool passive damage that aren't affected by the Assault Vest, aren't affected by any stamina boost on the Archaladon, was enough to take it into range. And I think that's just as impressive that Ninetales actually managed to get that KO as it is that the Politoed with Whirlpool managed to do all of that damage to Archaludon in the first place.
Yeah, we did highlight that screens might be a problem for Gabriel because of how little setup he has, but also screens don't care about Whirlpool. So
No.
Politoed's a way around that as well. If you lead your Grimmsnarl, okay, you're not doing that much damage to my Politoed, I'll just get a Whirlpool down, you're stuck in a weird field position, and you're taking, what's it, it's an 1/8 of your health every turn, I believe?
Yeah, it's a good amount of health, but it's also for 4 or 5 turns. So it's kind of like the loaded dice conversation as to how much passive damage that you get in those spots. Now we're seeing the Rain lead. This is a mix-up from Gabriel Agachi. Golden Go Dragonite, the mix-up from Justin Tang as well. So this Golden Go, most notably, is carrying the choice specs. It's a Terra Steel. It's not able to protect itself from any attacks coming out from the Basculegion that will be faster than both the Dragonite and the Golden Go. Will have an opportunity to land some big hits down onto it.
Yeah, immediately a much more aggressive lead from Gabriel, and it's paying off. The Golden Go is forced out. Archaludon comes in, but I think we did see a Wave Crash and a Whirlpool both going into that slot. Wave Crash coming out, Choice Band Wave Crash in the rain, still doing a big chunk to an Archaludon that I imagine is very defensively invested. So that's very good damage for Gabriel right off the bat. We are going to see a Scale Shot coming out into the Politoed. Politoed going to eat that reasonably well, looking like it's going to do about half.
Maybe a bit more.
Hits.
Maybe
a little bit more actually.
Than half. Especially
a
with
bit more
5
than
hits.
half. It's 5.
Yeah, 5 hits coming down onto that Politoed. That's really good damage for later. But I think, even so, like as a player that's played Rain quite a bit myself, locking into a Wave Crash against a Dragonite that's going for a Scale Shot, yeah, it's pretty good.
It's fine.
Goes for the Scale Shot. Maybe it gets the speed boost, but it also gets a defense drop, and that's definitely 1/8 damage on the Whirlpool.
Yeah. I feel like this Politoed, you did mention it quite likes its Chillenberry into the Ursaluna. I bet it wishes it had a Citrus Berry right about now.
Yeah. Yeah,
so now the
definitely.
tricky thing with Gabriel's position is that, as you mentioned in the previous game, as soon as Politoed leaves the field for any reason, that Whirlpool is broken. So now it's a case of needing to keep this Politoed in play, stop it from fainting, whilst the Archaludon slowly takes all of that chip damage. You can protect this turn, and it looks like Gabriel is positioning for a fake out potentially next turn to keep this Politoed alive for one more turn again.
Here's the Tailwind coming out from the Dragonite, making sure the Archaludon is able to go before the Choice Scarf Adaptability Basculegion, not the Swift Swim boosted Basculegion. So adaptability in Rain rather than Choice Band Swift Swim in this spot. Not as reliant on the Rain to be effective in this spot, but now Incineroar in a good spot to be able to just come in and do what Incineroar does best.
Fake out and then leave immediately. But we see the Politoed leaving, actually. Interesting, giving up the passive damage, because that would have been KO'd that turn, the Politoed, most likely. No matter which you fake out, it's likely there's a double target down into the Politoed, and it looks like this might just be a fake out into Archaludon and then switching Ninetales on a Scale Shot.
Yeah, the Scale Shot coming out from the Dragonite, but doesn't affect the Ninetales because of its fairy typing. So the fake out targeting from Gabriel doing very well here, but Justin putting themselves in a really good position to still keep the pressure going. There is no Draco Meteor this time around, and so the Flash Cannon will be bringing the Ninetales to its sash should Justin want to go for that.
I don't think Gabriel really minds that too much, because you still get the Blizzard off. And you're getting damage down on the Archaludon, and Dragonite can't hit you. Basculegion coming in now, another threat into the... Oh, there's a body press into the Basculegion. Gabriel, another perfect call on a switch in there.
Especially with a Protect on the Dragonite there. Ninetales going for the Blizzard, and that wasn't too far away from the amount of HP that Archaludon had last time around when we saw a Blizzard. But not quite enough this time to be able to pick up the KO. And as you say, Gabriel positioning perfectly turn after turn.
Yeah, and now the Basculegion does have the option to just break the multi-scale on this Dragonite to open it up to a Blizzard KOing it, maybe forcing a Terra out early if Justin Tang wants to keep this Dragonite on the field this turn. But if Dragonite switches out, you now lose all your Scale Shot speed boosts, which means you lose your Tailwind speed control later in the game, and Ninetales is still a big threat. So this Ninetales and Basculegion is in a very good position. Gabriel saying, okay, I need to switch my Incineroar into the one thing on my team that is faster than Ninetales so that I can break this multi-scale first.
And Dragonite is indeed committing its Terrestrialization, going for the Terra Fairy here. So we'll be taking more damage to the Basculegion, but much, much less damage from the Ninetales in this spot. Basculegion looking like it's avoiding a Snarl. Ninetales avoiding a Snarl there. Wait, no.
Scale
you know
Shot
what?
from the
I've got Scale Shot miss for the Dragonite. Thank you very much, Matt. We're back on track now. Snarl hitting both targets. Wave Crash going down into the Dragonite. So Gabriel making it yet another call in this spot, getting a little bit of good fortune there by avoiding any damage from the Scale Shot on this turn. Dragonite hanging on, but that Archaludon is down quite a lot earlier in the game. And Gabriel gets to play this really interesting game as like, well, how do I make sure that the Dragonite versus Ninetales is my end game? And I'm not sure that there's a way to do that with a Choice Specs Golden Go coming out and the option for Justin to go for a Tailwind.
Yeah, that miss from the Scale Shot there looks very unfortunate, but at the same time, I think that Gabriel doesn't actually hate this position. Sorry, Justin doesn't hate this position now because the Basculegion didn't go for the flip turn. So now you have the option to get that Tailwind back up again and potentially KO the Ninetales with a Make It Rain or the Basculegion with a Shadow Ball, which the Golden Go should be going first if this Dragonite does get that Tailwind up. So this might not actually end up being an awful situation for Justin.
Let's see, Ninetales switching itself out there away from any damage, and Incineroar, the obvious switch into these two Pokemon, usually is able to take any attack that Golden Go has, but this Golden Go has the disposal of Power Gem on it, and so could have been a real risk for that Incineroar, but just to make it rain, dropping the special attack of the Golden Go, but equally dropping that Basculegion and knocking it out on this turn. So now Gabriel gets to switch in again, maybe a little bit safer this time with the Ninetales.
Yeah, this Golden Go is now under a lot of pressure because it doesn't have access to Protect, it doesn't have access to Terrestrialization, and this Incineroar is now threatening a big Flare Blitz, which, with the drop to Golden Go's special attack, I don't think there's really any chance that Dragonite and Golden Go double up is going to KO this Incineroar. So, depending on what's in the back here, this may be a very difficult situation for Justin, because if he switches the Golden Go, the problem is the Ninetales then gets a free hit with Blizzard. But if Ninetales protects and you swing with Golden Go to try and catch the Ninetales, then you lose your Golden Go for free, and Ninetales is once again in a very strong position. So this is a tough call for both players this turn.
Yeah, it's like, do you do the obvious thing, or do you try to make a read in this slot? And I kind of like this, especially with the special attack drop on the Golden Go. I like what Gabriel's thinking in this spot. Actually committing the Terra, not expecting a Scale Shot to come into the Ninetales slot this turn, because why would Justin target a Scale Shot into a Fairy-type Ninetales? Instead going for the Terra Ghost, trying to take the -1, Make It Rain, and then knock out the Dragonite. So then you don't have to worry about the Scale Shot immunity anymore.
Yeah, I do like that as a bit of a middle ground play. It kind of covers for both options. The problem is now you don't have your Terrestrialization to burn on any other Pokemon, but in this situation, I don't know if you would use your Terrestrialization on any of the other Pokemon on your team if you're Gabriel here. The bigger issue would always be that you leave yourself weaker to this Dragonite, but as you said, Dragonite very unlikely to Scale Shot into the Ninetales there, and now that Dragonite's gone down to that Blizzard, you don't care about not being a Fairy type anymore, and that's good damage coming out from that Flare Blitz into the Volcarona, but Instant taking a lot of damage in return. So this Golden Go could potentially make something happen in the Zen game here with some big Make It Rains.
Well, it doesn't even need to be a Make It Rain, and I think that's possibly the key here. We'll get a view of exactly how much HP the Incineroar has, but yeah, 38 probably enough where the Make It Rains are okay to lock yourself into. But I think it's probably more likely that Justin locks into a Power Gem or a Shadow Ball in this slot, because the Golden Go is just not threatened. by the
Shadow Ball actually
Ninetales.
makes a lot of sense, because that should be enough damage to pick up the Incineroar from this range. And that will
Yeah, and
one-shot Ninetales and Politoed from here as well.
Exactly, and you don't drop your special attack, and I think that's the key here. Don't drop your special attack if you're Justin, because then you might not be able to pick up the KOs that you need to later on this Incineroar. Strugglebug's going to come out. It's going to bring the Incineroar down to pretty low, and there is the Shadow Ball lock-in for Justin Tang, knocking out the Incineroar. Would have also knocked out the Politoed on the switch-in as well, worth noting. And that's going to be super effective against this now Terra Ghost Ninetales as well. So Gabriel, in a really tough spot here, would have to have something crazy like a freeze go his way, maybe a double freeze go his way in order to pull this back. But it is technically possible from this spot.
It is very possible. We've seen freezes win games very recently. But
Very, very recently.
the problem is Ninetales isn't threatening damage. So not only would you need the freeze, you'd need your opponents to stay frozen for a very long time to actually get any value out of that. I think you need to double freeze on turn 1. I guess with Politoed's Whirlpool, maybe you could have made it work if you got a freeze specifically on the Golden Go and it's lasted for a bunch of turns. But Gabriel deciding it's not worth the time to go for it and just saying, okay, let's move on to game 3.
So what are you thinking, Matt? Game 3? Well, because that was a big switch up from both players. And it was looking good in the early game for Gabriel, but he had to make those so many calls right in a row and then still wasn't quite able to make it work.
Yeah, I think the big thing there was Justin made the decision to target down the Politoed early. Because what we saw last game was, like you said, so much of the damage on the Archaludon wasn't actually from any attacks. It was just from a Whirlpool that chipped it down slowly over time.
Right.
And we saw that when you get that much damage down on the Politoed, Whirlpool, not like a move like Salt Cure, Garganacl's signature move, which will stick around after Garganacl's long gone. Once Politoed's gone, the Whirlpool's not there anymore. So getting that damage down early was huge for Justin Tang to keep that Politoed from getting too much chip damage. So I wonder if maybe we see a switch up to keep the Politoed a little bit safer, or maybe potentially even a Ninetales lead to threaten that Dragonite.
Let's see, like, putting pressure on the Dragonite in the early game does seem like it's a pretty nice thing to be able to do, but we'll see. Next to a Golden Go, not necessarily particularly safe, nor next to an Archaludon. Let's get this game 3 kicked off. It is Archaludon and Dragonite for Justin Tang, Gabriel Agachi with Baskia Legion and Politoed.
Yeah, same lead again for Gabriel. I don't know how much I like this lead, because the Basket is not really threatening anything now. If it was still the Golden Go instead of the Archaludon, that could have still been a very effective lead. But in this position, you've got a 50 base power last respect, or you've got a water type into 2 dragon types. So it's a slightly strange position. You can flip turn out immediately, for example, but you're just not really threatening anything with the Basket Legion, and also you're providing a free hit into that slot if Justin Tang wants to take it. Obviously, you've got the Ninetales switch in potential on a Scale Shot, but this could, if you go Scale Shot Flash Cannon into that slot, for example, you're guaranteed some damage on something, is an option.
Well, it is the flip turn coming out from this Baskia Legion, going to break the multi-scale onto the Dragonite. And that's something that we can definitely take all the way through this match, because there's no way for Justin to recover that damage. It's the side Scale Shot, though, into Archaludon. So where this Archaludon is probably a bit more defensively trained, getting 4 or 5 defense boosts and then going for the body press might be a great way for Justin to put some pressure onto this Politoed early without dropping any of the other stats. Maybe even a body press with the 5 hits that it's got could be enough to pick up the KO on this Politoed. If it's not, and it's targeting into the Incineroar, that Incineroar is going back home.
Ooh, Politoed just about hands on.
Wow.
Here comes Whirlpool.
Big survival there. Whirlpool, yeah, into the Archaludon, and yeah, it's starting to rack up that damage, but again, Justin's got that damage on the Politoed early doors.
Yeah, it's the same situation as last game where, yes, you've got the Whirlpool down, and in theory that's quite nice, but your Politoed on 13 HP is not going to be able to keep that Whirlpool around for very long, and Incineroar is also not threatening that much damage into either of these Pokemon. Obviously, you can knock off into the Dragonite, it's at -1 defense, which would be quite nice, but then you leave your Politoed open to getting hit by an attack from either of these 2 Pokemon on Justin's side. So again, I think Justin making the correct call in just prioritizing damage down on Politoed early. And the thing with the side Scale Shot play that I like is that even if you hit a Protect with Politoed, even if the Politoed does go for a defensive play, you still get your boosts on Archaludon. So it's not completely wasted.
And on Dragonite. And on Dragonite,
exactly.
let's not forget that. Okay, so a fake out going into the Archaludon. No worries about carrying on boosting up this Archaludon. The sort of damage has been done on that front, so to speak. Dragonite setting up the Tailwind. Archaludon not going to be able to take advantage of it this turn around. But now the Dragonite avoids the Whirlpool there as well. So the trap that Gabriel's trying to get down onto the two Pokemon on the field is just proving a little bit too unreliable in this match.
Yeah, we saw the missing game 1 as well. Obviously, Gabriel was able to pull that back and win, but he's done well to get the call correct on that turn, Gabriel, to just squeeze out a couple extra turns of Whirlpool damage onto the Archaludon. But with all the defense boosts it's got now, it's still going to be very tough to break through this. We have seen the Volcarona in the back there on Gabriel's side, which seems quite nice as a special attacker, but because there's no Ninetales, this Rain is going to be staying up, which means that the Heat Wave from this Volcarona is going to be significantly reduced in damage until that Rain goes away.
I think this is where the Whirlpool chip damage would have really been nice for Gabriel to get down onto the Dragonite, just to sort of help things speed along. But here's the Volcarona coming into the fray here. Gabriel switching it in favour of the Politoed here, trying to take maybe a Scale Shot instead of the Basculegion, but instead the Basculegion switches in and takes that Scale Shot as well. Basculegion switch in, we saw it in the previous game, Gabriel switching it into a Body Press and the Archaludon not being able to get anything done on that particular turn. Let's see if he manages to get it right again.
Oh, he does. That's a really, really good play from Justin, because the Body Press is a little bit projected there. And Gabriel played around that, saying, okay, I'm going to switch in my two Pokemon that don't really care about a Body Press. If you Body Press the Basculegion, obviously it does no damage, it's a Ghost type. If you Body Press the Volcarona, it's going to do a decent chunk, but you're risking getting burned. But instead, Justin calling that and saying, okay, I think you're probably going to either protect your Politoed, or you're going to Terra Ghost or Incineroar, or make some kind of defensive play, instead opting for the Snarl, which has ended up paying dividends here. And a bit of extra damage down the Basculegion, and a special attack drop on the Volcarona, which is going to make it even more difficult now to get through this Archaludon, which is looking increasingly game-ending from the position we're currently in.
Especially with Tailwind up and the Scale Shot up, this Basculegion can't protect itself. So every time you switch it out, switch it in, it's at risk of taking another attack. That's the Scale Shot coming into the Basculegion after a Waves Crash, and being able to pick up the after an Aqua Jet, by the looks of things. Actually, yeah, that would make much more sense with the speed tiers that Justin has on their side of the field. But all of these wet moves look very, very similar to each other, and Body Press coming out from the Archaludon. Now, Volcarona does get the ability to go for a Quiver Dance and start setting itself up. But even resisted, that Body Press just did too much damage. And without the Grassy Seed on the Volcarona activated, it doesn't even look like it's going to be able to take another Body Press from this Archaludon.
No, and crucially, Volcarona not getting the burn from Flame Body onto that Archaludon. That would have meant that its Body Presses were doing half damage. It was taking chip damage over time. That might have been a way out. But it feels like this Archaludon might just be a bit too much for Gabriel to handle. Maybe you can play to fake out the Archaludon and hope for a Scale Shot miss from Dragonite. Might be your way out of this game, for example. But I think Gabriel's probably going to need at least a little bit of luck, or maybe a bit of a slip up from Justin to take this game home from this position.
Yeah, it's like maybe Justin slips on the haze button and things get a little bit easier from that situation, but unlikely in this spot. I think Justin's done a really good job of identifying the good parts of Gabriel's team and mitigating them as much as possible. Gabriel's been a little bit unfortunate with Whirlpool so far. He's not out of it yet, but it's definitely looking very much uphill.
It looks like Gabriel has made a very good play on this turn, though, getting the fake out onto the Archaludon, and also I think following up with a Fairy type Terra Blast now. This probably won't be enough to get rid of the Archaludon, but with the special attack boost, it might just be... No, it is not. This is a very, very defensively built Archaludon by the looks of things. Yeah. Tailwind does go down, but this Dragonite has 3 speed boosts now, so even with the Quiver Lance, Volcarona is still slower, and now this Archaludon is threatening a very, very big Body Press into the Volcarona, or a Flash Cannon now. that it's no longer a
Well,
fire type.
Either or. I mean, the Volcarona does have a special defense boost, but actually, the body press was doing enough. Maybe Justin doesn't actually want to risk the burn coming out from the Volcarona, but also kind of maybe far enough ahead where it doesn't actually matter whatsoever. And especially now that the Incineroar is not able to terrestrialize into a ghost type, I wouldn't be surprised that the Archaludon comes out a little bit later on, instead switching out on this turn for the Volcarona to be able to resist a Terra Fairy Terra Blast coming out, or maybe the Dragonites get things a little bit more set up again with the Tailwind.
And again here, I think we see the issue with bringing your Politoed and not your Ninetales. That Heat Wave is really not doing any damage. I understand the idea of going for Heat Wave there, because in that situation, probably still would have picked up the Archaludon and gives you a burn chance on the Dragonite. But instead, Justin just switching his Archaludon out, saying, okay, I don't want to deal with any of this. Don't want to get hit by a Heat Wave. Like you said, save it for later for the Incineroar. Or just save it as an extra piece to pivot around. And now, with these severely reduced damage on these Heat Waves, Gholdengo looks pretty good. Volcarona from Justin's side is looking pretty scary as well. Struggle Bug can really slow Gabriel's Volcarona down. And it is a Struggle Bug we're going to see here now, I believe. If I read my
Struggle Bug. It is Struggle Bug. Yeah, Struggle Bug coming out, dropping the special attack of the Volcarona. So even though Gabriel's doing quite a good job of trying to keep this Volcarona relevant in the match, using the Terrestrialization, the Terra Fairy, using that to try to knock out the Archaludon. Justin's just one step ahead in this game 3, has been able to really put themselves in a great position, and especially after all that damage after the body press that this Politoed took in the early game, there's not going to be many things that can really stand up to the damage that this Gholdengo is going to be able to dish out.
Yeah, I think even with a couple of Quiver Dances and maybe a drop from hitting a Make It Rain into the Incineroar here, I think this Gholdengo probably still has enough damage just to KO this Volcarona. Did the Volcarona get a second Quiver Dance boost up?
It did get another Quiver Dance boost up, but it's still at neutral special attack because the Snarl and the Struggle Bug have stopped it in its tracks, so to speak.
But it'll probably still be faster than the Gholdengo under Tailwind here, at least. It depends on how they're trained. It's very possible the Gholdengo is, in fact, still faster than the Volcarona. But yeah, maybe this is the play. Volcarona goes for Double Protect, doesn't get it.
But this Volcarona does have... it would be able to Rage Powder under normal situations, but this Incineroar is fortunate for Gabriel carrying the safety goggles to be able to avoid any redirection shenanigans. But Justin's like pretty happy, I think, overall to just launch Make It Rains until Gabriel tries to knock out the Gholdengo, because until the Gholdengo is knocked out, you're still going to guarantee a bunch of damage into what is remaining on Gabriel's side. There's the knockoff into the Gholdengo, but it's not going to be able to pick up the KO. And now Gholdengo gets to choose whatever move that it likes on this next turn.
Yeah, this is looking like the game's over here. I don't see a way for Gabriel to win this with just the Politoed and the Incineroar yet. And Gabriel is going to lock in the forfeit there. That is a hard-earned victory for Justin Tang. Another close 3-game set, and I think some very, very good adaptation from Justin across the course of that set.
Definitely. I think Gabriel did loads of really great things in that set. I mean, in game 1, we saw Gabriel making read after read after read, but still not quite being able to make it all the way through. Sorry, it was game 2 that he made lots of reads and wasn't able to make it all the way through. Game 1, he just barely managed to cling on. But it was adaptations on adaptations, I think, that Justin did just that slight bit better than Gabriel in that spot, where he was able to call out the way to deal with a lot of the offensive pressure that Gabriel was putting on with the Whirlpool. In game 2, Justin made the adaptation to put the damage on the Politoed. And in game 3, he did the same thing, but in a completely different way that maybe Gabriel wasn't anticipating, with that side scale shot, setting up the Archaludon and being able to get the offensive pressure going.
Yeah, like you said, it was that switch up of strategy, not necessarily the Pokemon that he brought, but just the way he was using them, changing the focus down to the Politoed, because Politoed is only a threat, really, if you let it sit on the field for a bunch of turns. And like you said, that double setup turn at the start of Game 3 was very, very smart, because not only did you get a lot of damage down to the Politoed, you also, I think we pointed out at the time, even if you get that call slightly wrong and Politoed does try and protect itself from that, you're still set up on your Archaludon, and that Archaludon we saw was so difficult for Gabriel to break through, because he's not got any huge special attackers on his team. Like, his best special attackers are Volcarona, who, again, it just gets snarled down by both of them, and Ninetales. Famously, Blizzard's an annoying move, but when it comes off of Ninetales' special attack, it's not the strongest move. So once there's a couple of defense boosts on that Archaludon, it's just almost impossible for Gabriel to get through. And Justin recognized that in Game 3 and said, okay, I will just get this set up. If I get some damage on your Politoed, great. If you protect your Politoed, doesn't matter. I can just double into it next turn, it's dead. Very, very well played. Just the strategic switch up there, I think, was the thing that made the big difference. Really nice adaptation from Justin in that set.
Yeah, really, really nice. And really great to see Gabriel cooking up a different type of team and taking a real swing at what's going on in the format. Chillenberry and Whirlpool and Perish Song on the Politoed is absolutely fabulous to see. But we've got some cooking of our own to do, Matt. In the background here, we're going to be cooking up a couple of new casters to take over where we've left off. We've had a brilliant time, haven't we, Matt? For the matches that we've seen have been so good. Thank you to everybody that's been watching. Thank you for everybody that's been making this happen so far. We're going to be taking it to a quick break now, and we'll be back very soon. Round 5 of the LAIC side stream.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Welcome to the Victory Road side stream broadcast featuring matches from the Latin American International Championships in Sao Paulo, Brazil. My name is Cedric, and I'm joined by my co-caster Hayden and the rest of the Victory Road team to share some of the top Pokemon DDC matches at LAIC to complement what we have also going on the main stream. So, yeah, really excited to be streaming today. How are you, Hayden?
Oh, I'm just delighted to be here. So much wonderful VGC history being recorded with all of these side streams. I think Ben and Matt got us off to a great start with a ton of really exciting matches that I hope folks had a chance to catch. And I'm really excited to bring us home for the latter half of day one.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we're starting round 5 now. We have some excellent trainers queued up for you. We, of course, have the well-known Alex Gomez, a Spanish player, versus Frederick Nielsen, a newer player, but has definitely had his fair share of success from 2023 onwards. So yeah, going to be an incredible match. It's kind of been the trend on this stream today. I believe we've had at least one regional champion in every stream match the previous casters were mentioning. So yeah, continuing on that trend. I'm not entirely sure if Frederick has one, but Alex definitely has regional championships in spades, not to comment on his additional national, international, and worlds finishes.
Yeah, Alex has one of the most impressive resumes I've seen in Pokemon. Just so many different finishes. So really fun to get to see Alex in fighting form for this big tournament. This is a tier of tournament that Alex has won before versus a player who's really had a lot of interesting breakouts in the last couple of years. I think they both have pretty interesting teams, and I'm really excited to get a chance to talk through that.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Looking here, we've got...
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Looking through here, we've got Frederick's team on the left. That's going to be Incineroar, Annihilate, Dusclops, Mousehold, Sinistcha, and Ursaluna. So really interesting Dusclops there. Unfortunately, with an ability that's not so helpful with open team sheets, but with the Eviolite and the ability to set Trick Room, giving a lot of really interesting options there. And 3 Ghost types and 2 normal types on Frederick's side of the field. Facing down Alex, with a much more, I think, standard team with that Ursaluna, Blood Moon, Incineroar, Dragonite, Goldango. Lots of standard picks.
Yeah, exactly. The Frisk you mentioned on the Dusclops not going to come in handy here, where all the abilities are pretty standard and straightforward on Alex's side. But Frederick, I believe, used Zoroark earlier in the season, and that is one of the rare use cases where Frisk can actually reveal that the Zoroark is on the field. But maybe trying to prepare for his own stuff there, or maybe just trying to capture speed priorities, not entirely sure. But yeah, you did mention a really interesting team on Frederick's side. Lots of consistent typing, 3 ghost types, 2 normal types. But yeah, just a very setup-oriented team. We have, of course, the Annihilate is the centerpiece of the team, going for the bulk up, protected by then Mousehold going for Follow Me's, beat ups to set up the Rage Fist to the, I believe, 4 stacks for that. And then you also have the Dusclops and Ursaluna Trick Room mode. The Nielsen's are kind of known for a faster-paced Tailwind Ursaluna, so to see, this looks at first glance to just be a Trick Room Ursaluna, but you might be surprised by the speed tiers. We'll definitely have to see. But yeah, just a really supportive core for that Annihilate on Frederick's side.
Yeah, so a lot of really interesting support that works both for supporting that Annihilate and also for supporting the Trick Room Ursaluna mode, which it looks like is being threatened from Nielsen. So I think interesting to have that flexibility to adjust between games. You really have to be prepared for either the Annihilate or the Ursaluna, providing a lot of support as well along that side of the team. But Alex has a ton of tools to be able to deal with a lot of these things. A ton of ways to burn turns in Trick Room with the double fake out core, and an Ursaluna of his own with that Assault Vest, so maybe able to take some attacks from the Life Orb Terra Normal Ursaluna on Nielsen's side of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. The item difference is definitely going to matter a whole lot here. Most likely trying to live the Life Orb, Terra Normal, Blood Moon, but hard to say. I do want to comment on the Rillaboom not being Assault Vest on this team. Could be pretty critical. With the Friend Guard on the Annihilate, getting lots of damage quickly onto that Pokemon can be kind of challenging, but even after the bulk up, a Miracle Seed Woodhammer is going to do a whole lot of damage, especially given that the Annihilate is not the common Fire Terra. It is the Water Terra, so if you can force the Terra early, potentially with the Volcarona going for a Terra Fairy Blast or Shadow Ball from Goldango, that Rillaboom's Grassy Glides or Woodhammers boosted by the Miracle Seed could be a way to clean up that Annihilate and prevent it from going out of control.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really important factor for this match. With that said, if you're not able to get the terrestrialization and then a bunch of pressure all at once, Nielsen has just so many ways to mitigate damage on the Annihilate and also to heal it back up with the Life Dew and the Hospitality on that Sinistcha.
Yeah, the Sinistcha, very cool for the Annihilate, just being able to switch in and heal up any damage. You have double Follow Me on this team, so really if you want the Annihilate or the Trick Room to get set up, it's going to be fairly trivial if Frederick is willing to sacrifice a Pokemon to do that. It's just the question is if that is actually valuable. One thing we haven't commented on is the Incineroar on Alex's side running Taunt. I think that has the potential to be pretty influential if the Trick Room option is led. However, if the Annihilate Mousehold is led, that's actually a really negative lead for Alex. The Intimidate ability activating the Defiant on the Annihilate and giving it a +1 boost to its attack stat would really set that Annihilate off to the races already. So going to be one of the decisions that Alex is considering in this game one is whether he expects the Mousehold Annihilate or the Trick Room mode to be led more aggressively from Frederick.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really curious what tools you might be thinking Alex has in mind for handling the Annihilate and Mousehold specifically. You could try to set up in the face of the Annihilate and Mousehold, but that's really dangerous. And then there's even the haze from the Dusclops to slow things down. I'm not seeing a lot of instantaneous damage from Alex's side of the field other than the Goldango and the Ursaluna.
Yeah, I think the Goldango definitely could be a core component where it's one of the few things that can get around. It's actually the only thing on Alex's team that has spread type damage and can get around the Follow Me and Rage Powders. Well, the Rillaboom can get around the Rage Powder, but you understand with the Make It Rain, much stronger attack after you set up the Nasty Plot 2/2 can probably not one at KO the Annihilate if Friend Guard is on the field, but it definitely pressures a terrestrialization, which, like we mentioned, might be one thing that Alex is trying to force so that the Rillaboom can later clean it up with a Grassy Glide. So One potential game plan we could see from Alex is to go aggressive with the Goldango early on, try and chip down or force Terras defensively from Frederick, and then from there sweep with the Rillaboom later on. And I do think that Goldango also fares relatively well into the Trick Room mode if you can pressure the Ursaluna with Fake Out, as well as the Incineroar with Fake Out throughout the game. Your Goldango can really get set up and potentially do a lot of damage at one time after setting up those multiple turns of Nasty Plots.
Yeah, I think both sides really have like a couple of key Pokemon that they really want to just protect, set up, be able to have threatening a lot of damage. There's the Annihilate and the Ursaluna on Nielsen's side, and that Goldango on Alex's side. A little bit less support on Alex's side of the field, other than, as you mentioned, that Fake Out. So it'll be interesting to see if there's maybe some snags with wanting to rely on Fake Out to create pressure for Goldango to do things, but then facing down a team full of 3 Ghost types plus a Terra Ghost option on the Mousehold.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good point. If you do want to go for those fake outs, which Alex does have 2 of, like you mentioned, the double ghost type is going to be really, you're not going to be getting full value if what Frederick actually brings is 3 ghost types and 1 Pokemon susceptible to fake out. And I guess if that's the Mousehold, it can go for a Terra Ghost of its own to dodge the fake out. So yeah, that wouldn't be especially valuable for him. But yeah, going to be looking at, in case that does happen, the additional options he has on the Pokemon he's bringing fake out with, like as we mentioned, the Rillaboom. I really do expect the Rillaboom almost has to come given the Water Terra on the Annihilate. Even though the fake out isn't as valuable, it's going to be valuable against all the modes. It can ignore the Rage Powder on the Sinistcha to hit the Ursaluna potentially later in the game, and also chip down. If you chip down the Mousehold early, you can Grassy Glide and get rid of that Focus Sash. So yeah, the Rillaboom, although fake out might not end up being effective, it definitely could also in turn stall Trick Room turns against that Ursaluna. The grass type coverage can be really critical in this match, but I'm wondering, I know you highlighted Ursaluna earlier in the game on Alex's side. I think, yeah, it's one of those Pokemon where it is actually quite good against Annihilate in the fact that although you're weak to Drain Punch, it takes a couple turns of bulk ups to actually get to that 2 at KO range where you're actually doing a lot of damage to the Ursaluna. So you could see that as a fairly safe option early on for Alex's side, is leading that Ursaluna saying, you know what, no matter what you lead, I'm going to get a lot of damage off here. Even if it's not a 1 at KO necessarily, it might prime an easier sweep later for my Goldango, Rillaboom, or the rest of my Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just also because of Mind's Eye having neutral damage into every single Pokemon on Nielsen's side of the field with or without Terrestrialization is a really nice way to just have some sort of indiscriminate damage to be able to toss out. And a Vacuum Wave option on the Ursaluna I think is interesting if you're ever in a situation where you need to just get rid of the Sash on the Mousehold. And because it's going to take Annihilate some time to be able to get to the point where it can threaten Ursaluna, and no matter how many Rage Fist boosts it has, Ursaluna's not going to have to worry about that. I think it's a really interesting option for Alex, either in the back or as a lead, to be able to just toss out a lot of pressure if for some reason the Goldango plan doesn't work quite as well.
Yeah, I wonder if the Goldango doesn't work, if you could try the Volcarona. I'm not entirely sold on it. There is, you do have super effective and you can Quiver Dance to kind of offset some of the damage that the Ursaluna is doing. But outside of that, it might be a little tricky. I do feel like Goldango is going to be the go-to for sure. But maybe if the Goldango is a little bit too punished in the early game or in one of the earlier games, we might see the Volcarona as kind of a mix-up option, to where if you actually force a Terrestrialization from one of the other Pokemon, Terra Fairy, Terra Blast after a Quiver Dance should do a lot of damage to the Annihilate. It's really probably going to be a bit more of a mix-up Pokemon in this matchup, though. What do you think about Volcarona and potentially the Dragonite? We haven't talked too much about, Hayden.
Yeah. So I think one of the really interesting factors with the Volcarona is also that because the Annihilate doesn't have a fire terrestrialization or anything, it could totally be burned by the flame body. And so if you have Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and it's drawing in Drain Punches, and then you pivot in the Volcarona, there's some options that are far from guarantees and far from things you plan a game around, but still some interesting threats to be able to build off of. So I think there's some interesting factors from Volcarona there. The main snag is just that we don't have, or Alex does not have spread moves on the Volcarona at all. There's no Heat Wave option. And so in order for it to really do damage to the key players, it has to first take out the Sinistcha and the Mousehold. And that might just be a lot of extra steps in a game plan. The Quiver Dance is super helpful, but if Dusclops comes from Nielsen's side of the field, then Haze can kind of bring those boosts back down to nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. The Goldango a little bit more immediately pressuring with that Life Orb, whereas the Volcarona, of course, as you said, no spread move for one and also has the Grassy Seed, so more of a defensive option. So yeah, could could be handy, but yeah, the lack of spread damage really hurting it against the multiple Follow Me Pokemon on the team. Um, yeah, the Incineroar on Frederick's team could also have some weight in this matchup. It's not an incredibly physically skewed team, but limiting the damage of knockoff from the opposing Incineroar into all of your ghost types could be important. Yeah, the Rillaboom, like we mentioned, and potentially keyed on. Alex might be keying in on that as a option to handle the Annihilate later in the game. If you can intimidate that, you're severely limiting its damage options. And then, yeah, the Dragonite being limited in its damage with the Intimidate. It is a multi-scale Dragonite, not the Inner Focus, that would ignore both flinches and the Intimidate. So that's valuable there. And of course, just really solid into Goldango to knock off the Life Orb, and also with the Assault Vest on it, really easily tank the Make It Rains and Shadow Balls that Alex could be gunning for earlier in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a really good point about the multi-scale on the Dragonite. Incineroar definitely seems like a potential key player for Frederick, depending on whether or not you just have to focus on the Golden Go and Ursaluna as offensive threats, or whether you're going for like a Terra Water Annihilate approach. I am curious if Alex ever brings Incineroar on his side. As you mentioned, it has the option versus Sinistra to go for things like Taunt, but it seems like it's really not going to be able to do too much other than knock off the Trick Room setters and taunt them. And so if there's not a Trick Room game plan, I don't think it can really get any value.
Yeah, you're right. I think it'd be extremely high risk to lead the Incineroar, but maybe in the back you might see it as like, if you're expecting Frederick to lean early on the Annihilate Mousehold and then later in the game pivot over towards the Trick Room mode, maybe the Incineroar with the taunt later in the game could be valuable after you've mitigated the risk of the Defiant Annihilate, just completely neutralizing your Incineroar. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a key decision for Alex, not only the Pokemon that he brings, but also the order in which he brings them, which for a player of his talent, it's definitely something he's thinking of, but something that he's absolutely capable of. I think in 2025, actually, at this tournament, he got a top 8 at LAAC, and the previous year got a top 16 in 2018, top 8. So definitely extremely accomplished at this tournament. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I mean, not particularly surprised to see him at the feature table. He's definitely a player of incredible caliber, and expecting an incredible match here from him as well. But Frederick, no slouch in his own right, I believe, has absolutely been tearing it up in the online circuit as well as the IRL circuit since I first heard about him at the start of Scarlet and Violet. I think he was notably featured for those, Wolfie VGC watchers. I think in one of his videos, like Wolf played him at Worlds and said, okay, this is a player on the caliber that could beat or be a world champion one day. So yeah, absolutely no slouches on the stream right now as we're about to get into the games actually.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting close. Just talking through a few more things and then we'll be able to jump in. I also just want to mention, I'm so excited to see Nielsen's really unique choices with this Dusclops and the Incineroar coming out. Some like a really interesting team builder here. Facing down, as you mentioned, the lead is so crucial. Alex is going to go with that Dragonite, getting intimidated because it doesn't have that inner focus ability, and with that Ursaluna Blood Moon with the Assault Vest item.
Yeah, we see Alex kind of flash his back Pokemon as well, the Incineroar and Goldango also coming. But yeah, I do actually really like this lead as a mid-ground lead. Not sure if it's going to be the Trick Room or the Mousehold Annihilate. If you have the Scale Shot on the Dragonite, you can potentially knock out the Mousehold in one hit, or at least follow up with the Hyper Voice on the Ursaluna to take out. And as we mentioned, there's no threat of the Rage Fist beat up combination into the Ursaluna, but what we actually got was the Dusclops and Incineroar, which is notable. Frederick potentially leading more into the Trick Room option, as we see the Fake Out come out from the Incineroar to start off that Fake Out Trick Room most likely combination.
Yeah, Frederick does not want to take a Blood Moon from that Ursaluna, so just going to make sure it flinches. Dragonite is going to toss out a Scale Shot, getting really good damage, but nothing game-changing necessarily with that Intimidate drop. Keeping that Incineroar comfortably above half health as Dragonite gets that first defense drop and a speed boost, which probably won't be too helpful if this Dusclops is going for what I think it is, and it is in fact going for the Trick Room. So for 4 more turns, that speed boost is going to be a real detriment to that Dragonite, and I think Frederick's side is going to be moving first pretty consistently.
Yeah, the classic Fake Out Trick Room, one of the oldest plays in VGC. Now at this point, the Dusclops, although not threatening a lot of damage, Nightshade, the only damage it can do into the Dragonite immediately. It is threatening the Will-O-Wisp. Unfortunately, the Annihilate probably not threatening a lot of damage. or sorry, the Dusclops into the Ursaluna. Can't hit it outside of Will-O-Wisp, so not a lot of threat there. The speed interaction between this Ursaluna and the Incineroar could be important. It could be a faster Incineroar for faster fakeouts, or a slower Incineroar to really just operate in Trick Room, whereas we don't know the speed on this Ursaluna. If Ursaluna moves first and hits a Earth Power or Blood Moon into the Incineroar, could be seeing a quick knockout and a bit of a turnaround in Trick Room, as we see the Dusclops switching out from the battle.
Yep, Dusclops popping out, doesn't want to be just sitting around unable to damage the Ursaluna. Gonna toss in the Sinistcha, giving Incineroar a little bit more health, maybe hoping to support this Incineroar if it needs to take a big attack depending on those speed orders. Dragonite is also gonna hop out. It had a lot of stat debuffs in this Trick Room, and the Incineroar is gonna be able to hit the field. One of those Pokemon we mentioned being really useful if Frederick goes for the Trick Room game plan. Pretty happy to be seeing a Sinistcha facing it down. We do confirm that the Incineroar on Frederick's side is slower, or perhaps there's a speed tag, and the Earth Power is going to go out, but Incineroar comfortably surviving that thanks to that hospitality, but also just leveraging that Assault Vest item really effectively, as Ursaluna on Alex's side now no longer has the Assault Vest. That could really matter if the last Pokemon on Frederick's side is an Ursaluna.
Yeah, Terra Normal Hyper Voice might KO at this point. Blood Moon certainly will, but I do want to comment. It feels like it's pretty close, but the Incineroar might have lived the Earth Power regardless at a little above 50%. So good to know for Frederick. However, I did really like that switch into Incineroar on Alex's side. You're not going to get burned on the Fire type Incineroar, and if we actually saw a U-turn into the Dragonite to chip down its scale, or its multi-scale, or the Ursaluna to pivot back into his own Ursaluna, Alex would have active fake out pressure from his Incineroar to prevent an offensive turn to Trick Room for Frederick. So really heads up play. Didn't actually see that come to pass, but we do see one Ursaluna finally switching out, or rather Alex is switching out to the Ursaluna in favor of the Goldengo, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. Goldengo hopping onto the field. Sinistcha going for a Terastallization to try to avoid pressure from the knockoff on Alex's Incineroar. It is just going to be a fake out to stop that Incineroar from doing any damage, making sure that Goldengo has a safe switch in. And it's going to be a Machagacha from Sinistcha. Not likely to have any significant effects, but it does land a burn on the Goldengo, which is going to be some really nice chip, especially combined with that Life Orb item.
Yeah, absolutely. The Goldengo, a pretty common Terra type on these type of defensive teams, just getting around the weakness to Incineroar. But yeah, notably, good as Gold does not prevent secondary status effects from affecting you, so the Machagacha able to get the burn there. Going to be some continual chip. I do like that switch out. Machagacha was a very high threat to that Assault Vest knocked off Ursaluna, so able to take that relatively well, although now you have, of course, taken that burn. You have 2 turns of Trick Room left with one turn to go for Nasty Plot and the other to go for Protect, with not a lot of great defensive counterplay. You've seen the defensive Terastallization burn on the Sinistcha to survive a knockoff, and now you're just completely susceptible to the Nasty Plot that is just going to come out from this Goldengo this turn.
Yeah, a really well-timed Goldengo switch in with just a little bit of Trick Room left. Frederick is going to have to switch out the Sinistcha, really not wanting to take a Make It Rain into the now Fairy-type Sinistcha. And we are going to see a Terastallization from that Goldengo. Going to go into that Dragon typing, maybe helping a little bit with the threat of damage from that Incineroar's Flare Blitz, and setting it up to have a pretty safe Nasty Plot this turn. And then there's not a whole lot of Trick Room left afterwards. But it is just going to be a knockoff, a good call. Getting rid of that Life Orb on the Goldengo and taking it pretty low. As a parting shot goes out, we've now confirmed that Alex's Incineroar is likely the faster of the two, so it moves second in Trick Room. A little unfortunate for Alex's side, because probably he really wanted to get that Intimidate, or that attack drop off before the knockoff went out. But Goldengo still has a good chunk of health left, and is getting up to that +2 special attack to be able to be pretty threatening in just a couple turns once Trick Room wears off.
Yeah, I do think you almost certainly go for Protect on the Goldengo here to make sure you can actually outlast the Trick Room and take advantage of your Nasty Plot. However, that knockoff on the Incineroar, it did a great amount of damage, don't get me wrong, but I feel like removing the Life Orb is even more critical. Dusclops, incredibly bulky, especially defensive Pokemon. There's actually some likelihood that it could probably live a Shadow Ball from the +2 not Life Orb Goldengo if it is one of the timid ones, I think. So yeah, Alex probably aware of this, might be trying to get a little bit more damage on the Dusclops, and these Dusclops, some of them carry Pain Split, this one does not, so no way to heal any damage off outside of the Sinistcha. So yeah, that's something that Alex is most likely going to try and prioritize, but actually, no, don't see a protect from the Goldango unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, interesting.
No protect from the Goldango because it was worried about this haze coming up from the Dusclops, resetting the special attack drop. U-turn is going to go out. That Incineroar, very crucially, because of that Hospitality health boost earlier, just took a Vacuum Wave from the Ursaluna Blood Moon and managed to survive enough to get off this really crucial amount of extra damage for the Goldango. Alex was sort of forced, I think, not to protect here because he wanted to wind up having the special attack boost, and that haze from the Dusclops means it has to go for Nasty Plot this turn. But because that U-turn was able to go off, this Goldango is now so low that it's got a chance to go for maybe one attack now that Trick Room wears off, but Burn is gonna get very close to knocking out. I think it might still have 2 turns left because that Life Orb is gone, but definitely time is limited for this Goldango to make use of its Nasty Plot boosts.
Yeah, absolutely. The Incineroar living the Vacuum Wave, super impactful. The Goldango now just has like 1 or 2 turns left, whereas before, if it hadn't taken the U-turn damage, which, by the way, really solid lead from Frederick as well, just, expecting the haze would force another Nasty Plot or an attack and not the protect, gets a lot of damage and really mitigates the value of this Goldango extending longer into the game. But now you do have that +2. You are certainly faster than the Ursaluna on Frederick's side. So Alex has an option here of either going for Make It Rain to try and maximize damage into the opposing Ursaluna, or go for Shadow Ball to stop the Trick Room for sure. Gonna be a Make It Rain selection from Alex, just trying to maximize the spread damage from the Goldango, but we do see a Protect from the Ursaluna. Could have taken a knockout with Shadow Ball Blood Moon this turn, but actually decided not to.
Being really careful with Trick Room being up, so just gonna protect the Ursaluna, keep it safe from the Make It Rain, as Dusclops takes a little bit less than half, even from a +2 Make It Rain. That Blood Moon likely not going to be enough, actually, to finish off the Dusclops. I suppose it's really well trained, especially defensively. And with the Trick Room going up, Alex had some options here because the Goldango was not going to go down to burn this turn, but with Trick Room set up, I think now the whole team on Alex's side of the field is going to just be fodder for some Hyper Voices here.
Yeah, you almost would have rather the Goldango had gone down there, so at least you can get your Fake Out active on the field. Now, Goldango guaranteed to go down this turn if it stays on the field, whether it be a Burn or a Hyper Voice. And with the Assault Vest knocked off on the Ursaluna earlier in the battle, Hyper Voice might just knock it out outright. If not, you can probably just go for Nightshade into the Goldango, secure that knockout, and then Blood Moon to secure the knockout on Alex's Ursaluna. So yeah, really... oftentimes it's the first Trick Room on more harder offensive Trick Room teams that end up winning the battle, but this second one looks to be where Frederick is looking to take the bulk of the knockouts with that incredibly slow-paced Dusclops and Incineroar Hospitality Sinnoh's just set up to finally get to this really amazing situation offensively.
Very much on the back foot, going to try to pivot in a Fake Out user to try to maybe save the Goldango for the end of the game. Going to take a Nightshade, as you called out earlier, Cedric. They're pretty safe targeting there. But it is going to be the Blood Moon going into that Ursaluna, making sure that it faints. So that's down to just 3 Pokemon for Alex, and there's still 3 more turns of Trick Room for Frederick's side of the field. And that was, I think, the one Pokemon that could maybe have survived a Hyper Voice and done a lot of damage back to the Ursaluna. Alex's options are pretty limited, other than maybe the multi-scale on this Dragonite, giving some options here.
Yeah, you have the Dragonite, but we, of course, have the Will-O-Wisp on the Dusclops, so if you're able to connect that, you further limit the damage output on this Dragonite, and if you go for a Protect, you're not really gaining a lot of ground, you're dodging 1 turn of Will-O-Wisp, but you're probably just getting your Incineroar cleaned up by an Earth Power, and you, of course, can't bring in the Dragonite and double it back to the Goldango, because it'll eat the Will-O-Wisp with the Good of Gold ability, yay, but the earlier burn, in effect, doing the same thing and just knocking it out. So yeah, really difficult spot. Just incredible play, protecting the Ursaluna, identifying, you know what, I'm a player kind of well known for going on the offensive, and Alex probably knows this, takes advantage of that expectation, and had a free knockout into the Dusclops and ignored it for the more aggressive play, and really just coming out on top because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Alex's best option now might just be to hope for a Will-O-Wisp miss here. There's not a ton of other options. We're going to see the Fake Out go into the Ursaluna. I think that's necessary. The Will-O-Wisp does connect, though, with the Dragonite. So unless it's got like 5 hits a Scale Shot with crits on each one, the damage from Alex's side of the field is pretty limited for the whole rest of the game. We are going to see the Scale Shot go out.
Oh,
That was... Did that do damage? I can't tell. Oh, this poor Dragonite really did not want to be burned here. And with that burn, I think this Ursaluna is just so comfortable to keep tossing out attacks here. And I think Alex has got to be starting to think about game 2 at this point.
Yeah, to its credit, the Dragonite has gotten 2 5-hit scale shots in this game, but despite that, hasn't felt too impactful. Was really more indexed on the Annihilate mode that did not come this game. And that Ursaluna, although you're getting some damage into it, as we see Alex punch in the forfeit, as he probably realizes this, you of course have the Sinistra in the back to heal up any damage you do with the Dragonite in one turn with the Hospitality, and then you can just life do in subsequent turns without having to switch in and out for the Hospitality healing. So this Ursaluna at this point effectively cannot target the Incineroar with an Earth Power, and you continue closing the game out slowly but surely from there. So yeah, really incredible performance from Frederick in a game where the Goldango could have gotten out of hand, made a forced the game to a kind of difficult situation for Alex, and made the right call to convert on game 1 at the 5-0 record.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting the way Frederick used Trick Room, especially that first one. I was expecting like some necessity to like go for the really offensive Ursaluna mode, but I don't think Ursula hit the field like only at the very end of the first Trick Room. And then it wasn't like all it needed to do was just sort of sit there for a little bit. It was a really interesting way to use the pressure of the offense to draw out the Goldango, make Alex use up a lot of his resources. And then that Dusclops was just like perfectly designed for the situation. It had the haze to force the Goldango to not play defensively once it got its first boost up, and then it had just incredible special defense to be able to take the +2 Make It Rain and the Blood Moon like comfortably. That I don't think that was even a roll. It had like a good 15% left. That was, I think, some really good information for Alex to have, but just exceptional team building from Frederick and a really well executed Trick Room to make use of that Dusclops' strengths.
Yeah, I like that you highlighted that Frederick didn't go so offensive in the first Trick Room, almost had no urgency, although the Trick Room turns were winding out, because he understood, look, at this point, if Ursaluna hadn't gotten on the field earlier in the battle, I probably don't get to use the full turns of Trick Room and actually convert to a win anyway, so I do have to start angling for this second turn, and the Sinistra's Hospitality, allowing the Incineroar to survive attacks, the Dusclops General Bulk, and the U-turn from the Incineroar allowed a perfect game of pivots to actually allow that second game of Trick Room to go up. Yeah, just the value of having so many defensive Pokemon on the team compared to the more offensive hard Trick Room variants is that you do potentially get the second Trick Room up. As we see, we are in game 2, and Frederick did switch it up to the Mousehold and Annihilate lead this time.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. Frederick did such a great job of establishing that if he goes all in on Trick Room, that's going to be really hard for Alex to stop. And I think that sometimes opens up the potential to then go for a more offensive, just like beat up Rage Fist sort of strategy. We are seeing Alex sticking with the same lead as before. So does seem to have some pretty good tools into this Annihilate, especially with the Ursaluna being elite here. We're just going to see Mousehold going for a Protect, just staying around for... Oh, actually just going to be a double Protect to scout out what's going on Alex's side of the field, maybe trying to bait out that Blood Moon.
Yeah, only potential punish here would have been a Tailwind on the Dragonite. As we see, Alex's targeting was in fact the Scale Shot into the Mousehold, and my Spanish isn't great. I didn't actually ID. What was it? Earth Power or Blood?
It hit both. We saw the animation
on
Hyper both
Voice.
attacks,
Okay.
So it must have been Hyper Voice.
All right, good to know. But yeah, now you have on Frederick's side, you were potentially trying to burst out a Terra or something like that, or really just trying to scout out if there's a switch. But doesn't get it, so kind of back to a null turn, but with the Protect resources wasted. At this point, you are the fastest Pokemon on the field with the Mousehold, so you could go for a Beat Up and Rage Fist to most likely not knock out the Dragonite through the multi-scale, but do a chunk of damage. You could also go for a Beat Up Bulk Up, although at that point you're kind of risking taking a lot of damage. This Annihilate is a leftovers one, so none of the immediate bulk of the Citrus Fairy, but yeah, we do see the Beat Up coming out from the Mousehold. 1, 2, 3, 4 counts of the Rage Fist stack. It's now a 250 base power move, but it's actually an extremely slow Annihilate as we see the Scale Shot on the Dragonite outspeed and start to stack those Rage Fists even higher. Oh man, if a Rage Fist comes out into the Dragonite, that's a knockout for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the 5 hits, this Rage Fist has been affected 9 times. Whatever the max of Rage Fist is, it's at that now. But it is just going to be a Drain Punch actually coming out, really prioritizing getting some healing back to handle a potential Hyper Voice. We're gonna have to see if that pays out. But it is just gonna be the Blood Moon, saved for the second turn, going into that Annihilate. But wow, this Annihilate leveraging that friend guard so effectively, and I assume that this Ursaluna must be pretty bulky from Alex's side. I was expecting something pretty close to a KO, but this Annihilate is comfortably at about a third of its health, and if there's a Sinistra in the back, that means it's comfortably at about 2/3 of its health.
Yeah, just incredible bulk on that Annihilate, and boosted by the very rare ability Friend Guard, which boosts the partner's defensive ability to tank hits by, I don't actually know if it's 25 or 33%, but a hefty noticeable amount as we see the Annihilate hanging on with a bit of health. As you mentioned, Sinistra in the back, definitely a great switch in here to heal up the Annihilate if you want to, or you could go straight on the offensive. Assume that you can tank the scale shot with the healing from the Sinistra in the back and go for a Rage Fist, but no, we actually do just see the Follow Me redirecting any attention away from the Annihilate this turn.
Alex gonna just go for a Tailwind, try to set up the Ursaluna to have one more attack, and it is gonna get the Hyper Voice off, but Annihilate was able to survive even still, and now that Rage Fist boosted by 11 attacks is going to just KO that Dragonite through multi-scale. But I think now with Tailwind up, it's going to be really hard for this Annihilate to be able to last too much longer. You can pivot the Sinistra in, but you do lose the 25% bulk boost from Friend Guard, and with Goldengo hitting the field as well, Alex is definitely threatening some nice KOs. That was a really well-timed Tailwind, I think.
Yeah, at this point, really solid Tailwind. With the damage you already had on the Annihilate, if you assume that it's going to be a Follow Me, 2 Hyper Voices takes the knockout, and if it's not a Follow Me, the Mousehold isn't really doing that much. It doesn't have Super Fang, it has Taunt Protect, Follow Me, so not threatening a whole lot of damage to any of your Pokemon. But now you're actually playing a bit of a dangerous game if you're Alex. If you get a little bit greedy here, you could index into Trick Room in the back and go for a Nasty Plot to try and set up to stop Trick Room from going up later in the game, or you could go for basically you always go for Hyper Voice here to avoid the Follow Me from allowing the Annihilate to survive the turn. But if you go for Nasty Plot and the Sinistra comes in like we do potentially see here, you'd actually potentially be able to knock out the Goldengo Terror or not with your 350 base power Rage Fist on the Annihilate, as we do see the Sinistra switch in and heal up that Annihilate.
Annihilate just gonna go for a Protect here, try to get some leftovers recovery on top of the Sinistra's boost. And that Goldengo did actually go for a Shadow Ball, trying to catch this Annihilate not protecting here. So didn't go for that Nasty Plot. Hyper Voice gonna come out, but not nearly as much damage as Frederick might have taken if this turn had played out differently. I think that's about perfect for Frederick in terms of recovering this Annihilate back up to about half health. You even got an option to switch Mousehold back in now to get more Friend Guard effect and prevent the Shadow Balls in future.
Yeah, at this point, this is just the kind of game that Frederick plays where you could take a big lead if you go for a bit more offensive of an option, but a lot of the times he punishes that. And this time, in this set, he's actually played pretty defensively with his Pokemon, which Alex might not have been expecting. At this point, though, you could go for a Make It Rain Hyper Voice, and it'd be a little tight if you switch in the Friend Guard and the Annihilate goes for a Terastallization to the Water type, whether the Annihilate can survive that, or you can just go for Shadow Ball and the Sinistra and Blood Moon into the Annihilate, which might seem safe, but if the Sinistra goes for the Terastallization to the Fairy type, at that point, it would redirect both attacks most likely and allow the Annihilate to take a hefty knockout with the Rage Fist. But nope, not going to see that. Another interesting switch. We see the Mousehold come onto the field with the Sinistra at the same time as it switches out.
Yeah, I really like the Mousehold switch in here. The Annihilate gets to keep those Rage Fist boosts even if it's not on the field right now, and there wasn't really a safe way with it burning Protect for it to stay on the field. But Mousehold might be able to come in on a Shadow Ball here, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening. It came in on an immunity, that Shadow Ball attack, and Blood Moon going to hit into that Mousehold though, so that Mousehold is down for the count. Alex really wanting to force some sort of KO on this turn, and also cover the Terastallization options. So that's one Pokemon down, but now there's Fake Out pressure on the board as Annihilate hits the field again, and this Annihilate, also I think we're on the last turn of Tailwind. There's just a little bit more that Frederick has to stall before this Annihilate becomes really, really threatening pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that you highlighted that the Tailwind is going to go down, because at that point the Ursaluna becomes a lot less severe of a threat. Also really notable to note that Annihilate is, although in some sense a setup sweeper in that you're trying to set up Rage Fist, it's one of the rare setup Pokemon that the Rage Fist stack does not reset when you switch out. The setup doesn't end when you switch out. So this Annihilate is still maxed out on its Rage Fist boost. and there's a good chance it knocks out the Goldango, even if it does go for a Terastallization, going to be very close. And we saw earlier the fake out damage into that. Oh goodness, we see the Incineroar switch out from Alex's side. Really risky play, expecting, yeah, this Defiance is just going to get activated, and the Rage Fist is going to do a whole lot of damage if it comes out.
Yeah, this Annihilate is now more set up than when it left the field before. It has the attack boost. It still has the Rage Fist boost as well. Alex is going to get fake out pressure out of this, which might pay off pretty well, but definitely some risk here as Goldango goes for a Terastallization, trying to not be weak to anything that Incineroar can do, maybe hoping for a defensive play from the Annihilate on the last turn of Tailwind. We are going to see, though, the Terastallization coming out, presumably onto that Annihilate. And so that means that Alex has timed this Incineroar pretty well, where if it survives this turn, if Annihilate doesn't take too many KOs this turn, there's now an option to get some fake out pressure, which might be useful. Fake out just going into the Incineroar on Alex's side of the field. Nasty Plot going out, but there's a pretty crucial question here of whether there's going to be a Rage Fist going into that Goldango right now, and there is. So that's a +1, 350 base power ghost type attack. You can Terrastallize Goldango, but you can't survive that attack. No one can. And now it's just Ursaluna and Incineroar. You've got fake out pressure, but I don't think that's nearly enough to be able to bring this game back around as Annihilate continues to heal. It's now at half health, and there's a Sinistra in the back, so it has even more healing available to it.
Yeah, I sort of see what Alex was going for there. With the Annihilate entering the field on the last turn of Tailwind with Protect active, on some level you're expecting that kind of defensive play. So he's thinking, all right, I'm going to get my Incineroar in, going to set up my Nasty Plot Goldango, Terrastallize so the knockoff doesn't do a lot of damage, and on the next turn, because we saw that my Dragonite is faster, my Goldango most likely is as well. With the +2 Shadow Ball, even if Sinistra comes in with the Hospitality, I take a knockout next turn with Shadow Ball, and my Terra Dragon Goldango at this point cleans up the game. But yeah, Frederick one step ahead. It felt like every consequential read of the turn of the game he was, and yeah, just proving once again how absolutely rock solid of a player he is at reading his opponents. But the positional play was also extremely impressive in that game as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how to say this, but I feel like Alex every turn made like what is a good classical VGC play, like identifying where there was pressure, being able to like sort of stall out the Trick Room in the first game, being able to sort of take advantage of expecting an opponent to stall out Tailwind in the second. As you mentioned, the Goldango probably faster than the Annihilate, but Frederick just seems to have built a team that lets him really leverage these moments of having like really impactful predictions on the entire game. And so just like has really been sort of like, I think, making use of those inclinations that a top player like Alex has of like, here is when I play defensively, here is when I position, and really exploiting those in a really effective way to get KOs at exactly the right time. Like there's so much defensive potential from Frederick's team and so much explosive offensive potential, and it was just perfectly timed which was coming out on each turn.
Yeah, exactly. Just couldn't have picked every turn more accurately, it almost felt like. Like even the turn where it felt like, all right, he's finally pinned the Annihilate. He has a knockout this turn. Frederick just acknowledges, you know what? You're absolutely right. You do have me pinned. And he switches out into the Mouse Hold, is immune to the Shadow Ball, and takes the follow-up Blood Moon. But at that point, even though you've lost a Pokemon, you've gained a lot of ground, and that the Blood Moon is no longer available. So your Annihilate will be able to survive the next turn if it doesn't attack. And the Goldango is on the field, but it's actually quite likely that it's going to try and set up that turn if Alex plays defensive, like you mentioned. So goes on the attack, takes the knockout. So yeah, really incredible like masterclass in showing how to essentially just reversal out of a really scary slippery slope with that by not tunnel visioning in on your offensive Pokemon, saying, all right, this Pokemon is what I need to win the game, but it's not going to win the game now. Let's delay the game a couple turns until I'm in a slightly better position. And yeah, just incredibly played from Frederick.
Yeah, absolutely. And exactly the right tools, too, to make that happen. The Sinistra plus Mousehold plus Annihilate is terrifying to think about. Just so much. That Annihilate went down so low so often, and it just didn't matter because it had so much healing back up. It took like 25% from a Blood Moon. That was crazy. These Pokemon are just so well trained with so much excellent support that there really is the potential to play a slower game and sort of make use of that like impeccable timing that Frederick has shown us today.
Yeah, I do want to comment that Frederick really just won with both of his centerpieces in both games. So just really adaptable game plans that he has. But interestingly, Alex just went with the same for both games. So yeah, kind of just shows kind of a clash between those more rigid, maybe veteran styles where, okay, we're going to prove out consistency over a long period of games by just making these consistent plays, make a read when we have to, when we're in that kind of situation. And then in contrast to Frederick, where it's like, okay, I can play that strong positional game. I can play incredibly strong defensive play. But in these moments where I can kind of notice my opponent making these, I don't want to say telegraph, but extremely well-balanced plays, balancing risk and reward very well, I can kind of hone in on the hole that's being made by that and really exploit it to the maximum degree. So yeah, really interesting clash of styles, veteran versus newcomer, and the newcomer comes out on top this time.
Yeah, it's one of the really interesting things about Pokemon that whatever someone decides is like the best classical consistent play, there's always like an adversarial play, or very often in Pokemon. And so Frederick being able to find those so often, like a really tough team, really adversarial plays, I think really caught Alex by surprise here. These are two players that I'd be really excited to see playing again in a rematch if they're maybe both into day 2, because I'd be really curious to see how this best of 3 strategy evolves over more games. Like, Alex just needed to find the right time to get Golden Go to have a nasty plot, and happened not to in these 2 games. But it's pretty close and really interesting here. Like, I'm really enjoying this back and forth that they've shown us, and I hope we get to see more in the next day.
Yeah, absolutely. Frederick for sure going to be in the next day, now 6-0. After reaching your 6 wins in the first day of competition, I do believe you move on unless it is 9 rounds today. Apologies, not entirely certain about that. But Alex at 5-1, one more win should guarantee him into the next day, where they could meet in the top cut. So yeah, keep an eye out onto that. We see actually the next match on the screen. We have Joshua Lorsi coming off of a 2nd place regional relatively recently, and Alexander Conseco. We have a Dragonite Ursaluna, pretty familiar from the last game. Probably going to be doing a lot of the same things versus a King Gambit with the black classes and Swords Dance versus the Rillaboom with the Assault Vest. What do you make of this position? It looks like in game 3 from Joshua and Alexander Hayden.
Yeah, I'm really excited we get to feature the mainstream as well. I think that Ursaluna's in a nice position depending on its terrestrialization type. I suppose we don't know that off the top. But it is just going to pivot out. I think maybe not wanting to burn the terrestrialization right now, really not wanting to take a Woodhammer, and just going to hop into that Volcarona, which is potentially going to be burning a whole lot of Pokemon on Alex's side of the field, and getting that nice Grassy Seed boost, taking advantage of that grassy terrain provided by the Rillaboom on the other side. Just a fake out into that slot, and a burn! So that's exactly what Lorsi was hoping for. What a great way to start a game 3 here.
Absolutely. Maximum value out of that Volcarona switch in with the Flame Body activating, not even taking a whole lot of damage. Oh goodness, it's a double up into the Volcarona slot. No burn there. That's probably the one you want it on a little bit more, but you know, you take what you can get there. You can't base the entire game plan around double burning. I'm not entirely sure if that's a +2 King Gambit. I'd imagine with the +2 black classes versus the +1 Volcarona, it might do a little bit more damage. Not entirely sure there, but now you have the Tailwind up on the Dragonite. Didn't actually see if it was a Haze Dragonite. If Swords Dance is up, that's actually a big mitigating factor in preventing that King Gambit from going out of control. Yep, there is the Haze on the Dragonite. Now the Volcarona. Kowtow Cleave did a lot. After another Leftovers turn, it'll probably survive a Sucker Punch. But this turn probably going to be a little bit dicey. But if you do expect a more offensive play, no Sucker Punch, and maybe like a Kowtow or a Sucker Punch or a Swords Dance, you could go on the offensive with Flamethrower into either of these super effective targets.
Yeah, if this Volcarona can get off an attack, that'd be great. But the Sucker Punch, oh, and Volcarona just barely survives with 3 hit points. No burn, but that's okay, because the Flamethrower is going out and taking this King Gambit down to about 10% health. And the Dragonite is happy to finish that Pokemon off. I don't think it needs the 4 hits to be able to take out this King Gambit. What a clutch survival from this Volcarona, really making use of the advantage of that Grassy Seed. Rillaboom has a chance to go for an attack here, but the most it can do really is finish off the Volcarona or break the multi-scale on the Dragonite, as Lorsi starts to get some speed boost racked up here with the scale shots. Just going to be a Woodhammer into the Volcarona. No need to worry about being burned. You're already burned, and Volcarona is going to go down, but I think it's very comfortably done its job of absorbing 4 attacks and taking 1 KO.
Yeah, Alexander probably kicking himself a little bit there in that he did click a grass move to KO the Volcarona, but if he switches the order and maybe goes Grassy Glide, Sucker Punch, he takes the KO and his King Gambit gets to survive the turn. So yeah, big swing there on the Volcarona surviving. But you can imagine why the Woodhammer came out, right? Could be Ursaluna coming back in on the field. to tank a hit, so Grassy Glide going to do not great damage after the burn, so you want to maximize with the Woodhammer. But we do see the Volcarona come out on Alexander's side as the Rillaboom enters the field on Lorcy's side. I believe it's a Terra Fairy Volcarona on Alexander's side, so definitely could be a prime candidate for a Terastallization in this battle.
Yeah, definitely a prime candidate for Terastallization, and that might be necessary because it's not one of the Grassy Seed variants we're used to seeing. It's a Covert Cloak option on that Volcarona. Pretty useful for being able to avoid the Fake Out from this Rillaboom, but may mandate that Terastallization to be able to avoid taking a lot of damage from this Scale Shot on the Dragonite.
Yeah, and it also forces a Terastallization from the Rillaboom to some respects, just because the the Flamethrower into it going to do a whole lot of damage, as we do see that Terastallization coming out most likely from both of these trainers, but we'll know for certain here. Actually, not a Terastallization unless this Rillaboom is faster than the Volcarona on Alexander's side. Terrifier on the Rillaboom, activating, going to protect it from number 1, burning itself if you attack the Volcarona, and 2, any Flamethrower super effective damage, as the Volcarona does play a bit defensive here, goes for the protect as we see Scale Shot fire off into the Volcarona, kind of keeping it honest, forcing it to go for that Terastallization if it doesn't want to take a lot of damage. Oh, and an aggressive double target of the Woodhammer into the Volcarona. Excellent protect. Burn the Terastallization. Woodhammered even into the Terrifier read. Excellent read from Alexander in this game 3 to try and push himself up to 5-0. Yeah, really critical to get that read and the damage into the Rillaboom. So now later in the game, you can both boost up the Volcarona and maybe knock it out, even with a super effective move.
Yeah, I really like that protect. There's so much pressure to go for the double up there to be able to ensure damage goes off on the Volcarona, even through a Terastallization. And that's just like exactly the time when a player should be going for a protect. The nice high horsepower read is also really cool because that Rillaboom was struggling to get value on the field and does have to switch out now. But being able to do decent damage even while burned is really nice, as the Sneasler's now going to be able to hit the field. Going to be a Scale Shot going into this Volcarona, no Terastallization. Volcarona seeing that it was going to take a lot of damage either way, maybe not wanting to burn that key resource and maybe save it for the Sneasler. It is just a 4-hit Scale Shot though, so I think that Woodhammer is not going to be able to finish this off. This Volcarona is going to have a chance to go for a potentially really impactful attack here, as it does in fact survive the Woodhammer. Dragonite not hitting that 5th Scale Shot, really pretty consequential for this match. As the Heat Wave pops out, crucially just getting the burn on the Dragonite, that's huge. That's so much less damage potential. And that's so crucial because the Focus Sash Sneasler just hit the field. That's exactly what you need Dragonite not to be burned for.
Yeah, Sneasler, one of the rare Pokemon, I believe, that with no bulk actually does get KO'd by 4 Scale Shot hits. So the burn on the Dragonite, incredibly impactful for that Sneasler's longevity. You've also lowered the defense with the Dragonite. Yeah, with the presence of that Scale Shot, lowering your defense, I believe it's gone for it. Yeah, it's at -2 at this point, hitting 2 Scale Shots. So a Dire Claw with multi-scale broken, certain to knock out. And this Rillaboom probably in range of a close combat as well. With the Ursaluna in the back, there's really not a whole lot that can switch in on these Pokemon. But of course, this isn't an unburdened Sneasler. You do have the speed advantage still on your Dragonite, even though you've lost on offense and defense with the burn and the defensive drops. So you can set up a Tailwind, potentially crank some damage out from the Rillaboom still, as we see the Volcarona switching out on Alexander's side.
Alexander wanted to keep that piece around just so that the Rillaboom can reset Fake Outs later. Gonna pivot some Fake Out in now. Dragonite going for a Tailwind, probably the best thing for it to do with it being burned right now. Can't really go for a ton of damage. And the highest power comes out, taking advantage of that speed boost and bringing that Sneasler down to 1 hit point. Lorcy really, I think, just setting up for this Ursaluna in the back to be able to pick up some KOs here. As Close Combat finishes off that Rillaboom, going to be getting set Ursaluna back onto the field right now, but at a pretty tough time with the Fake Out support as well from the Rillaboom.
Yeah, the Volcarona comes out, probably not going to be doing a whole lot in the field that turn unless you go for the Terastallization to try and knock out the Dragonite, but your Volcarona is at such a low HP. If Tailwind High Horsepower comes out, you're just losing your Terra immediately and getting knocked out, so definitely understand the switch out into the Rillaboom. At this point, you have Fake Out pressure on the field, while grassy terrain actually leaves the field, which might have some relevance actually. If the grassy terrain had healed the Sneasler a little bit more, you might actually be able to live a Vacuum Wave if the Ursaluna falls out of Trick Room, which is a possibility. But yeah, the Tailwind, a massive advantage. I think actually Lorcy checking his speed stat just to confirm that he's faster than the Sneasler, not entirely sure. It went pretty quick, but yeah, now with Tailwind up, although you have the defensive drops on your Dragonite, you're definitely faster than all the Pokemon in the field, and your Ursaluna also has a pretty good chance. And with the burn on the Rillaboom, you basically have no chance for your Rillaboom or the Rillaboom's Wood Hammer to knock out your Ursaluna, even if it gets an attack off this turn. So yeah, I really like how Lorcy has navigated this endgame into Tailwind with the Ursaluna Blood Moon Dragonite that was actually just led, now back to try and sweep this game in game 3.
Yeah, Lorcy knew the board position that he wanted eventually and managed to find it now, taking that KO on Sneasler with a Vacuum Wave. Ursaluna's going to have to take some damage for its efforts, but I don't think that's too impactful now. There's just not a lot of Pokemon left on Alex's side of the field. Scale Shot coming out. A Dragonite has nothing better to do, so it may as well do a little bit of damage to this Rillaboom, set things up for later. Gonna be... There's 4 hits, potentially just 4 hits. Probably not super consequential for Lorcy, but too bad not to get those 5. That is going to be another defense drop, not too impactful because the Wood Hammer is going into the Ursaluna. And wow, yeah, without the grassy terrain and with the burn, that's not even half damage on the Ursaluna. I think Lorcy's pretty comfortable to be wrapping up this game now with a couple of turns of Tailwind comfortably left here.
Yeah, I think on some level, Lorcy's probably quite grateful on the previous turn when the Volcarona switched out, because it was actually the last turn of grassy terrain. So when Rillaboom switched in, grassy terrain was more or less just not going to come back for the rest of the battle, which increased the longevity of the Ursaluna, but also deprived the Volcarona from a chance to go for a Terra Fairy Quiver Dance to completely wall out the Dragonite and try to beat out the Ursaluna that way. Of course, Lorcy could have answered back with a Haze and a targeting into the Volcarona, but that would have at least opened up a couple turns of grassy terrain Rillaboom to try and answer this Ursaluna. At this point, now you just have no terrain on the Rillaboom. You have this speed advantage on all your Pokemon. You can probably just go for Hyper Voice, Scale Shot, and close this game out relatively easily. And that's if you just choose not to Earth Power the Rillaboom this turn to fairly securely lock it up if you make that read.
Volcarona going to go for Protect, try to buy a little bit more time for this Rillaboom to do something, but Blood Moon going to go out into that Rillaboom. It has an Assault Vest, but it also has half hit points, and so that's going to be a quick KO there. And it looks like we'll be seeing Lorcy advancing here with a win here. We've got enough Tailwind left to still comfortably take out this Volcarona before it has a chance to move.
Most likely, and yeah, sorry, I said Earth Power last turn. I had assumed that the Volcarona had, or the Rillaboom had gone for a Terra, like the one on the Rillaboom side did. But yeah, I actually don't think this game is over because of double protects and the Terra Fairy on the Volcarona even still, because, well, actually, I think I'll walk that back. I think if you go for Tailwind and Blood Moon, you still most likely should always win, given that there's no speed boost on the Volcarona, and the Ursaluna should be trained to outspeed it. But in the absence of that, maybe you could stall out this Trick Room and go for a crit Flamethrower on the Ursaluna. But yeah, we're not going to see that. We're going to see the Tailwind come out from the Dragonite as Lorcy just navigates this endgame perfectly, very safe, goes for the Blood Moon. At this point, yeah, just easy knockout into the Volcarona as Lorcy advances to 5-0 at the Latin American International Championship. Something he's definitely very happy to do. I believe in 2024, he was also in the top 8 of this tournament. So yeah, definitely a tournament that he's had a lot of success at, and showing why here as he has another spectacular Game 3 finish to send him to 5-0. One more win and he'll be locked for the next day of competition.
Yeah, love to see just a really well executed game there. The Dragonite got burned early, but those Scale Shots were still accomplishing something really crucial, getting those speed boosts, so that this Dragonite could set like 3 Tailwinds total this game, I think. Just absolutely essential for making sure that this Ursaluna was in a good position to do a ton of damage. That Ursaluna was super threatened by the Rillaboom, but being able to use the Volcarona to burn the Rillaboom and then pivot in the Ursaluna later with some speed support really gave a ton of nice options for Lorcy's side. And it was really quite awesome to see how well Lorcy navigated that to get this Ursaluna just flawlessly positioned at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. The Rillaboom could have been a really big boon for him, Alexander, that is, if there was no burn. But yeah, really excellently played odds earlier in the game. You're probably going to burn one of these very strong physical attackers if they both target into the Volcarona. So gets the one that he likes, and yeah, Lorcy able to basically plan the endgame around that, even though he gets burned on his own Dragonite. So a bit of fair play there, is able to expertly navigate using the support tools on the Dragonite to convert to that 2-1 victory. That is actually going to do it for our round 5 before we return with a round 6 in a little bit. Yeah, definitely some excellent matches to come today. We just saw a lot of really awesome ones. So yeah, that's going to be us signing off. I'm Cedric, and that is, of course, Hayden. And yeah, we'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back, trainers. Welcome back, trainers, to the Victory Road Latin American International Championship side stream. Once again, I am Hayden McTavish, and once again joined by the wonderful Cedric Bernier. How are you doing, Cedric?
Doing really well. Even better now that we have our round 6 matches for the tournament. At this point in the tournament, I believe, all the undefeated 5-0 players do have the opportunity to play for their day 2, but that's actually not what we're going to see in this match. One of our featured matches, it's very rare that it's not going to be a undefeated match, but I believe one of our players is at the 4-1, and we just couldn't afford to not show this incredible matchup between two awesome players. We have Oliver Eskelin, who I believe is going to be player 1 on our screen that we're going to be playing or watching from their perspective, and then Joji Kaida competing in the Australian region, but originally hailing from Japan, I believe. And we have a really interesting matchup of a very offensive team from Oliver in the... Oh, actually, it's going to be Joji's point of view.
Joji's
Sorry
point
about
of
that.
view.
Yeah, and then it's going to be on Oliver's side, we have the Incineroar, Torkoal, Dragonite, Annihilate, Dusclops, Venusaur. So a bit, once again, 2 rounds in a row, Dusclops, very far from the norm. And then we have an interesting pick in the Venusaur versus a tried and true, very standard combination of Pokemon in the Incineroar, Goldengo, Kilowattrel, Porygon 2, Amoonguss, Ursaluna, the same 6 which actually won the most recent regional in the United States.
Yeah, Torkoal's Drought gonna mean that there's a bit less potential for this Porygon 2 to get freezes with Ice Beams, but still a very powerful team. That's definitely a big threat. Oliver, I believe, has been using this team very recently for some reasonable success in Las Vegas. So a really well-tested team that's using some really interesting choices. I'm really quite curious to see how Oliver winds up using these tools in this particular matchup. Particularly that Venusaur is really interesting, but I'm not sure if it can come to this particular match, given that there's 3 Sleep Powder immunities and not a whole lot of Pokemon that are going to be hit super effectively by Venusaur's attacks.
Yeah, the Venusaur, kind of the most flashy Pokemon in the team, as well as the Dusclops, but ultimately I do kind of want to hone in on that Annihilate as being a very strong utility option for Oliver, with the Taunt to stop the Trick Room mode from the Porygon 2. If you get hit a couple times, the Rage Fist, very nice against the Goldengo, dispelling the threat of Intimidate, or at least deterring it from being led. And then a Taunt for the Amoonguss and Close Combat for the Ursaluna. Has, not a knockout punch for every Pokemon on Joji's team, but kind of has a little bit of everything for every Pokemon outside of really the Kilowattrel and the Goldengo if you aren't set up on the Rage Fist already. But yeah, really interesting Pokemon on Oliver's team. What are you looking at on Joji and Oliver's team, Hayden?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Annihilate's a great shout. That's really the Pokemon that seems to be there as an option for Trick Room counterplay, especially. So being able to handle that Porygon 2 mode seems really nice. I am curious, outside of Trick Room, I'm not sure that Oliver has a ton of options versus the Goldengo. I suppose Venusaur could use a Sunny Day Fire-type Weather Ball, but other than that, it doesn't seem like that Goldengo's under a whole lot of pressure if Joji's able to manage the pressure from the 2 Fire types particularly well. So I'd be interested to see sort of how those Pokemon match up. Especially because the Annihilate can't threaten that much damage into Goldengo without getting a bunch of boosts on its Rage Fist already. Other than that, I think the key question is, as usual, especially versus this particular team, how that Ursaluna is going to be positioned and how Oliver is going to manage the damage from that Ursaluna.
Yeah, I like that you pointed out the danger of the Trick Room mode on Oliver's side, where although you do have extreme firepower from the Incineroar and the Torkoal, you do have the Goldango, which can go for the Terra Water. It has an Aguave Berry to kind of heal up damage, and the Amoonguss can kind of, although usually it's just its worst enemy is Torkoal, if you have the Terra Water, you can kind of just survive the Eruption relatively easily, burning your Terrestrialization and then sporing that Pokemon to neutralize it on the field. Dusclops also doesn't love facing off against Amoonguss. Similarly, it just gets outsped and spored outside of Trick Room. And in Trick Room, you can, you're not doing a whole lot of offense with the Dusclops anyways. So yeah, it's going to be kind of questionable if Oliver actually opts for this really Trick Room oriented aspect of the team with the Incineroar, Torkoal, Dusclops. We might actually see him leaning more towards the Dragonite, Annihilate, and Venusaur a bit faster mode. I think, yeah, the Venusaur mode is definitely going to be a little bit more inconsistent, where although you can Sleep Powder the Kilowattrel and hit everything else for a fair amount of damage with the Weather Ball or the Leaf Storm outside of the Incineroar and the Porygon 2, you do actually have to make those calls on whether those Pokemon will terrestrialize or not. So that's a big risk that Oliver might be taking, as well as also kind of having to bring the Torkoal in a matchup outside of Trick Room, where it just really would rather be in Trick Room. If you don't take full advantage of your offensive threats in the Dragonite and the Venusaur, then the Torkoal and the Annihilate aren't really the type of Pokemon that can carry themselves or carry the game on their own.
I do really like one of the options on this Torkoal, that Helping Hand option, which I think means that this Venusaur especially has the potential to be really offensively threatening. There's the Drought plus Helping Hand from Torkoal plus Life Orb on Venusaur plus Terra Fire on the Venusaur. Gives a lot of ways to be making that Weather Ball do a ton of damage to the Amoonguss and the Goldengo. And as soon as you can force that water terrestrialization, the Leaf Storm is a really big threat from the Venusaur as well. So it'd be interesting to see if Torkoal winds up playing more of a supportive role outside of that Trick Room. If Oliver's got the ability to support that mode, I think that winds up being really useful. And Torkoal, of course, still has some interesting threats it can bring to the table. If Joji decides to go for that Trick Room and try to go for a Trick Room plan, Torkoal really provides that like speed floor, which prevents that from being very easy to use.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be kind of critical what speed control option Joji decides to go for, because as we've mentioned, Oliver also has a Trick Room mode on this team. So although the Ursaluna really handles the Annihilate, Dragonite, Venusaur really well in Trick Room, while also having the immunity to the Sleep Powder outside of Trick Room, if you go for that Trick Room, you don't have a Water Terra on the Ursaluna, you have a Fairy Terra. So defensively, you have really no reprieve against that Eruption. Which is going to be kind of tricky. But if you go for the Kilowattrel, you're honestly pretty happy against a lot of the Pokemon on Oliver's team. You're not going to be threatening one-hit knockouts on most of them. But in the same vein, they're going to have trouble kind of knocking you out quickly unless you're the Dragonite with the Scale Shot in the field. With the Focus Sash, you'll be able to get 2 strong hits for the most part. You can also put the Kilowattrel on the field against the Venusaur and more or less force it to go for a extreme speed plus Weather Ball to take the knockout, or if the Dragonite isn't on the field, it's one turn where it more or less has to be hitting Sleep Powder on the Kilowattrel, which frees up the partner to either set up maybe the Nasty Plot with the Goldango with the Nasty Plot, or take a knockout with the Incineroar's Flare Blitz. So yeah, it's going to be kind of tricky to go into the Trick Room mode. I could honestly see this being one of the matches where this team leverages the Tailwind Ursaluna to great effect, where you're able to outspeed every Pokemon on Oliver's honestly slower paced team overall outside of the Venusaur with the Ursaluna in Tailwind, and kind of just outbulk and out offense Oliver at his own game.
It's really interesting because there are 2 Pokemon on this sheet that we're looking at that have Eviolite Trick Room that are like all in on setting Trick Room, and yet it's very possible that we don't see either player go for the Trick Room strategy as their first strategy out of the gate, just because the offensive tools of these Trick Room modes having such clear counters, like the Terra Water on the Goldengo from Joji's side, and also having the like pressure from the Torkoal if Joji's the one who sets up Trick Room. So I think that's like a very interesting thing. Joji still has the Tailwind speed control option to go for. Oliver really doesn't have a ton of other speed order tools other than just Chlorophyll on Venusaur, because that Dragonite doesn't have Tailwind.
Yeah, I think in spite of that, you more or less just have to, I don't think you can commit, even though you don't have the Tailwind to match Joji's. I think Trick Room is just going to be so difficult with the presence of the Terra Water Amoonguss and the Incineroar. Like, it's going to be really hard to get a consistent offense going in the Trick Room turns with the combination of the specially bulky Incineroar to soak up the eruptions, lower the attacking stats of the opposing Incineroar with your own Intimidate, and then the Amoonguss just able to pop a Terra and resist any offensive attacks of all the Trick Room attackers. You maybe could play a dangerous game where you try and force the Terra out from the Amoonguss early with the Torkoal. Then later in the game, you actually, surprise, I wasn't going for Trick Room all along. I actually just wanted Venusaur to clean up this late game and hitting that with a Leaf Storm. But that'd be going pretty far. That's a very complex game plan, and usually simpler is a little bit better. In these high stakes matches, it's a little easier to execute a more consistent game plan if it doesn't rely on so many what ifs. So I do feel like the Trick Room maybe not so strong of an option on Oliver's side, so you might want to lean a little bit harder towards the utility of the Annihilate to kind of deny the option of Trick Room on Joji's side and only account for the Tailwind or balance cores of the team as a result of that.
Yeah, absolutely. One strategy that I'm a bit curious about from Joji's side of the field, I think if that Ursaluna terrestrializes and there's no Trick Room on the field, it's really not threatened by very much immediately. The Venusaur can't put it to sleep. The Flame Orb is activated. There are 0 poison or steel type attacks from Oliver's side of the field. And so if Joji's able to maneuver a situation where you don't have to worry about eruption from Torkoal, just having Tailwind set up with the Kilowattrel and going for a whole lot of those guts boosted earthquakes with the Terrestrialization on Ursaluna to block any super effective damage seems like it might be an interesting angle into this game. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I'd like that you pointed that out a lot. There really is nothing that can one-hit KO the Ursaluna. Even if you go for the Terrestrialization, or even before the Terrestrialization, you need to dangle the Annihilate out and go for the close combat, and you probably actually need the Defiant boost to take that knockout just because Ursaluna just has such incredible defensive stats. I do think for Oliver's side, I'm sure he's played this team multiple times before. It's one of the most popular teams in the metagame. I have to imagine many of his game plans navigate around 2 strong hits into the Ursaluna and kind of mitigating its ability to take knockouts quickly. And there's a lot of ways that he can actually do that. Ursaluna has incredible offensive coverage, but in some ways it's also a little bit exploitable, where into Dragonite you have to be going for Facade because it is a flying type. It's going to be immune to your ground type moves, but of course you have the Annihilate and the Dusclops that can switch into that Facade. And in turn, if you're trying to go for a Earthquake or high Headlong Rush into a partner, you are into any of the Pokemon on Oliver's team, you are of course susceptible to that Dragon type with the flying types, Dragonite with the flying type switching in. So yeah, there are some ways to stall out the Ursaluna and kind of be crafty to get your hits in here and there, but there is, like you said, no immediate way to knock out the Ursaluna very quickly. It's kind of like Kilowattrel in that respect, where you kind of just have to count on the 2 hits knocking out the Kilowattrel and the Ursaluna, which buys Joji a lot of time to pivot around with the rest of his Pokemon, just with the confidence that, okay, these Pokemon for sure take 2 hits in this game. I can plan the rest of my game around that.
Yeah, it's a really interesting angle from Oliver's team into this matchup. I'm so used to seeing like a hard Trick Room Pokemon like Dusclops next to a Pokemon like Torkoal that's built all around slow and powerful eruptions. I'm so used to seeing that team and assuming that it's aiming for one-hit knockouts, but there's very few Pokemon on Joji's side of the field because of the Terrestrialization options that he has. Almost nothing can be one-shot by anything on Oliver's side of the field consistently. Maybe just the Amoonguss with like predictions, or the Goldango if Venusaur figures out correctly whether it should Leaf Storm or Weather Ball. But other than that, there's a lot of... It's going to be interesting to see how Oliver buys the time to I think he's sort of forced into a slower game plan here.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. I feel like on some level, Oliver probably has, like, looking at the matchup, just bare bones, looking at what's on the team sheets, I feel like Joji probably has a slightly better, more consistent game plan into what Oliver has. But Oliver is 1 of 1 in playing this team. I feel like this team, I believe, debuted last weekend at the Las Vegas Regionals. So between now and then, it's very unlikely that Joji has dedicated a lot of match time to playing this exact team, whereas Oliver, the lineage of the team on Joji's side is actually starting right back to the beginning of this regulation, and one of the first American regionals, I believe, had pretty much all of the same Pokemon outside of the Kilowattrel being a Flamigo. But yeah, I think Oliver probably had the experience advantage, but I regret to inform you guys that we might not actually get to view this match. We are having some technical difficulties with getting the match on the stream, so yeah, we are potentially going to be taking a break here. But yeah, don't leave. Stick around. We got a whole lot of great Pokemon coming in the future.
And welcome back, trainers. Very excited to be able to actually show you this match. It looks like Oliver is taking a game 1 win due to a piece of rules confusion. I think it seems like Joji was checking a phone during team preview. So we're just going to start from game 2 and jump into things from there. We're going to be able to see Venusaur and Torkoal as the lead from Oliver. And as we mentioned, that Kilowattrel Ursaluna lead from Joji's side, giving a lot of really powerful options. So this will be the first game these players are playing, but Oliver's starting with that 1 match lead. So a little bit of extra breathing room for Oliver's side.
Yeah, absolutely. And in a matchup where you really appreciate having that lead, where there's so many matchup mix-ups that Joji can go for, alternating between the Tailwind and the Trick Room modes, this time leading with the Kilowattrel, going for that more offensive Tailwind Ursaluna instead of the slower-paced Trick Room style. But yeah, we see the Torkoal and the Venusaur. Sleep Powder into the Kilowattrel would be really difficult to deal with. Most likely, we'll probably just see a Protect on the Ursaluna to prevent a Leaf Storm or a Sleep Powder into that slot. But yeah, Sleep Powder definitely could be a big boon for Oliver here, as we see that connect into the Kilowattrel.
So sleep connecting is definitely the first thing Oliver needed to go right this match. That's going to burn a turn of sleep from the Kilowattrel, and this Torkoal is now free to fire off either an Eruption or a Heat Wave here. Looks like it's going to be, I suppose we'll find out now, an Eruption. So no chance of missing or anything, taking that Kilowattrel down to its Focus Sash. And that's pretty crucial. I think that just means Tailwind is not going to be viable for Joji this whole game. Kilowattrel could wake up this next turn, but if Oliver's worried about that, he can just target into the Kilowattrel with 1 more attack using Chlorophyll.
Yeah, Kilowattrel definitely could wake up, but we do see the Ursaluna switching out. Doesn't love the pressure of the Leaf Storm from the Venusaur. We see the Incineroar switching in, going to be able to take any Grass or Fire-type moves from any of the opposing Pokemon relatively well, with the Assault Vest boosting up its special defense. We see the Venusaur actually going for a Terra Fire, which is interesting. Most likely an indication there's doesn't want to get knocked out by an Air Slash, might be locking into a Fire-type move or just the Leaf Storm, but we see a Helping Hand come out. Oh boy, yeah, maybe just didn't want to miss the Leaf Storm and wanted to maximize damage here. As we see how the Fire-type Terastallization coming, it is going to be that Weather Ball. The Helping Hand, then the Terrifier and the Sun. Still not a 2-hit KO, but definitely an incredible amount of damage into this Assault Vest Incineroar as the Kilowattrel does in fact wake up. We see the Air Slash going to the Venusaur. Would have been a actually with the Life Orb, probably would have fallen just shy of the knockout. But yeah, definitely smart to go for the Terrifier there to hedge your options in case the Kilowattrel did wake up, which it did.
Yeah, a really interesting Terastallization choice there from Oliver. Just like so many boosts compounding on that Weather Ball. We are going to see, though, the Fake Out going to stop Venusaur from being able to go for any more powerful Weather Ball attacks. And Kilowattrel is able to finish off that Venusaur with the 100% accurate Thunderbolt. Gets a critical hit for good measure, not too important. But I think this really changes things because now this Kilowattrel is faster than anything Oliver could have left. And it has the Ghost Terastallization available. But Oliver covering for that, just going to go for a safe Eruption. A Torkoal not threatened at all here. And now that's going to bring us even on the Pokemon count. But I think Joji probably pretty comfortable to no longer be staring down the Terastallization option from Oliver's side of the field.
Yep, Joji selecting the Ursaluna to come in, opposing Oliver's Dragonite now. But yeah, the damage done, knocked out on the Kilowattrel, and then the Terastallization on Oliver's side being KO'd in the Venusaur. So that's pretty critical. Now there's no defensive Terastallizations that Oliver can go for. You have the Flame Orb activated on the Ursaluna, so now you have a pretty strong Headlong Rush into that Torkoal if you want it. You need a Protect or a... and there's really no immunity now that the Dragonite has switched in, so Headlong Rush outside of a Protect going to do a lot of damage into that slot. As we see the Porygon 2 switching in on the Incineroar, potentially wants to recycle the Intimidate for later in the game.
Yeah, interesting to see that Porygon 2 was brought to this game. Gives some really interesting options here if the Torkoal goes down. We are going to see the Fairy Terastallization that we were talking about way before the break on the Ursaluna. Make sure that nothing can hit it super effectively, but it is just going to be the Scale Shot into the other slot, going into what was the Incineroar, but is now a Porygon 2 that can take that hit much more comfortably. Probably not too concerned about whether this is a 4 or 5 hit Scale Shot, but it is the full damage coming out from that Dragonite, crucially lowering its defense stats, making it a little more vulnerable to this Ursaluna in future turns. as the Ursaluna goes for that headlong rush, going to finish off the Torque Hole and set up for potentially Trick Room later on. But really crucially giving a defense and special defense drop to that Ursaluna, making it perhaps a little bit more threatened by whatever Oliver has in the back.
Yeah, I think 2 or 3 turns straight of just sitting on the field, clicking Eruption, finally catching up to the Torque Hole, all that potential damage being made up in one fell swoop with this Ursaluna. We now see the Annihilate switch in, which we covered it a long time ago in the pregame, but does have Taunt, so that Porygon 2 definitely a little less happy about that. That presence here as we get right into the turn with the Dragonite E-speeding and the Annihilate going for a close combat into the Porygon 2 taking the knockout. Wow, really explosive and fast-paced turn from Oliver there.
Yeah, being able to time the Annihilate right at this time is just so impactful and immediately gets a ton of damage out. The Headlong Rush is going to be able to bring that Annihilate down, but just to the Focus Sash. And that is definitely not ideal for Joji, as the Incineroar now has to come back in and activate that Defiant ability. Going to be really hard for Joji to make his way back into this game.
Yeah, down 1-0 with the initial Game 1 loss handed by the judges, but now we have the Incineroar coming in, going to be intimidating the Dragonite, so less damage coming out from that, but boosting up the Annihilate. Annihilate also hit by the Headlong Rush, going to have a boosted Rage Fist, and with the Ursaluna now at -2 defenses from the Headlong Rushes, it's probably knocked out to the Rage Fist, and yeah, just going to be very challenging as the Dragonite goes for Protect to stop a potential Fake Out from Incineroar this turn.
And indeed, going to stop that Fake Out. So Dragonite staying safe this turn, and Annihilate going to have a free chance to go for a little bit more damage. Going to be that close combat with the Defiant boost into that Incineroar, bringing Joji down to just Ursaluna as the only remaining Pokemon with quite a few defense and special defense drops. Might be able to finish off the Annihilate here, but I'm not sure how Joji's going to be able to get through this Dragonite later. And it is just a Facade going into that Dragonite slot. Oh, pardon, an Earthquake. Going to take out the Annihilate. So it does bring us down to a point where if it's possible for the Ursaluna to survive, there's an angle back in, but I don't know if it is with how many defense drops this Ursaluna has.
Yeah, it's going to be really close. This is the rare Dragonite that is actually carrying additional coverage moves, extreme speed here, able to hit. Oh, and the Facade is just not a knockout into the Dragonite after the 1 Scale Shot drop through the multi-scale, which means the E-speed from the Dragonite should just come out here and knock out the Ursaluna in one final attack, as Oliver is able to take this lengthy set to a 2-0 victory, which is going to put him at 5-1 on the tournament. One more win to make it into day 2, as Joji Kaida falls to 4-2 in the tournament overall. Going to need to win the next 2 to come out on top and make it into phase 2 of the competition. Yeah, really aggressive, fast-paced set between the two of them.
Yeah, absolutely. A whole best of 3 decided in a single game, with Dragonite having exactly the right training to be able to make it through the end game there. Really important for it to be preserving the multi-scale throughout that game, not being hit by that Fake Out from Incineroar. Just really well-timed Pokemon hitting the field from Oliver, managing the Kilowattrel pretty well at the start, and then bringing out Dragonite and Annihilate for a lot of damage potential at the end of the game.
Yeah, we honed in on it in the pregame, but I do think, yeah, it's kind of a tricky matchup, but I think Oliver made the correct calls just having played the game, or played against Joji's team so many times, whereas Joji less likely to have seen Oliver's team. Doesn't fall for the trap of going for the Trick Room mode, knows that the presence of the Incineroar with the Assault Vest might be a little bit too problematic. If the Tailwind mode comes out, the Ursaluna, Incineroar, and Kilowattrel combination can be really difficult to handle, so opts for the Annihilate in the back, goes a little bit more of the faster paced mode, and is able to leverage that to a 2-0 victory. So yeah, really impressive match. I feel like would have been a little hard. I think guessing the modes on this team, guessing the modes against Joji's team, whether it be the Tailwind or the Trick Room, is really hard, and just having the benefit of being up a game in the set really lets you potentially commit a little bit harder to one of those modes that you're reading, given that you have one additional game to fall back on.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well played from Oliver, just leveraging the fact that he was up a game, and that's exactly what you should do when you are up a game, leveraging all of these different opportunities. I was really curious. I think there were just so many other pieces that Joji had to be thinking about, but it would have been really interesting to be able to set up an Amoonguss in this game, particularly with what Oliver brought. one of those things that is just easier, I think, to identify in a best of 3 when you don't have to just guess one team preview. But Amoonguss would have been a really useful piece to have available over that Porygon 2, I think, giving a little bit more breathing room for the Ursaluna to do damage.
Yeah, I can see what Joji was thinking with the Porygon 2. Didn't seem particularly concerned with getting Tailwind up in that set, seeing how fast the Pokemon that were being brought on Oliver's side. Just maybe thinking, all right, let's just get the damage out with the Kilowattrel. It's consistent, and then convert into the Trick Room later in the game. But I think the Annihilate just came out at the exact perfect time. Maybe Joji wasn't quite prepared for that bring, but yeah, that utility Annihilate, which we've seen on a lot of more balanced Trick Room teams, having the option to taunt or close combat to stop Trick Rooms from going up, proved to be very effective there. And the Focus Sash on the Annihilate also putting in a lot of work, forcing attacks into it if the Ursaluna wanted to actually not faint later in the game to a Rage Fist, which bought the Dragonite just enough time to close that game out.
Yeah, perfect Pokemon choice from Oliver. Just really well played. And excited to potentially see more of Oliver. One more game needed for Oliver to be able to advance to the next day. And Joji not out of the tournament just yet. Definitely capable of winning the next 2 sets and being able to hop back in. But that's all we have to say about this particular match. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be excited to bring you another game right after we take a short break.
Welcome, Pokemon fans, to the Victory Road side stream broadcast, where we'll be featuring some matches from the Latin American International Championship in Sao Paulo, Brazil. My name is Cedric, and I'm joined today by my caster Hayden and the rest of the Victory Road team for some side stream action. How you doing today, Hayden?
Pretty good. I'm really excited for this next match. We're going to be able to feature a lot of really high profile players we've gotten to feature throughout the day, and that's just going to continue for the last couple matches we feature in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. We're serving as a great complement to not only the high profile matches happening on the main Pokemon stream, but also the other VR side stream in Spanish, and featuring some top players on this one as well. And today, in this round 7 match, we actually have the reigning world champion in Giovanni Chishki playing against Nicolas Chavez, who is reigning from Colombia at the, I believe it's 6-0. So both players should have locked the day 2 or the phase 2 qualification, but now they are fighting to get additional wins so that in the next day of competition, if they have a little bit more breathing room to make it into the final bracket of the tournament. So yeah, it's going to be an incredible match. But before we do that, we're going to look at actually the tournament as a whole with the top 12 Pokemon in phase 1 of the tournament.
Yeah, so no surprise, the top couple of Pokemon here, we've got Incineroar, Rillaboom, Goldengo. We've got Blood Moon, Ursaluna as well up top. But a couple of interesting facts about the bottom 6 Pokemon in the top 12 usage. Volcarona is really quite high, almost matching Annihilate. And Basculegion and Archaludon both very much outpacing Pelipper, Pokemon that are normally really benefiting from rain, but have been used in a few ways you were telling me beforehand, Cedric. There's a lot of new ways people are coming up with that are less reliant on the Pelipper and more self-sufficient.
Yeah, 100%. The Basculegion, we actually saw, I believe, Chipacross win a regional with the Focus Sash adaptability set on a Tailwind team. We've more prominently seen the Choice Scarf adaptability. Terra Ghost set used to great effect on more balance-oriented teams. I believe Simone Sanvito won a regional with that as well. And then Archaludon has had a little bit quieter of a format compared to the Basculegion without the rain, but still definitely has had its moments with the Power Herb Sturdy set going for the Electroshot without needing the Pelipper on the field. We've even seen the Power Herb set on James Evans's, I believe, either top 16 or top 8 at the previous regional on a rain team, just trying to get around the sun or the other weather setters, trying to switch in and get rid of your rain so that you're stuck on the field charging up your Electroshot. Power Herb removing the need to do that. And then also in a rising team that we're actually going to see in this match, we've seen a very bulky Assault Bet set without Electroshot, just on a team supported by Grimmsnarl that is able to just stick around for the course of the battle and then build out its damage with Body Press. So a lot of variety in these Pokemon. And then rounding us out, we have the ever popular four-legged Ursaluna, as I saw one of my co-commentators refer to it earlier, and then Alolan Ninetales, the lone top weather setter in terms of usage.
A lot of it really interesting trend in general. As we get deeper into formats, we're now quite a few months into Regulation H, although there was a long pause in between some of the times where people were doing tournaments with us. I think that it just matters a lot, the further you get into a format, how robust Pokemon are to not being in exactly the right situation. And Ninetales is one of those weather setters that is a lot more robust, and so really nice to be able to see. But we're going to be able to hop into the game pretty soon and see these team sheets for the 2 players that we're going to be able to feature in this match.
Yep, starting off with Giovanni, it might be a team familiar to those watching the Las Vegas stream last weekend. We have the team that Justin Tang piloted to a top 8, maybe some variations, but all of the same Pokemon. We have the Volcarona, Dragonite, Goldengo, Grimmsnarl, Archaludon, and Ursaluna. And then on Nicolas Chavez's side, we have Volcarona, Kingambit, Sneasler, Baxcalibur, Rillaboom, Dondozo, the Rillaboom, Sneasler, Volcarona, Kingambit, kind of the double dance core that we saw earlier in the format. Usually we'd have another water type and then a dragon type, usually Dragonite in the Baxcalibur slot, but just mixing and matching typings to his liking here. What do you think about these teams matching up, Hayden?
Well, I'm really excited to see just a couple of the Pokemon choices here. The Solo Dondozo is really interesting, and I think makes it a little more difficult to play a super slow screens setup kind of angle. Although I suppose there's not too much setup from Giovanni's side of the field. Actually, none, just a whole lot of damage with the screens being set up. I think that the Bexcalibur is super interesting. We saw it way back in the first ever Scarlet and Violet tournament, and I haven't seen it a ton since, but it has a lot of really interesting tools, I think, into, for example, that Dragonite, that give it some really nice ways to make use of that loaded dice item.
Yeah, exactly. The Scale Shot and the Ice Cold Spear getting the benefit of the loaded dice and minimum. The minimum it's going to be hitting those moves is going to be 4 times, up to 5, which is going to be knocking out the Dragonite with Ice Cold Spear through the multi-scale, hitting the first time, taking half damage, and then all subsequent attacks hitting for full power. Does a lot of damage to Volcarona, Grimmsnarl, Ursaluna. And not really loving hitting into the steel types. Goldingo resisting it, still taking a whole lot of damage, but answering back typically with a very powerful Make It Rain. And then the Archaludon loves taking those multi-hit attacks because each individual attack will boost its defense by 1 stage. So by the end, you've actually boosted the Archaludon both defensively and offensively with its body press move, able to attack using its defense stat, and it's really able to compound the damage with a Terra-Fire, an unconventional choice on the Archaludon to further boost up those body presses.
Yeah, being able to boost up the body presses further is a really big deal. And I think that Archaludon might be a pretty key component of this match, and maybe a reason why Dondozo's Yawn will be important, or even just the Fissure to be able to threaten a KO on Archaludon in an endgame. I think with the Grimmsnarl as support, there's not a ton of angles Nicolas has if the Archaludon gets boosted up in defense. It's just going to be really difficult to be able to do a ton of damage outside of maybe the Volcarona being able to set up with Quiver Dance. So Giovanni's team just very well designed to have a couple of powerful attackers just being able to toss off boosted moves in Archaludon's case, or just powerful special attacks in both Goldingo and Ursaluna's case. And I'm not actually sure where Nicolas's damage is going to be coming from to be able to counteract that. Gonna have to maybe rely a lot on the setup moves or the coach.
Yeah, absolutely a team on Nicolas's side that's over-indexed, or not over-indexed, but sorry, yeah, it's an over-indexed team on the physical moves where you have coaching to boost up the physical attackers, and then only the Volcarona is the sole special attacker. So the Archaludon with the defense boost is going to be really important. There's no obvious way to set that up, but do look out for the Dragonite going for a self-scale shot early in the game to allow the Archaludon to do a lot of damage later in the game. As we see the leads come out with Archaludon Volcarona, the supportive Volcarona on Giovanni's side, and Nicolas going with the Sneasler Volcarona.
Yeah, so a lot of Volcaronas hitting the field right up front. The Sneasler in normally a really good position to be threatening a lot of damage into that Archaludon, but with the Volcarona able to redirect attacks with that Rage Powder, going to be a little bit more tough to get damage down on that Archaludon. At the same time, though, I think Nicolas's Volcarona is relatively well set up to start doing Quiver Dances, and we might see Giovanni forced to do things like Snarl to reduce the special attack on that Volcarona and stop it from running away with the game.
Yeah, Volcarona has access to Struggle Bug as well, which, given that this is the Grassy Seed and not the Covert Cloak Volcarona, going to be hard to stack up boosts as we see Giovanni go immediately for that damage and special attack dropping, as Volcarona on Nicolas's side goes for the Quiver Dance. The Dondozo switching in on the Sneasler slot, didn't want to have its Focus Sash broken, but also just critically didn't go for close combat, perhaps predicting a Rage Powder from the Volcarona as a Draco Meteor powerfully goes off into the Dondozo. Critically, this is an unaware Dondozo, so those special attack drops will be ignored. If the Archaludon continues to Draco Meteor into the Dondozo, it will do the same damage as it did just then.
Yeah, so Dondozo not necessarily in a super safe position, but still buying a little bit more time for Volcarona to keep building up those Quiver Dances. Volcarona now at +1 special attack finally, likely going to be back down to neutral here with the Struggle Bug, but building up those special defense and speed boosts that might be really useful later in the game to be able to handle all the special attackers on Giovanni's side of the field. There is going to be another Draco Meteor taking advantage of that unaware that you mentioned, Cedric, but Dondozo surviving is pretty crucial here. It's going to have an opportunity to go for a yawn into the Archaludon. Perhaps Archaludon's not too disappointed about needing to switch out at its -4 special attack drop, but that does force Giovanni to reposition a little bit, and maybe buys a little bit more breathing room for this Volcarona as it slowly builds up its boosts.
Yeah, I really like the aggression into the Dondozo. Dondozo is a Pokemon where Wave Crash isn't doing that much damage, but Yawn and Fissure over the course of the battle can be really pesky to deal with if you let the Dondozo sit on the battlefield for a large amount of turns. So Geo just saying, you know what, I have the Archaladon. It's not going to be doing a whole lot of damage at -2 with the Dracos to the Volcarona, and I already have Struggle Bug to lower the special attack of this Pokemon. Let's just chip this thing as low as we can so we can handle it easier later in the game. And then finally, that Archaladon doesn't like its spot on the field, switching out to the Dragonite on Geo's side. As Dondozo, similarly, at low HP, might fall to another Struggle Bug. It would have been a little bit close. We see the King Gambit, potentially a disastrous bring if we see another Struggle Bug from Geo.
Huge question. Is this going to be a Struggle Bug from that Volcarona that'll double the attack stat on that King Gambit? But it is a bit risky. Oh, definitely catching. It's a Struggle Bug. That's going to bring this King Gambit up to an incredibly threatening pace here. Giovanni does have some fire attacks to toss out from the Volcarona, but King Gambit, especially still with the Terastallization available, can just threaten so much damage here with a Sucker Punch or just taking a little bit of time and going for some Kowtow Cleaves.
Yeah, you do have Haze on the Dragonite, which is your one way to salvage this situation. Get rid of the special attack and speed, or special defense and speed boost on the Volcarona. It is at neutral special attack, and also get rid of the attack boost on the King Gambit. However, this turn on Volcarona, you are susceptible to Sucker Punch, so you have to be a little bit careful about your move selection. You might be tempted to go for a Heat Wave, try and get maximal damage into the King Gambit, but you'd definitely be in a lot of danger to a, maybe not a knockout, but definitely very close from the +2 Sucker Punch from the King Gambit as we see the start of the turn with a Terra Fairy Terastallization.
So Dragonite taking some steps to make sure that it's not weak to anything that King Gambit tosses out, whether or not Haze goes out. But oh, the Sucker Punch!
Wow.
Giovanni did not go for a Rage Powder or Tailwind. That's just a KO from this +2 attack King Gambit.
Yeah, that's so critical. Just knocks it out in one hit. A little bit greedy play from Geo, expecting, it's so obvious. I don't want to get Sucker Punched. I easily have Tailwind or Rage Powder. Goes right for the attack on Nicholas's side. Pays the price for it. Loses the Volcarona, which was doing a great job of keeping the Volcarona on Nicholas's side in check. However, we do get the Haze, so you do lose the Volcarona, but you've at least reset the setup Pokemon to neutral. However, you had to lose your Terastallization to do it. Now you're set up well against the King Gambit, but the Volcarona is a Terra Fairy side, is Terra Fairy on Nicholas's side. So yeah, you could just go for a Terra on that side to completely ignore the damage from the Dragonite in future turns. And with a Steel and a Fairy type Pokemon in the field, it would be very difficult to deal with the Dragonite. As we see just a priority move from the King Gambit come out, as we see also Heat Wave just really trying to max out damage and not deal with the setup of the previous turns as Dragonite sets up the tail. And very fast-paced match starting to come through here, folks.
Speaking of fast-paced, Blood Moon coming out, going to take that Volcarona down to 5 hit points. Pretty solid damage there, but a little bit of a tricky situation. As you mentioned, the Volcarona can Terastallize out of being weak to Scale Shot from the Dragonite, and the Ursaluna is now in Sucker Punch range. So there's not actually any way for Giovanni to knock out this 5 hit point Volcarona. We're going to see a switch from Giovanni, perhaps for that reason, just trying to avoid a Sucker Punch KO onto the Ursaluna.
Yeah, exactly. We see the Archaladon come in here for the Ursaluna. It was probably close if it went down to another Life Orb tick, but definitely would have gone down to a Sucker Punch. We see the Terastallization you called out coming out, now going to be immune to any Scale Shots should they come out into the Volcarona slot. If Geo tries to keep Nicholas honest there, we see the Sucker Punch failing into the Archaladon here, as we see the Dragonite go right for a Scale Shot. Yes, keeping the Volcarona honest. Doesn't get it though, as we see the Heat Wave come out, getting very close to a knockout on the Dragonite. Ooh, and a Heat Wave burn on the Archaladon. That is going to add up damage over time and critically have the damage of Body Press as well. So really, although you don't get the knockout with the Sucker Punch, still just steadily chipping away at this team on Giovanni's side. Yeah, living on the skin of his teeth with the Volcarona and the Dondozo in this match, proving to be an incredibly influential series of damage swings for him.
Yeah, being able to manage that Volcarona really well and having that opportunity to get the burn, I think that really makes it hard for me to see a way for Giovanni back into the match for Archaladon to be burned. The consistent damage into King Gambit from Body Press is now just a little bit lower. I think with the defense boost, it's still threatening good damage, but you really need that King Gambit gone as soon as possible. We're going to see Giovanni try to buy a little time for Archaladon to chip away at that King Gambit. Going to go for a Protect on the Dragonite. Volcarona also going for Protect, doesn't want Archaladon to be able to chip it down. King Gambit just sticking with Sucker Punch every turn so far, it seems. And it looks like Archaladon went for an attack into the Volcarona, really wanting to prioritize getting rid of this Pokemon immune to the Dragonite. So a good call from Nicolas to be able to protect that and waste the protect on the Dragonite side.
Yeah, waste the protect and also waste a turn of Tailwind, which is critically. If you can knock out the Dragonite and slowly chip down the Archaludon, Volcarona should outspeed the Ursaluna in the back. So later in the game, you can just go for a Heat Wave and knock out both Pokemon, provided you hit both attacks, without even needing to rely on the Sneasler necessarily. We see Geo preserving that Dragonite, maybe identifying that he needs to get Tailwind up later in the game. Going to be tricky to do so, but maybe angling for that as we see the Volcarona switching out here as well. Going to be the Dondozo coming in on low HP. Yeah, most likely going to get knocked out if any attack comes into it. Even this relatively weak resisted Flash Cannon, the Dondozo does go down, occupies the entirety of the screen just to make sure its presence was somewhat felt. As we see the Kowtow Cleave coming out into the previous Dragonite slot, Nicolas saying, you know what, we got to get rid of that Dragonite, no more Tailwinds in subsequent turns, gets the Ursaluna as a consolation prize, and with no E-Speed on the Dragonite, you should relatively easily be able to Sucker Punch that slot later in the game. As we see Sneasler come in, sorry, a little bit preempted there, we see the decision happening between Nicolas on the Volcarona or the Sneasler, and it is the Volcarona that we see.
Yep, Volcarona now, I think, comfortably back to fastest Pokemon on the field with some nice Sucker Punch support from that Kingambit. Going to mean that, I mean, it's really just a matter of time, I think, for Nicolas to find good positioning to bring the Sneasler back onto the field, make sure the Dragonite doesn't have a chance to set up another Tailwind. There's just really not very many resources from Giovanni's side of the field. Pretty much ever since the Volcarona went down to the +2 Sucker Punch, Giovanni's been really playing from the back foot here.
Yeah, I think interesting choice to go for Heat Wave there when you had the 100% accurate Terra Blast on the field, and you could relatively easily pin down the Dragonite with a Sucker Punch or a Kowtow Cleave. You know, probably not going to matter in the grand scheme of the match, but we do see the Flash Cannon clean up the Volcarona now. However, critically, maybe Nicolas was just thinking, regardless, we still have the Focus Sash the resource of the Focus Sash on the Sneasler. So at minimum, you're able to get a couple Kowtow Cleaves, a couple close combats down, and that should be enough to knock out the Archaludon, especially with having the option of Protect between turns to slowly chip it down with Burn. So yeah, went for the Heat Wave there, missed, but yeah, shouldn't be especially consequential as Nicolas gonna, looks like, punch a Game 1 win against the reigning world champion here at 5-1.
Yeah, a really nice start from Nicolas to be able to establish just the damage potential of all of these Pokemon when taking advantage of that, as we do see close combat finishing off this first game. As expected, the Sneasler really, like, it came out at the start, switched out and waited in the back until the very last turn when it did its one job and took out the Archaludon.
Yeah, it was a bit risky of Geo, honestly, many points with the Volcarona throughout the game, leaving his Pokemon kind of unprotected or playing kind of hot and loose with it. The turn one, the Sneasler probably not knocking out the Archaludon in one hit, but could have done a lot of damage with close combat, but predicted the Rage Powder potentially and decided to switch it out. Even though he got the read, the positional read wrong in that circumstance, Nicolas identified that Sneasler is just going to be very important at, chipping down these Dragon type or Terra Fairy Dragonite later in the game. The Ursaluna, it outspeeds everything on Geo's team outside of the scale shot of Dragonite, so having it preserved in the late game instead of just kind of risking it early game on a read, whether the Volcarona goes for Rage Powder or not, I think ultimately proved to be a very smart play. So yeah, came out on top of that, but yeah, it's going to be, I do feel like the damage rolls were really tight in that game, so I don't think Nicolas is feeling as confident. Probably going to do some real evaluation of his game plan, as well as Geo is going to do the same in the next game. What do you think that Geo is thinking after losing that game 1, Hayden?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting feeling to be going into game 2 when there were a bunch of predictions at play in game 1. Like, I think if Geo gets the read right and goes for like Tailwind or Rage Powder, and that +2 Sucker Punch is just wasted into the Volcarona, this is a totally different game we're looking at. Or like, even if the Kingambit didn't go for the Sucker Punch, I think Giovanni might have just won on the spot with a powerful fire move into the Kingambit. So I think it's just a matter of sort of staying calm, keeping in mind that there are a lot of opportunities for the game path to go completely differently. And I think that it was a deceptively convincing victory from Nicolas over Giovanni, because there were a couple of key moments, as you mentioned, with damage rolls and also with the predictions, that I think Giovanni has a lot of options still to try to play the same game and just deviate once or twice in the line or get 1 or 2 predictions correct, or to really pivot things up now that he has a better idea of what Nicolas is going to be bringing.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of the Pokemon Yeah, the Dondozo and the Sneasler didn't feel like such central components in that game, but we're going to see a return with the Sneasler Volcarona once again. We're going to see if the Sneasler is a little bit more active on this turn 1 or switches out once again. We do see the same brings on Nicolas's side, and a switch up from Geo to the Goldango and the Volcarona, as opposed to, I believe, the Volcarona and the Archaladon in game 1.
Yeah, I like the switch of steel types from Giovanni. The Goldango has Power Jam, so there's a lot of pressure on this Volcarona to potentially be taking a super effective attack, whether it terrestrializes or not. And we are, in fact, going to see that Dondozo just hop out. Oh, sorry, we're going to see the Volcarona hop out immediately into that Dondozo, and he's going to go for a coaching, going to try to set up this Dondozo to be able to do a lot of damage this game. It is going to have to take some damage from special attackers now, though. We're going to see the Tailwind coming out from the Volcarona, making that Golden go fastest on the field. But it is the Power Gem being locked into. Really useful if that were a Volcarona, but now with the Dondozo sitting, with leftovers setting up with coaching, this is actually a really nice setup turn for Nicolas that I think was difficult to anticipate from Giovanni's side.
Yeah, 100%. You don't have physical attackers on the field, so you're not really anticipating the coaching defensive play on the Dondozo. It's also now set up offensively. The Wave Crash certainly going to knock out the Volcarona, so we see that switch out. But also, Goldango doesn't love taking a +1 Wave Crash from Dondozo, although we're more familiar with it in the, with its commander friend, the solo Dondozo with the +1 boost, still going to do a heaping helping of damage to the Goldango if it does connect. We see the Power Gem just trying to focus down this boosted up Dondozo, and we do see the Wave Crash when it does fall into the Archaladon. Definitely a key read for Giovanni to make, just protecting the Volcarona, and we see the Wave Crash not chipping down that Goldango, which is otherwise immune to damage on the field from the Sneasler.
And a surprising amount of damage still building up because this Goldango has the choice specs. That's 2 Power Gems bringing Dondozo down to pretty much half, even through leftovers. So still some decent damage coming out from Giovanni, and if you can get a few more reads correct with the liquidation coming out and try to mitigate the damage, this Archaladon is definitely in a pretty comfortable spot, having gotten the defense boost and maybe not being quite as threatened by the close combat, and still having its own terrestrialization options available. Giovanni definitely has some angles back into the game, especially having Tailwind set up already. So we're going to see the Sneasler perhaps swap out for that reason.
Yeah, we saw a hover of Terrastellar close combat at one point, but would have been, even suspect if it KOs after the stamina boost. Very defensive play from Nicolas on the back foot, goes for a switch to King Gambit on the Sneasler, and we see the Dondozo go for Protect, but Geo reads, or at least ignores the Dondozo, just trying to knock out that Sneasler through the Focus Sash with the Power Gem breaking the Sash, and the Draco Meteor would have been a follow-up KO. Doesn't get the KO on the Sneasler, but does take 50% of King Gambits here, which, considering how difficult of a Pokemon it was to dispatch in the previous game, gotta be happy about that one.
Yeah, especially with Archaladon now having a +1 body press to be able to toss out into that slot pretty comfortably. We're going to have to see Nicolas considering things like that terrestrialization to be able to avoid that damage. But really nice call from Nicolas there, being able to pivot the Sneasler out. If Nicolas had gone for that stellar terrestrialization, then that would have immediately been a really key piece gone.
Yep, and we're going to see a terrestrialization come out. We saw that Nicolas went for the Terra Ghost on the King Gambit, and that is actually what we're going to see. Kind of an unconventional terrestrialization. Usually we'll see fire or dark on the King Gambit, but proving to be very effective here. You are now immune to the body press from the Archaladon as we see the Sucker Punch come out from the Goldango, but it is a bulky Goldango with that choice specs. Go for the Power Gem, following up into Dondozo. If a Draco Meteor comes out here, it's going to knock it out. With the Unaware, it doesn't matter that it's -2. The knockout into the Dondozo, yeah, just put the coaching on it, but never actually did meaningful damage with that +1 Wave Crash. And now, just the defense on Geo's team, we're seeing the value of it, as although the Terra came out, the Goldango was just so bulky, he was able to tank the hit regardless. And wow, incredible turn from Geo there.
Yeah, I mean, one really crucial factor, though, is just like last game, Nicolas was able to use the Dondozo to soak up a lot of the damage that could have gone elsewhere. And now we're in a situation where Tailwind is no longer up on Giovanni's side of the field, and the Goldango is pretty damaged to the point where it has to switch out or risk fainting to a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit. So there's a bit of positioning that Nicolas has done that puts him in a pretty solid spot here with the close combat option into the Archaladon, at least giving good damage, if not necessarily a KO after the stamina boost. So it's going to be, I think, another question around damage rolls to see what Nicolas is able to get out of this turn.
Yeah, I think it could be interesting. One thing to note is that if you are able to get the Volcarona and Tailwind in, you can actually, once King Gambit is knocked out, just lock in the Power Gem. With Terastallization Burn, you can knock out the Volcarona, and then you can also never be hit by the Sneasler, so you'll win that endgame too. But we're not going to see that switch. We're going to see the Terra Fighting come out from the Archaludon. Sucker Punch easily cleaning up this low HP Goldango. Geo identifying he doesn't really want that. Not going to angle towards that endgame in particular, as we see the Sneasler go for the close combat. Not reading the Terastallization, doesn't go for the Dire Claw. Would have been pretty risky. Would have worked here though. And we see the Archaludon now up to +2, goes for the Body Press, boosted by the +2 stamina boost and the Terra Fighting, a not super effective attack on the -1 Sneasler, able to bring it down to the Focus Sash. Yeah, really impactful Terastallization there, able to easily tank the close combat, and now also resisting the Sucker Punches. It's just in a really excellent spot defensively for the rest of this game, at least against the Sneasler.
Absolutely. The only thing left on Nicolas' side of the field that can threaten that Archaludon is the Volcarona. But that Volcarona is not on the field right now. So there's a couple of key turns here for Giovanni to make use of this Archaludon, which is very much not threatened. And potentially even to set up a tailwind so that the Archaludon is even outspeeding the Volcarona in the back. Really well positioned Archaludon and wonderfully chosen Terastallization from Giovanni's side.
Yeah, at this point though, this is not a covert cloak on the Volcarona, so Dire Claw could rear its ugly head here and start introducing some RNG factors to the match that Geo definitely would not prefer. I'm sure Nicolas would not mind the help. We're going to see a switch out on the King Gambit though, playing a little bit defensively in the face of this Volcarona. Oh, actually got that one wrong. Yeah, the Sneasler switching out for the Volcarona.
Sneasler switching out.
Identifying not a lot of damage here.
Protect from King Gambit. Still preserving that King Gambit, just in a different way, trying to maybe sneak a Volcarona in the right spot. It is going to be a Heat Wave coming out from that Volcarona. So still going to catch the Volcarona on Nicolas' side with a little bit of damage. And then a -4 Draco Meteor going into that King Gambit, the only way to do damage since it's immune to Body Press. But not going to be a factor here with that. An excellent way to mitigate damage and get the Volcarona in, I think. And the Sneasler's still now comfortably in the back for if it's able to come in later with Tailwind not up.
Yeah, this Volcarona is going to have to do the lion's share of the work here. The King Gambit can get lots of damage off with the Sucker Punch, but only into the Volcarona really, unless you're just trying to chip the Archaludon into a Heat Wave range. We see that Sucker Punch coming out into the Volcarona. No Flame Body Burn critically, that would have spelled doom for the King Gambit, as we see a faster Volcarona on Geo's side, which we saw earlier in the game. Deals a lot of damage. I believe the Heat Wave misses the Volcarona on Geo's side. Gives an additional boost to defense on the Archaludon. Oh, and the -4 Draco Meteor not able to knock out the King Gambit. It lives to survive and attack one more turn potentially, as we see the King Gambit follow up with a Protect this turn.
King Gambit going for the Protect, but giving an opportunity. I think this is really crucial. The Sneasler not being able to hit the field. Giovanni gets the Tailwind up now before it hits the field later, and is just going to go for another attack into that King Gambit. Nicolas does have an opportunity to Quiver Dance, but it's not going to matter very much with that Snarl coming out and lowering its special attack back down. So really tough situation for Nicolas now, I think, without any special attack boost on the Volcarona, with the King Gambit so low, and with the Sneasler not really in a good spot to come back. Being at 1 hit point is fine if you're the fastest thing on the field, but it's not going to be the fastest thing on the field with this Tailwind.
Yeah, great Tailwind, and great Snarl as well. You might be tempted to just target into the King Gambit, knock that out, but Snarl will knock it out. It'll knock the Sneasler at Focus Sash in the back, and also keeps the Volcarona from getting offensively out of control, although the special defense drops, or the special defense raises, could be difficult for Geo's Volcarona to overcome, but yeah, at some point you can just go for an extremely strong Body Press to knock that out. But we see the Sucker Punch fall short of the KO critically. Here's the burn, so no matter what happens, King Gambit will fall at the end of the turn, as we see what the Volcaronas are going to go for. We see the Citrus Berry activate on the Volcarona, now most likely be able to survive a Heat Wave. We do see the Struggle Bug come out from the Volcarona, lowering that now to -1 special attack. Let's see if Geo gets greedy and puts it down to an additional -2. Although, yeah, could just go for the Body Press with the Terra Fighting at this point with multiple stacks of stamina. It should knock out, and that is what Geo goes for. Doesn't want to play with his food. Potentially the critical hits from the dropped Volcarona still could win Nicolas the game. But at this point, with Sneasler in the back, only a single targeting Pokemon and completely accurate moves on Geo's side, it looks like he has wrapped up this Game 2 victory.
Yeah, absolutely. So both players really need to be thinking now about Game 3. I thought this was a really interesting game. It felt like Giovanni just really used Volcarona super well, and the tailwinds are always just like very well timed. I'm curious how this game plays out if the King Gambit does go down a turn earlier, because in that situation, I think that the Sneasler can come out at the right time, put a lot of pressure down on the Volcarona, and then it maybe comes down to what's in the back for Giovanni. But with how things played out, I think just masterfully navigated by Giovanni, and bringing us to a nice Game 3 where I think both players have shown us a ton of options for how to win the game, and it's really just a matter of who can play positioning and get maybe a couple of key reads right to be able to come out on top.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about Geo's Game 2 is that we didn't actually see the game, or the Pokemon 4 that he brought. We saw 3 of the Pokemon, but didn't get to see the last one. There's a lot of Pokemon that could be. I think Dragonite was ultimately what came in the first game. Whether we see a switch up to the Ursaluna or the Ursaluna or the Grimmsnarl is kind of anyone's guess. I think, but on Nicolas's side, I think he is bringing the correct Pokemon. It's just about leveraging them in the correct way. We saw the Quiver Dances going up and the attack boost on the King Gambit being really, really critical for him winning the first game, and then kind of went for another setup with the coaching into the Dondozo, but didn't really get to leverage that offensively at all. So I think that could be the key difference maker here on Nicolas's side, is getting those setup turns correctly and then punishing them to full effect when Geo tries to counter with the Haze or the Struggle Bugs from the Volcarona.
Yeah, I think Giovanni just has so much control that it's not just a matter, like it might normally be for a lot of Nicolas's games, about getting a Pokemon set up, but also about using the 1 or 2 turns where you actually have access to that Pokemon having its boosts. We saw that Nicolas did a great job of that in Game 1 with the +2 Sucker Punch going out, but in Game 2, the really key turn, I think, was just Giovanni pivoting the Archaludon in on the liquidation from the Dondozo. So the Dondozo did almost nothing in the entirety of its presence on the field, other than maybe drawing a few extra attacks. And when you're spending so much time to set it up with the coaching and the switch, that's just not fast enough pace to keep up with all of Giovanni's damage control.
Yeah, I really did like the lead on Geo's side, the Goldengo and the Volcarona, mainly because we saw that Geo's Volcarona was faster in the first game. So unless the Volcarona goes for a Terra, you do have a Tailwind Power Gem, and that's relatively free, or at least forces a Terastallization out. And if you see the same lead of Sneasler and Volcarona, because of how bulky the Goldengo is, it's going to need the turn of Quiver Dance to actually take that knockout on your own Goldengo, and you can't be threatened at all from the Sneasler. So felt like a both proactive offensive lead while also being covered defensively if there was a smart Terastallization from Nicolas. And we're going to actually see a switch up. Once again, the Volcarona in the lead from Giovanni, but the Dragonite here, and then we have the Dondozo and the Volcarona on Nicolas's side.
Yeah, so Nicolas bringing the 2 Pokemon that are probably most comfortable facing down the Goldengo, although the Volcarona Goldengo matchup's a little bit tight. But now facing down that Dragonite coming out a little bit early. A really interesting choice from Giovanni. I think it gives a lot of options with Haze pressure immediately, but because of this Terastallization option that we're going to see come out from Nicolas's Volcarona, the Volcarona is absolutely immune to anything the Dragonite can do directly. So Giovanni has good control to prevent setup from happening, but maybe not immediate damage potential. And I'm really curious to see what Giovanni does with this turn. It's going to be just like a Heat Wave to start, getting out some good damage on the Volcarona, especially with that critical hit. But the Volcarona does have a chance to get 1 Quiver Dance off at least, and it's not going to be punished by that Dragonite Scale Shot.
Yeah, we do see the Scale Shot come out, but it is into the Dondozo. Lots of crits this turn, 2 for 2 right now, but that'll go down on average, I'm sure, as we see the Dragonite going for the Scale Shot, adding up into the Dondozo. You'd think it was relatively safe, but with 4, with the Heat Wave and the Scale Shot hits, actually near half HP at the end of this turn, so probably a lot more damage than Nicolas was expecting that turn. We see Jan come out into the Volcarona, going to be forced to switch unless it wants to fall asleep in the subsequent turn, which is a smart idea. After going for the Quiver Dance, you want to knock its Struggle Bug down. However, now you, of course, can just go for the Haze on the Dragonite to get rid of the Quiver Dance. We're going to see if Nicolas is actually able to utilize the setup this match.
So one thing that's really cool is if you yawn the Volcarona slot, Giovanni wants to switch out the Volcarona, but there's no safe way to not then take a +1 Heat Wave from the Volcarona. So even though this is probably the only turn that Nicolas is going to have that Quiver Dance boost on the Volcarona, because Dragonite can very clearly go for a Haze this turn, there's still a bit of interesting pressure, and we might see Giovanni being forced to just pick a Pokemon that has to take this Heat Wave here. We'll have to see which one it is. It's the Archaludon, which has the Assault Vest, so it's going to take that relatively comfortably. But at +1, I think Nicholas is pretty happy to get this damage off.
Oh, critical burn on the Dragonite. And I really liked your point that the Goldengo really couldn't come in there. It had to be their Archaludon if both of those are on the back if you don't want to fall to the Heat Wave. We see the Tailwind come out from the Dragonite, so not immediately feeling the effects of that burn. However, we do see the Dondozo go for an option. I didn't actually see if it failed or an animation came out.
I think it might have been Fissure into the Dragonite slot, anticipating a switch, or maybe it was just a missed attack. Really interesting choice here to not go for Haze immediately, because now Giovanni still has this pressure like going forwards to set up the Haze, but has sort of firmly established Tailwind. It would have been interesting if the Dondozo had gone for something like a Yawn, but with it just being a Fissure, that didn't work. Giovanni's now in a pretty strong position, I believe. With that said, the Volcarona having the special attack boost is able to keep building up some damage on that Archaludon.
Yeah, you can probably take a knockout here if you go for Haze Flash Cannon into the Volcarona. Similarly, if you go for Draco Meteor Scale Shot into the Dondozo, you probably take a knockout. But if you get this turn wrong and either protects, you might be in a little bit of trouble. But yeah, we do see the Haze coming out from the Dragonite as Flash Cannon follows up. We'll see if it's going to be a knockout. It is knocking out the setup Volcarona. So able to dispatch with one final crit. That Volcarona didn't love its time on the field, but did get a lot of damage and a critical burn in this battle. So not too shabby overall. As we're going to see the Dondozo move next. Goes ultimately for the Yawn into the Archaludon. Yeah, going to be putting it to sleep if it does not switch in the next turn. But no longer has the Heat Wave pressure, the +1 Heat Wave pressure onto that switch in, so ultimately not as great of a position. I was really wondering if Nicolas could have just gone for a Protect Yawn in that previous turn to really protect the Volcarona from the Flash Cannon. Rather force out the Archaludon if it wants to take out the Volcarona, because here it seems like it's just a very safe trade that Gio made there.
Yeah, the Haze Flash Cannon just covers so many options. Gonna be tough, I think, for Nicolas to now find damage into that Archaludon. It's maybe forced to switch this turn because of the Yawn, but we're actually going to see a different pivot happening at first. Giovanni pivoting the Volcarona in on the Dragonite slot, and then a different Pokemon in for the Archaludon. If this is the Goldengo, then it might be a little bit vulnerable to damage, but definitely a lot better than losing the Archaludon to some sleep, as Kingambit just goes for a Protect, and Dondozo is going to toss out a Liquidation into the Goldengo. So revenge critical hit from the earlier critical hits Giovanni had, but I think Giovanni's still very happy to see that going into the Goldengo slot and not the Volcarona slot.
Yeah, it's an extremely bulky Goldengo. I wonder if Liquidation plus Sucker Punch would have KO'd without the crit. I think it would have been more remarkably close than you would have expected. Of course, the Volcarona could have just Rage Powered that away, but yeah, now we see the Goldengo's on the field. It's not threatening the Kingambit especially hard offensively. What we could see is a fun play of the Trick of the Choice specs onto that Kingambit. Really not have to play with Sucker Punch, Kowtow Cleave, Mind Games in the future. However, the offensive Terastallization and defensive Terastallization no longer weak to the Sucker Punch on the Goldengo coming out, as we see the Volcarona go straight for the Heat Wave.
Misses the Dondozo, but not too consequential,
also,
as Kingambit is going to be able to survive the double up here. Goes for a Kowtow Cleave, but with the Terastallization from Goldengo, Goldengo is going to be able to survive comfortably, and so is Volcarona. It takes a pretty powerful Liquidation, but it's going to be able to take a Citrus Berry and be above half health for all of its troubles. That's a ton of really important damage on one of the peskiest Pokemon on Nicolas' side of the field. Now things are looking relatively dire for a lot of the resources Nicolas has brought. We still don't know what the fourth Pokemon is, but the other three are all pretty low, and very much close to a KO, other than the Dondozo can toss out some Liquidations, maybe get a KO, but not really pivot the pace very quickly here.
Yeah, you can, if you just want to put damage on the board, Rage Powder, make it rain a very safe play. Or actually, no, this is a Safety Goggles Kingambit, kind of rare in that respect, but you can ignore the Rage Powder and Sucker Punch the Goldengo, so that Pokemon is heavily pressured. However, we see the Volcarona switch out and the Goldengo switch out. Gio really unhappy with his offensive and defensive position here. pivots into the Archaludon potentially to take a liquidation on that slot as the Dragonite comes in on the Sucker Punch from the King Gambit. Masterful switches from Geo there.
Yeah, dodging that safety grab with Sucker Punch, super important. And Archaludon, once again, just like in Game 2, being able to pivot in on a liquidation. Thank you very much for that boost, Dondozo. And things continue to just move steadily towards Giovanni in terms of board state. That was a tricky position last round, but now that Giovanni's managed to switch out of that, I think things are fairly comfortable. Dondozo can continue causing problems, but not quickly. And in the meantime, Nicolas's resources are very much dwindling.
Yeah, I think the trend in this set so far has been Nicolas, at least in Game 2 on, has been finding these strong defensive and offensive positions, but Geo has just been nailing the targeting entirely with the Archaludon switch in and getting a relatively free boost every time, as we see the turn unfold with a Sucker Punch into Dragonite, following up with a Scale Shot to knock out the King Gambit. It's able to take one, but unfortunately not two, as the Archaludon +1 defense, probably not going to be able to take a knockout. Actually, might be able to get it with a Draco Meteor. Going to be relatively close based on the Dondozo's training, but the Dragonite does get the speed boost to potentially let it handle this Sneasler in the endgame as the Draco comes out, and Dondozo once again just lives barely to fight another day.
Fissure coming out, that could totally change the pace of the game, but it is a mess. Giovanni probably pretty happy to see that. And now I think Dondozo is just in range of KO from so many attacks. Technically, Archaludon would still have to hit maybe a Draco Meteor, so there's some hope, but it's really all on this poor Sneasler to take out 4 Pokemon, and I don't think that's a position that Sneasler usually wants to be in with its single target moves and a pretty frail build.
Yeah, I'm not confident even if the Fissure does connect there that you're able to withstand the pressure from a now speed boosted Dragonite going for Tailwind next to the Goldango and just making it rain. For the rest of the game, I think probably would have needed some timely crits and Scale Shot misses potentially to make that happen if you can even get to that point. And we do see the Tailwind come out from this Dragonite, Geo identifying that to be pretty critical in closing this game out, as we see the follow-up Draco into the Dondozo Protect.
Sneasler gets one chance to go for an attack. It's the close combat into that Archaludon, but I think Giovanni's perfectly happy to see that coming out with the Tailwind having already been set up. As you mentioned, Goldango can just hit the field now and go for as many Make It Rain as it likes until the game ends, pretty much. Dragonite has the opportunity, if it can land a Scale Shot, to finish off, to remove the Focus Sash from Sneasler, and that's, I think, pretty close to wrapped up from Giovanni. There's still a lot of slightly inaccurate moves, and where there's a Dire Claw, there's often a way back into the game, but Goldango is just so well positioned with this Tailwind that Giovanni's got to be feeling pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, outside of maybe multiple double protects on the Dondozo to get it healthy again, and then Sneasler also getting double protects, and then a Scale Shot miss so it can preserve the Scale Shot, or it can preserve the Focus Sash, it does feel relatively safe to just go into Goldango, go for the Make It Rain, knock out both of the Pokemon, and close this game out relatively easily. Dragonite does kind of have a ticking clock with the burn, and that's maybe one out that Nicolas can try and play to, but yeah, just going to be extremely challenging. Might even have to go for a Scale Shot miss before, just so that you can essentially... All right, I see it. All right, here's how we do it. The Scale Shot misses the Sneasler, you knock out the Goldango, that's gone, and then you get enough protects, and then you're actually 1v1ing the Volcarona. So actually this is doable, isn't it?
Maybe, but I mean,
I believe.
if the Dragonite does... okay. I see it. We'll have to see. All Giovanni needs to do is land a 90% accurate attack, and then everything is comfortable.
Oh,
but
there's the double.
is landing the first double protect. That's the first thing. Now Sneasler is going to have to...
Oh my god. Oh.
The Scale Shot went into the Dondozo, assuming the double protect wouldn't happen. Make It Rain does get to come out, so that's going to bring Sneasler down to Focus Sash. Any move from this point forward is going to knock out that Sneasler. Going to just see this animation play out. Sneasler, I think, has to take out Goldango here, or the game is just completely over, unless you're going to land a lot of double protects. That's going to bring us down to just Volcarona with a couple turns of Tailwind. Okay. That was the first step. That's what Nicolas needed. Nicolas needed Sneasler not to go down. And now I think you just have to land enough protects for Dragonite to faint, and then dodge all of Volcarona's attacks.
There's actually something very interesting that just happened that I don't think we commented on at any other point in the set, and that is that Sneasler's ability is actually Unburden and not Poison Touch. So, with the item now burned, your Sneasler is doubled in speed, so you're the fastest Pokemon in the field, I believe. maybe the Dragonite's actually faster, but if the Dragonite doesn't attack the Dondozo and chip it down, Liquidation should knock out the Volcarona. We might have a game still.
Wow. Okay, that would be crazy. Sneasler being able to take advantage of this Focus Sash being used. Absolutely. I don't think the Volcarona has enough damage to take out the Dondozo. So it just depends on whether the Dragonite's faster and is able to take it out. That double protect is huge.
Yeah, we see it protect from the Sneasler, and now we see the Scale Shot targeting into the Dondozo. It might come down to how many hits it gets. We see, a critical hit. Every hit matters here. We see it down to 3. Going to be at least one more, and now it's going to be whether we get 5 hits. Scale Shot, 5 hits, and a crit. If it's going to be in Heat Wave and Struggle Bug range, it's going to be really close. And even if it doesn't knock out, the game is not over because we have Tire Claw, Unburdened Sneasler on the field. We see a Heat Wave coming out from the Volcarona. It is able to connect, and it is able to knock out the Dondozo. But as we mentioned, the Unburdened Sneasler, this game is not over. Oh man, this is going to come down most likely as the Dragonite faints from the burn that happened earlier in the game. It's going to get knocked out here, but now it's going to come down to whether Dire Claw can knock out the Volcarona in one hit, which it's going to be relatively close. It's a very bulky Volcarona, it seems like, or it can get the relevant status to make to close this game out. We see it come out. Dire Claw does KO. It burns the Sneasler, but it doesn't matter. The Dire Claw is going to knock out the Volcarona before the burn takes damage onto the Sneasler. And Nicolas Chavez has just upset the world champion, Giovanni Chishki, 2-1. The Sneasler that could. That's amazing.
Wow, what an incredible endgame. The Sneasler with exactly the right ability. That's not something you normally necessarily see on Focus Sash Sneaslers, but just seeing an endgame, playing it out, leveraging the one like burn, which was the big piece of RNG in Nicolas's favor. What an incredible game 3.
Yeah, I think I lost my cool there for a little minute. Yeah, that's really interesting. We saw that Geo did have an opportunity to at least go for one more Scale Shot into the Sneasler earlier in the game to mitigate the Unburdened Sneasler's impact. It's distinctly possible, like, this isn't an interaction that comes up especially often. He might have missed it, but yeah, just the Sneasler able to close it out. I honestly didn't think the damage was going to be enough, and we needed either a Paraful Para or a Sleep, but yeah, just had the exact amount of damage that he needed to win that game, and Nicolas goes up to 6-1, punching in his ticket to phase 2 of the tournament, whereas Geo, now 5-2, needs to win this last round of 8 to clear into the phase 2 of the competition. So in his first tournament back from Worlds, so definitely a lot on the line here for him.
Yeah, I mean, if there were anyone I was going to bank on being able to win an in round next round, I think it would probably be the reigning world champion, Giovanni Siska. I mean, really well played game to get to that point. Like, it was only a very fringe interaction to be able to be vulnerable here. So I think definitely still, tournament's not over for Giovanni, and excited to see what he can do. But wow, Nicolas has got to be feeling great coming up with this wild interaction of mechanics to be able to make it in and into day 2 against the world champion.
Yeah, I think both of us had counted Nicolas out. When the tailwind went up, we're like, Goldango clears, it's easy. But the combination of the double protect and the Unburdened Sneasler ended up being just enough to be what he needed to get that win. So lesson to the players out there, never give up. If you can identify an out, go for it, because at some point, statistically you're going to get it. And Nicolas rolled a little bit lucky here, but also incredible foresight to be able to ID the sequence of turns that he needed to actually come back in that game that was, I think, down 3-2 with lack of speed control. Just incredible find there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of my favorite things about Pokemon. Like, there are so often end games which seem like they should be completely wrapped up, but there's just like one or two mechanics that are slightly different from the usual end game that you might see with like a Sneasler versus a Tailwind team that suddenly like completely change what the optimal moves are, completely change what the like odds are in favoring each player. And it's really exciting to be able to see players finding those under tournament pressure. Like that's really like what Pokemon is all about sometimes. And so it's fun to get a little sneak peek of what I'm sure are many other interesting end games to come throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely fabulously played to both players. Credit to Geo for bringing it really down to the wire after losing the first game. Really felt like he was on top of all of his reads throughout game 2 and game 3. And then Nicolas just really excellent play, even though it felt like he was losing a lot of the individual turns, at least superficially, he was able to preserve the resources he needed to actually convert to a win in the end game, however narrow it was. So yeah, it's really just a phenomenal display of talent here on the side stream, and yeah, just overjoyed to have featured that match on stream for y'all.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have many more matches to show throughout the course of the weekend, and one more today. So don't go anywhere, but we're going to take a quick break and then be right back with our round 8.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the Victory Road side stream broadcast featuring VGC matches from the Latin American International Championships in Sao Paulo, Brazil. My name is Cedric, and I'm joined today by my co-caster, Hayden, and the rest of the Victory Road team to share some of the top Pokemon matches at LAIC to complement what we have going on as well on the official Pokemon stream. And we also have the additional Spanish side stream as well. So definitely check those out after you finish tuning into us specifically. We're your favorites, we know. But yeah, I'm also joined by Hayden, as I mentioned. How you doing, Hayden?
Pretty good. We had a spectacular match we just got to feature where you identified a really interesting endgame. I couldn't be happier to be casting these matches with you, Cedric. They're such phenomenal Pokemon.
Absolutely. The caliber of players and matches we've seen thus far is really incredible. Just goes to show how many, prior to this, we really only had matches shown on side TVs and then on the mainstream, but just the broad amount of matches that we're missing to history is now being cut down a little bit by this and the other Victory Road streams. So definitely hats off to the team there for doing this. But I think earlier there was a stat that we'd had a regional champion on, at least like someone who had at least reached the title of regional champion in every single match we've had. I think last time we had, I think we've kept that streak up, and we definitely are keeping it up this time as we have a heck of a match coming up for you guys in a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be able to feature Christian Andrade versus Marco Silva, both of whom have won a tournament in Sao Paulo very recently. Marco, the defending champion of LAIC, Christian having won a regional in Sao Paulo last year. So really excited to be featuring these two players, both of whom I could imagine making it very deep into this tournament, but who are playing a very high stakes match this round.
Yeah, absolutely. A great location for both of them with a great deal of success, but facing off against a very potent trainer facing off against them. We have Marco on a team that he was actually able to win the Lao Regional relatively recently. We have Incineroar, Dragonite, Goldengo, Ursaluna, Como, and then Ribombi, a very unique and popular pick. And then we have Christian running Incineroar, Basculegion, Smeargle, the often reviled Sneasler, Ursaluna, and Rillaboom. So yeah, interesting clashes of teams here. What do you think about what do you think about these teams, Hayden?
Well, I will definitely say I've never seen Smeargle versus Ribombi. I think this is going to be a really interesting match to be able to navigate, and a lot of slightly less conventional picks that match up interestingly to each other. I'm particularly curious about the Calm Mind leftovers Ursaluna. I'm curious if maybe Smeargle buys enough time for that to be able to set up, if that could be a really powerful force into Marco's very predominantly special attacking team. I think that there's a lot of interesting options there. But of course, Marco has the potential to just come out pretty fast and hard with a lot of powerful attacks. Ribombi, of course, going to be able to ignore the fake out from Smeargle with its shield dust ability, meaning that there's an opportunity to just make Smeargle a really difficult Pokemon to bring here. It could just be double targeted out pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah, when you look at all the pieces on Marco's team, he actually has quite a lot of anti-fake out Pokemon. We have the Goldengo, naturally immune and able to hit back on the Incineroar with a Power Gem. Goldengo also immune to the Spore on the Smeargle. And then we have the Incineroar with the Covert Cloak, so going to be able to ignore the flinch from the fake out and returning kind with its own fake out, really just lock down that fake out slot. And then as you mentioned, the Ribombi with the Shield Dust able to set up Tailwind and allow the rest of the Pokemon on the field to outspeed in the rest of the battle, or set up favorable damage traits later in the battle by going for fake tears to soften up Pokemon for the Life Orb Goldengo, Como, and Ursaluna. Yeah, fake tears, kind of a common, not uncommon in VGC rather, but it's typically used on prankster Pokemon. Ribombi having the Shield Dust ability means that you get the rare advantage of getting to fake tears and Incineroar, and then follow up with big damage for knockouts, which is a really unique trait in this metagame.
Yeah, absolutely. Marco just has a ton of damage potential with these special attackers, which I think is going to be really hard for Christian to mitigate. If Ursaluna had time to set up Calm Minds, that would be great, but it seems like it'll be difficult for it to be able to find that space. Christian does still have a couple of ways to do damage right off the bat with the Choice Scarf Basculegion and the Acrobatics Unburden Sneasler, so definitely still some interesting options, but it seems like Marco has the opportunity to at least get some sort of setup with the Ribombi and then really leverage that with a lot of the rest of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. The speed control on the Ribombi going to be really critical. It's also present on the Dragonite if you just want to go for a Scale Shot earlier in the game and then Tailwind later on to set up for the rest of your Pokemon while the Dragonite is low and maybe not going to carry the game as much as it was earlier in the game. That's also going to be really beneficial. I do like that you highlighted the Basculegion. I feel like that's the strongest immediate damage threat against a lot of Marco's Pokemon, and then later in the game you can threaten massive damage with Last Respect regardless of Terra on pretty much every Pokemon outside of the Ursaluna and the Incineroar. So yeah, if you burn the Terastallization early on, then you can Wave Crash into the Ursaluna, and if not, you can basically just Last Respects the rest of the Pokemon for a knockout or close to it after your partners have been felled. But I think this is just definitely going to be a challenging match. Actually, I just looked at the Smeargle and I'm eating my words. There is actually Tailwind on the Smeargle, so a bit of softer speed control, not going to be set up as frequently, but it is at least an option for Christian to match Marco's Tailwind if he's willing to sacrifice what can usually be a pretty valuable Spore turn on the Smeargle.
Yeah, I'm really curious about how the Smeargle plays out, because it has so many of the support tools that are going to be really important for Christian, but it just seems so vulnerable without any way to protect itself, with so much priority or fast Pokemon or fake out immune Pokemon from Marco's side of the field. If Christian can make it work, there's so much potential with Tailwind, with Spore, with Follow Me, but making it work without as much fake out support being valid is just going to be an interesting challenge, I think, for Christian's side of the field.
I agree. The setup Ursaluna definitely, well, and the Sneasler seem a bit more reliant on the fake out Follow Me core that Christian has. And Marco's tools, the Covert Cloak, Incineroar in particular, just make it really hard to trade fake outs favorably. And yeah, I do feel like it's going to be on Christian to figure out how to leverage the additional options on the Smeargle, whether it be Follow Me, Tailwind, or Spore, to get those setups going on his Pokemon, or at least clear enough way for the Basculegion to sweep later in the game. I do think that the Spore might be the hero of the game on the Smeargle, because although the Ribombee, or rather the Incineroar, is Covert Cloak, it's one of the rare Incineroar that are not carrying the Safety Goggles item, which means that you can Spore it. So although you're susceptible to fake out on the first turn, if you come in later in the game or are feeling risky and want to go for a Terra Ghost, you can at least Spore the Incineroar. You can outspeed the Dragonite and Spore that if it is not a Jolly Dragonite. And Como actually is Overcoat. One of the cool things about Como, it does have 3 really relevant abilities. Bulletproof also quite strong, but Overcoat going to allow it to ignore the Spore on the Smeargle. So yeah, I was saying Spore might be really important, and it definitely can on the support Pokemon, but it looks like the main offensive threats on Goldango are Spore proof in this match.
Yeah, I think that might cement Komodo and Goldango as really like the essential pieces for this matchup. I think having something that doesn't have to worry about the Smeargle, given that Smeargle could otherwise come in and maybe get a lucky Moody Boost and really run away with the game, I think that like a Komodo-centric game plan would not surprise me from Marco's side of the field, especially looking at, I don't think there's anything that can resist or be immune to clanging scales on Christian's side of the field. I think that's kind of just a free spread damage that's going to work into every Pokemon. Same, I suppose, with Hyper Voice, but we sort of already knew that about Ursaluna.
Yeah, same with Hyper Voice, same with Make It Rain, although it's neutral on, we at least get the neutral damage from Como and Ursaluna on everything, but the Life Orb Goldango Make It Rain might as well be neutral just because of how much damage it does, really against everything except for the Incineroar or the Terra Electric Ursaluna, so that's definitely something to watch out for. I really like you highlighted that Goldango and Como to the game plan here, just because Marco is extremely accomplished player, has a lot of consistent results, 2-time international champion, winner of this exact event actually, and then an additional international on top of that. Players of his caliber tend to look for really consistent options, and Smeargle is truly the enemy of consistency. So definitely a smart call, but definitely something he's thinking about early, at least in game 1, with elimination point on the line, just trying to pick your most consistent options into what could be a pretty volatile Pokemon.
Right. So we're going to see Smeargle, that volatile Pokemon itself, hitting the field against this Incineroar and Komodo. So Incineroar can't be hit by that Fake Out, but it can be hit by the Spore. Komodo at least immune to Spore, so maybe a little bit more comfortable trying to get off some attacks here. But Ursaluna is sitting on the field. If it can ever find time to fire off a Calm Mind, that's going to be really powerful, although it's not exactly the safest of positions to do so right now with that Komodo scaring it down. We'd have to see something like a Terastallization, I think, in future turns to keep it safe.
Oh no. I fear we have seen a misreading of the team sheet. We did not know that it was Covert Cloak on the Incineroar. That'll catch you as we see a powerful Clanging Scales bring the Smeargle down to its Focus Sash, activate the Throat Spray, and bring the Ursaluna Blood Moon to half HP as it flinches at the end of this turn. That is tricky. I know Marco actually mentioned at the end of his tournament run that happened a non-zero amount of times, at least on his online training. It happened very frequently. I don't know if it ever happened in tournament, but there's no better time for it to happen than game 1 on elimination point of the tournament in this round 8.
Yeah, I think it's not a coincidence that it would happen under a really high pressure situation. There's a whole thing about human psychology of just like going back to like tried and true practiced expectations, and seeing an Incineroar with a Smeargle, you must be so familiar from practice of just like, oh, well, I fake out the Incineroar and that's how I buy time. But Marco definitely happy to take that, and now in a really convincing lead here, having gotten off effectively a free attack, and now getting to preserve that Incineroar's fake out for later, just pivoting in that Dragonite to maybe set up a Tailwind later, while Christian's kind of forced to play defensively. We see a Protect, we see a Spore going into the Dragonite, so the Dragonite slot isn't going to be operational. But Komodo has yet another turn to go for whatever attack it would like, and it's going to be another Clanging Scales, so Smeargle got off one Spore, but that's going to be it. Marco probably pretty happy to get that Pokemon off the field and remove that volatile source of RNG.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's important to note that the Smeargle did outspeed the Como, so it was able to get the Spore up before the Throat Spray. That's dependent on the training of the Pokemon. It might indicate that the Como is either a modest nature or maybe a little bit bulkier, but regardless, it was able to knock out the Smeargle in exchange for Spore on the Dragonite. We see the Sneasler come in. Now, 2 Clanger Scales means that the Como is at -2 defense stat, meaning Como or the close combat or acrobatics could net a knockout shy of any Intimidate interfering. But yeah, just really strong start for Marco. Let's see if he can pull it off with this now +1 Como, which can probably threaten a knockout into the Ursaluna. With the Throat Spray being activated, it's going to be kind of close. But yeah, he's probably going to need to commit a Terastallization or a Switch to survive the attack, but we don't see that happen.
Close combat getting the KO. Those Clanging Scales, Marco was really prioritizing getting rid of the Smeargle, but it had a huge cost. And now Dragonite, it has a mandatory turn of sleep to burn here. So Ursaluna, comfortable to just do whatever it would like this turn, and whatever it would like is going to be a Calm Mind, setting this Pokemon up. I thought Ursaluna did a lot of damage without boosts. Now it has 1.5 times power, and its like crucial weakness of the low special defense has been redeemed. Leftovers is also healing it back up. Christian really making use of this turn and getting a really commanding board state here.
Yeah, I think critical for him to take the KO that turn. Otherwise, the game really spirals out of control. It's going to be close whether we saw that Fake Out and Clangorous Scales did close to a KO on the Ursaluna. So after a bit of healing and now being +1, it maybe would have been a little bit close if Ursaluna could survive that turn. But not even having to take any damage is just so enormous. Now you have the Terra Electric, Earth Power, relatively safe onto the Goldango for a KO. It is a Terra Steel on the Goldango, so not going to be able to Terastallize away from that. And the Dragonite just really just reliant on waking up to a sleep and potentially knocking out the Dragonite. For the Sneasler, just going to be a really difficult turn. Really bad start for the match, but Christian finding a way to fight back here.
Yeah, absolutely. Calm Mind is exactly what Christian needed to do back in the game. Going to be forced to do this Terastallization to avoid a really powerful Make It Rain coming out from the Goldango side. Just going to be an electric type for the rest of the game, so a lot of neutral damage, but not a lot of super effective hits, and crucially resisting that spread attack. Acrobatics is going to break the multi-scale on that Dragonite. Make It Rain does come out, so Ursaluna picking exactly the right time to Terastallize. Sneasler does faint. That's going to be one more Pokemon down on Christian's side of the field, but I think Christian's pretty happy to just take this opportunity to take a KO on whichever of the 2 Pokemon would like, as Dragonite does in fact burn another turn of sleep. So no chance for a Tailwind from Marco, as Blood Moon is going to come out and finish off that Dragonite with a special attack boost from that Calm Mind.
Yeah, critical knockout. The Dragonite, now you don't have to rely on the sleep turns anymore. You just know that slot is gone. And the Make It Rain, although it did knock out your Sneasler, which could have been an important tool to knock out the Incineroar, you've at least now lowered its special attack by 1, and this Goldango is not carrying Nasty Plot, so it is going to be stuck at least -1 for the rest of the game. You see the Incineroar switch in. Once again, that Covert Cloak being pretty annoying, because otherwise you could just have a fairly safe Fake Out into the Incineroar and Earth Power to at least stall a turn and heal a lot of leftovers. Now that's less of an option, but Yeah, it's also going to be a little dependent on the speed of this Ursaluna and the Incineroar, because if you outspeed, you do just have a very safe Earth Power into the Incineroar. Well, kind of. It is a Protect Incineroar, but yeah, just going to be really dependent on the player's training of these Pokemon, how this endgame plays out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the really crucial factor in this endgame here, is these players getting a chance to confirm the speed orders of a couple of Pokemon that are... These speed orders are really going to matter going forwards, whether that Incineroar is faster or slower than Ursaluna. We're seeing a Terrestrialization into the Fire type from Marco. If that Incineroar is faster, then a Terra-Fire Flare Blitz might be the way back into this game. Golden Go going for a Shadow Ball. Now it can do that because Ursaluna is an electric type. Ursaluna is now really quite low, so this all is going to come down to the speed order thing that you mentioned, I think. High horsepower, going out, taking some good damage into Golden Go, but it's not going to be enough if Incineroar is able to outspeed and KO the Ursaluna. Marco was looking really far behind for a while, but has exactly the tools to bring this back. And I don't know about you, Cedric, but I don't think my money would be on the Rillaboom against a Fire-type Incineroar with boosted power fire attacks.
No, I mean, maybe if you get a critical hit, but at this point, I'm doubtful that would even knock out. Yeah, going back probably to the drawing board, there was a really critical mistake that Christian, of course, is probably beating himself up for, not noticing the Covert Cloak on the Incineroar, going for the Fake Out and taking just a heaping helping of damage on that Ursaluna, which ends up biting him here. I think if he was full HP on the Ursaluna, you relatively easily live that Shadow Ball, Flare Blitz combination, and close the game out relatively safely, or at least there's a lot more paths to be able to do so. Yeah, the mistake costing him, he did admirably pull it back somewhat. Was able to Spore the Dragonite, learned that his Smeargle is critically faster than the Como. That is, that's extremely important for the Smeargle's ability to come to future games, knowing that you're not just going to get faked out on one turn and then clanging scaled for the next turn. So that's important information. But yeah, I think that was a well-played game by Christian after the first turn. But I think he has to definitely adjust his game plan now with the understanding that he can't just fake out Cycly so easily as he was anticipating in the first team preview.
Yeah. I do wonder if there were a few other opportunities for Christian to consider going into Game 2 and Game 3. Maybe if the Rillaboom hits the field instead of the Sneasler as the third Pokemon, that gives a little bit more opportunity for Ursaluna to heal up from the Grassy Terrain and the leftovers, given that it took that first Clanging Scales. I think that the Sneasler didn't really do too much, so maybe that's also an opportunity to sort of pivot out another slot or try to preserve it for that Incineroar in the back. But I think very crucial information for these players that Christian probably thought that it was a closer to locked up game until it was clear that Marco's Incineroar was faster and able to take that KO. And now that that's known information, I think there's a lot of onus on Christian to be able to maybe like bring the Vasky Legion to have some threats into the Incineroar, or go for a Spore from the Smeargle into that Incineroar, and try to adjust from there.
Yeah, I think that game, we saw the Calm Line Ursaluna did start to get rolling a little bit, so although we discounted its ability to get set up easily in the first game, it looks like if it does get set up, it does have a lot of damage on the field that it can deal. But yeah, we're going to see a switch up from Marco in this game too, as we see the same leads from Christian. Kind of unconventional, where the player that wins switches up their leads entirely, and the player who lost just sticks to their guns. But definitely in a regular turn one, so not entirely surprising, as we see a pretty aggressive turn from Christian. Down a game against the international champ, really brave.
Absolutely. I mean, Smeargle doesn't have too many other options it can go for. It can't Spore either of the two slots that are present, so Christian's going to go for a Terrestrialization here. Going to bring this Ursaluna to Electric typing, very crucially getting rid of the weakness to Aura Sphere from Komodo, and giving it a resistance to make it rain from Golden Go. We are going to see Smeargle Tailwind. It's the first Pokemon to move. We saw earlier that it was faster than Komodo, and now we know it's faster than Golden Go. And Calm Mind is going to be able to go up before any of the other attacks come out. So if Ursaluna was going to have anything to help it survive this turn, getting the Calm Mind up before any other attacks is definitely going to help. Clanging Scales before the Throat Spray boost is going to do very little to that Ursaluna. Throat Spray is now active, but at the cost of that defense drop, which means it's a little more vulnerable to some attacks. And Make It Rain, gonna finish up the Smeargle. Marco's really been prioritizing that and is probably happy to see that Smeargle gone. But I think Ursaluna, with effectively a Quiver Dance boost, having 3 more turns of Tailwind and Calm Mind, is pretty comfortable to be staring down these two Pokemon that it knows it can one-hit KO.
Yeah, 100%. You do have the Earth Power fairly safe into the Goldengo. You're only worried about protecting that slot. And we do see Christian actually doubling down on the triple fake out here with Incineroar being the pick over the Sneasler as that comes in. Definitely threatening fake out into the Como. Kind of interesting not to go into the Rillaboom there. I suppose you are threatening a potential knockout into the Goldengo with the fire or dark damage on your Incineroar. However, yeah, you almost would have preferred to get the leftovers and grassy terrain healing active a little bit sooner. We do see that Christian might switch out, do a double switch to bait out the protect from one of the Pokemon so that he can fake out in the subsequent turn, as we do see the Rillaboom hitting the field going to be grassy terrain on the field for the next 5 turns.
Here is a way to get exactly as much healing as if Rillaboom had hit the field initially, but maybe to have some extra pressure from that Incineroar being on the field before. And indeed, Mark is going to go ahead and protect that Komodo, but if Christian got the targeting right here, oh, no, it's the Blood Moon into the Komodo. So Goldengo safe to go for an attack here. Marco making a read, calling out the threat from the Incineroar and still going for an attack. And that's going to be a nice Shadow Ball, even with a special attack drop and with a special defense boost on Ursaluna. That Life Orb really making Goldengo able to negate all of the healing from leftovers and grassy terrain and then some.
Yeah, the Ursaluna taking 3 hits now, but still at 50% HP, and that's only going to go up in subsequent turns. Now you have, even though you went for the Blood Moon, you have a relatively safe pin with Earth Power and High Horsepower into that slot, or you can just go for an Earth Power straight away to knock out the Goldengo. We're going to see the Dragonite switching into the High Horsepower, and I didn't see if it was an Earth Power into the Dragonite, but if it is, Marco's got to be pretty happy about this turn. We see the High Horsepower come out first, and what is Ursaluna going for? It is going for the double ground type move into the Dragonite. Oh, you could have at least broken the multi-scale with a wood hammer, but no, wanted another Pokemon in the back, and as a result, the Dragonite comes in scot-free here.
Marco has been staring down a special attack boosted Ursaluna in Tailwind for 3 turns, and only taken a very... I think the only damage on the board right now is the Goldengo's Life Orb chip. This is just masterfully played by Marco. There is one more turn of Tailwind to make it through, and so Christian still has a few things to do, and even once Tailwind's gone, there's some options, but wow, what an excellently managed board state. As we're going to see Christian needing to switch out that Rillaboom, which can't really do anything, into that Incineroar.
Yeah, the Incineroar coming in, lowering the attack on the Dragonite, but this feels like a relatively... Well, this is a highly influential turn, because you could have Grassy Glid, Blood Moon the Dragonite for a knockout here, or you can protect and switch to an, or you can just attack and switch to an obvious fake out on the protect. In the subsequent turn, Marco does go for the protect. We finally see some meaningful damage come out. Even, wow, with that at the +1, the Earth Power nearly knockout in the Como, and we have fake out active on the field. Now actually going to be very useful. There's no covert cloak on the field, and a fake out not going to knock out any of the Pokemon, even though they're all the Como going to tank that pretty easily, but you could fake out and break the multi-scale on the Dragonite, follow that up with a Blood Moon, and you're really not taking that much damage from the boosted Como. It of course switched out, so the Throat Spray boost is no longer active. So yeah, the special defense and the healing on this Ursaluna, along with the fake out pressure, which we previously thought might not be that big of a factor, proving to be really difficult for Marco to deal with some really smart positional play from Christian.
Absolutely. The one factor, though, is Marco now has Goldengo back in the back, so a Blood Moon into either slot could wind up just hitting Goldengo on the switch-in and continuing not to take KOs. So Marco still has some options to try to at least delay how much damage that Ursaluna is able to do and try to take, like, whoa, but just going on the offensive with the Aura Sphere doing a ton of damage, and Scale Shot, I think, is going to be able to finish off the Incineroar. There's 2 hits. I think even with 4 hits, that's a KO. We're seeing Incineroar down to... That's Incineroar gone, and Christian down to just 2 Pokemon remaining. Not going for the fake out that was an option there at all. Maybe trying to catch that Goldengo on the switch-in. And now it's all up to Ursaluna to try to convert on this turn and really get a KO. Without that, Marco's going to be up 4-2, but the Earth Power going to be able to finish off that Komodo at least. So Christian getting something out of that turn. But Rillaboom's forced back onto the field, and that means that there's not a whole lot more grassy terrain left for this Ursaluna to keep recovering.
Yeah, I think that was a really aggressive play from Marco, but it plays out perfectly. I think really the Earth Power, High Horsepower earlier in the game into the Dragonite really made Christian kind of kick himself about attacking into an obvious switch, or maybe not an obvious switch, but just a really smart defensive switch relative to the type chart. And so now on the field, we have 2 potential normal moves moves going into a Pokemon that would otherwise be knocked out, and he's expecting a switch out into the resist and immune. So you can't fault him for it. Marco is definitely a extremely talented trainer who's, gotten the better of him a couple times in this match. Doesn't go for the obvious play, kind of just psyched out by that, by the previous reads that Marco's made, it seemed like.
We're going to see Incineroar hitting the field at a pretty good time here. Going to be able to get a Intimidate off on the Rillaboom that's now permanent. Has the fake out pressure to try to maybe buy some time here. Even has just the faster Incineroar being faster than Ursaluna to allow some damage to stick. We are going to see Marco didn't switch out the Golden Go last time, maybe a little bit cautious about an attack from the Incineroar, is now going to be able to switch it out and reset that defense drop on the Dragonite, positioning maybe for a lot of damage from that Golden Go. As once again, Marco going for damage from his Incineroar, getting a Fire Terrestrialization, removing that Dark typing, and being able to threaten, either target with a Flare Blitz would be incredibly useful. We see Fake Out go into the Golden Go as it switches in, well-timed switch for the Golden Go, and Flare Blitz, if that's finishing off the Rillaboom, that brings it down to this Ursaluna's been set up since the start, but it's now just Ursaluna versus the entire rest of Marco's team. It's going to have to take a KO here to really make meaningful progress. If that's a Blood Moon into the Golden Go, but no, it's an Earth Power. That brings us down to a 2 versus 1, but with some useful boosts on the Ursaluna. I'm actually not sure how this endgame plays out.
Yeah, we saw how much Shadow Ball was doing at -1 on the Ursaluna. The Goldengo now reset to neutral, with the Calm Mind still in effect. So Ursaluna now +1/+1, full HP effectively. So it's going to be a little bit tight, but I do think that Dragonite typically doing about 40 to 50% with Scale Shot to Ursaluna's. As long as you're able to hit probably 2 of those, you should have the win. Because you have to dedicate multiple turns to taking these KOs. You have to Earth Power the Goldengo, make sure that you don't attack into a Protect, and then also probably dodge a Scale Shot to win this. But we're going to see Ursaluna Protect here, trying to bait out potentially that Goldengo Protect on Marco's side, but he doesn't bite. He's just going straight for the damage, as we see the Shadow Ball, and most likely a Scale Shot. Really no reason to set up Tailwind here, as the Dragonite goes for the Scale Shot. And yeah, the Ursaluna doesn't take any leftovers and has just burned another of its defensive resources.
Right, so the only question I think now is if that Scale Shot misses, Shadow Ball is going to be able to take this Ursaluna down.
A lot of damage.
About 40% health damage. Scale Shot does connect. If this is 5 hits, that might just be the KO. Maybe not quite, but pretty close.
1 HP.
If this is just 4, maybe leftovers will give Ursaluna a chance back in the game, but nope, that's 5. Ursaluna survives, but you can't KO both Pokemon, so it's going to have to just pick one, and then things are going to be pretty tight. If this is just taking out the Dragonite, the game's over. It's taking out the Golden Go. I think it's just going to be an extreme speed range even after protecting, so I don't think there's even a chance of a miss here, but there's still a few things Christian could maybe go for and have a chance.
Yeah, I think you have to play through the motions. You go for Protect, but it doesn't look like it. We're just going to see the Blood Moon come out regardless. Extreme Speed without a Protect, leftovers. Additional turn, easily going to take that knockout as Marco Silva advances to 6-2, makes it to Phase 2 of the Latin American International Championships, hoping to defend his 2 consecutive titles at this tournament. And yeah, you see Christian fall at 5-3. Unfortunate, but played a great tournament overall and a really interesting set. I do feel like we saw the weakness of these more setup-oriented Pokemon, where you bring the boss raid type of Pokemon, the Ursaluna, where you're trying to set it up, you give it a Tailwind, but if you don't have the offensive resources and if you don't play your Fake Out and supporting extremely precisely, you are just going to get picked apart as the rest of your Pokemon get knocked out and your boss raid gets focused down at the end.
Yeah, it was a really interesting game. I feel like the margins were razor thin here and just played really well by Marco. Just a little bit more damage or the right targeting a few more times. The real problem was that the Ursaluna was set up to KO everything, but wasn't clicking the moves that got those KOs every turn. And one more of those, we saw how close the margins were. There was just one more attack that the Ursaluna needed, and it would have been able to win the game. And it was just, there were 3 or so turns where there was a 50-50 on which thing Christian would go for to try to get as much damage as possible. And Marco got the right call pretty much every single time. The Ursaluna took, I think, only a single one-shot knockout. It was a lot of Earth Powers or attacks into immunities. And it was really, really neat to see just how much finesse there can be in Pokemon. Like Marco was facing down this really terrifying Pokemon and just had the right switches, the right defensive synergy to be able to wear down every other Pokemon and then finish off the Ursaluna because it only had single target attacks.
Yeah, you're spot on about the targeting. Even a single Earth Power Blood Moon goes the other direction on a Protect or a Switch in, and that's probably Christian's game just based off of how close that was. The turn that the Aura Sphere Scale Shot happens, if he just goes for maybe knocks out the Dragonite that turn with Fake Out Blood Moon instead of going after the Como, you probably win that way. So there's just a lot of really interactive elements in this game that Marco was able to swing his way through some really aggressive calls and came out on top. But yeah, definitely a well-played game by Christian, just ultimately got the really difficult calls wrong a few too many times and got overwhelmed by the offense at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth remembering that these players were playing on a really high stakes match, like both of them, their tournament lives on the line. And I think they both brought really, really interesting teams and got to showcase them in really cool ways. Like these are the kinds of interactions that I wasn't necessarily expecting to see of, like this like Smeargle Ursaluna set up the boss raid Pokemon versus this like Komodo Golden Go spread attack. And it was really neat to be able to see them going back and forth so much and trying to figure out the right lines, which were probably like very much being learned as they went in this really high stakes match.
Yeah, in a lot of matches, you can more or less just prep the matchup before, and there's a couple inflection points where 1 or 2 points really matter. For this match, it felt like every turn mattered an immense amount. But yeah, I do like what you said about more unconventional picks that were happening. I've never seen a Tailwind Calm Mind setup on a Blood Moon Ursaluna before, but it ended up being extremely scary and required essentially playing like you're playing against a Trick Room team, just alternating protects, making the perfect defensive switch, which is not a way I've seen the Calm Mind or really Ursaluna in general being played. So no surprise that Christian was able to carry this team thus far. Unfortunately, came up against a really, one of the worst players you could have played in the round of 8 to make it into phase 2, but definitely doesn't take away from his accomplishments at this tournament. Absolutely phenomenally played tournament, super cool team, and I'm sure we're going to see great things from him in the future.
Absolutely. Well, that's the end of our 8 rounds of day 1. We'll be back tomorrow, both us and the other Victory Roadside stream and the main stream. And we're really excited to bring you a ton more incredibly high tier matches. But for now, we're going to go take a break and bring you some more Pokemon tomorrow. So we hope to see you then. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching.